Elf Dimension. I just want to play games. Chapter 201-250. Chapter 201D Level Secret Realm, The Bone Burial Ground. Heavenly King Shield Sword Monster. 4/5. Southern. Okay, let's go. Lu Yin nodded slightly, his expression flat. As for his heart, well, Xiaoqi's protagonist Halo is too lazy to say anything. If the average person can be valued by the old man Fuji, who can be valued, and then inform the spiritual world of the passage, the average person will not encounter any danger after entering the spiritual world, and he will still be able to subdue a ghost who has an aptitude of the Heavenly King level. When I went to rest next to a rock wall, I entered a secret realm inexplicably, and it was only a very low-level secret realm, but I could also find that there was a place where the mysterious crystal was born. This is not the protagonist Halo. What is Lu Yin? Still don't feel angry. Better to make good use of it with the protagonist Halo. You say yes, but if one day he can really travel through space, he must find a guy called a scholar to have a good chat. I can't be any more invincible. After 3 minutes, after entering the spirit world, I can use teleportation freely. Lu Yin and Xiaokai easily avoided the surrounding rockets who were frantically catching ghost-type elves. When I came to the foot of a mountain, I found a very ordinary rock wall. After taking a serious look at the surrounding environment, Lu Yin raised his head, at 45 angles, looking up at the sky. He was speechless for a long time. It's just such a ghost place. Xiaokai can also come here, and he happened to find the entrance to the secret realm. Worldwell, when dealing with illegitimate children, can you take care of yourself? Progress. Little Kai didn't know the idea. After confirming that there were no problems with the surrounding marks, he walked towards the rock wall in front of him, and then disappeared strangely. Lu Yin was speechless and choked, and followed closely behind. Words, is there anyone fighting around, and why does it seem like I heard an explosion? Meanwhile, on top of the mountain. Bang! The two arbo snakes separated after touching each other, with long letters in their mouths, and looked at each other vigilantly. Behind one of the larger abo snakes, the Viper instructor has released his hands. With a fanatical smile on his face. As expected of the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Obviously he is a champion trainer specializing in the ghost system, but he can command the poisonous abo snake so well. Especially the one-handed death makeup technique, which is startling shocking. The death makeup technique is a unique trick developed by mother-in-law Kikuzi. Her abo snake will change the face pattern of the abdomen according to her different commands. And each pattern represents a new ability, which can enhance the speed, attack, antivirus, etc. The official design is like Ultraman's color-changing ability. You are not bad, Viper. Grandma Chrysanthemum's face was a little condensed, and the strength of the instructor was also not weak. In the few minutes of this battle, she did not lose any advantage. Instructor of Viper, he is really good at playing Viper. Thanks for the compliment. Instructor Viper smiled indifferently and set his eyes on the 4 huge rocks behind Granny Juicy. They already made you delay so much time, King Juicy, and now I won't keep it anymore. Abo snake, aim at those rocks, use the destruction light. The expression on Grandma Juicy's face suddenly changed. You dare. Abo snake, we also use destruction death light. Boom. The 2 abo snakes opened their mouths at the same time, and 2 orange-yellow energy beams almost opened their mouths and collided in the middle. Swish. Power of the trick was evenly matched. A huge explosion was generated, and a large cloud of smoke was filled. The sight was blocked, and a bad premonition emerged in the heart of mother-in-law Kikuko, and she flipped her wrist and pressed a Pokeball again. Cross-shaped bat, blow me the smoke screen. Call. The purple cross-haired bat appeared in midair and flapped its wings, and the strong whirlwind quickly blew the smoke away. The smoke dissipated. There were no snake instructors and abo snakes on the opposite side, only a huge cave hid on the ground. Dig a hole. Not good. Mother-in-law Juicy's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly gave Abai Snake an order. Abai Snake, use digging. At the same time, On the other side, Luyan followed Xiao Kai into a secret realm, and the sound of the game console sounded immediately in his mind. Ding! Special spatial fluctuations are detected. Start recording. Ding! It takes 5 minutes and hours to record. After 5 minutes, the recording is completed, and a copy of the game can be generated. The burial ground. Ding! The secret map is being generated. Ding! The secret map has been generated. Boneyard. Luyan curiously clicked on the description of this secret realm on the game console. Bone burial ground. In the spiritual world, the cemetery of the ghost Gala Gala, the bones left by the dead Gala Gala will be buried here. It's actually the hiding place of the ghost-type and fire-type Gala Gala clan. Luyan looked at the surrounding environment with interest. Soon, he understood why this place was called the burial ground. Glance, there are various skulls and hand bones stuck on the ground, the flames on the hand bones have disappeared, and there is nothing here except bones. A veritable burial place. The bones are also buried with a sense of ritual, and after being pushed together, there are passages one by one everywhere. I remember that. The pond was in that direction. After identifying the direction, Xiao Kai waved to Luyan and walked into one of the passages surrounded by bones. Soon, under the leadership of Xiao Kai, after a series of twists and turns, the two came to a circular pool with a diameter of about 20 meters. Above this pool, 3 black-purple crystals and 3 fiery red crystals fluttered. Seeing this scene, Luyan was speechless. When he was walking with Xiao Kai before, he studied the secret map provided by the game console, and was surprised to find that this burial place is a place full of countless huge maze of passages. And at the end of the labyrinth, is the pond that nurtures the profound meaning crystal. If a stupid person came here, he might be trapped in it. No wonder there are no elf guards here. Luyan was speechless. There was only one road leading to this place, and that was the one Xiao Kai took. He heard Xiao Kai say that the last time he entered here by mistake, he went to the point at one time. So, how much luck is this? Swish. At this moment, a sharp sound of breaking water sounded. A silver figure suddenly shot out of the pool in front, stabbing Luyan's chest. This is Shield Sword Monster. Heavenly King. Okay, Xiaoqi's luck doesn't seem to be good. Chapter 202 Shining Shield Sword Monster. Ghosts Beg to Subdue. 5/5. Name, Shield Sword Monster. Flashing features. Necessary for battle switching. Hidden features. None level. Heavenly King 69 qualification. Heavenly King intimacy. 10 skill. King's Shield. Bladed hammer. Chopping. Hit. Shadow attack. Lightweight body. Yan back. Metal sound. Split. Sword dance. Holy sword. Slightly. What stabbed at Luyan was a sword, or an elf that looked like a sword. This elf has a huge and thick sword body, with a very obvious hilt, sword tang, and sword ridge. The sword ridge is golden in color and looks very domineering. The blade of this sword is wider than the center of the blade, jagged, and has 2 ribbon arms, one on each side of the sword. The sword also has dark purple eyes and arms, and a shield-like shield the same part. This elf is a sword monster with a strong shield, with 2 modes, sword form and shield form. In sword mode, its attack and special attack will explode. On the contrary, in shield mode, its defense is amazingly terrifying. Looking at the appearance of the sword monster with a strong shield now, it is obvious that it used an iron head attack on Luyan. Seeing this, Luyan did not show a panicked expression, but instead showed a hint of joy. The shield sword monster at the peak of the Heavenly King, isn't this the elf sent to beg for submission? At the same time, Luyan suddenly sympathized with Xiao Kai. He knows Xiaoqi's strength. The strongest fire-breathing dragon is still one step away from the Heavenly King. He is not the opponent of the sword monster with a strong shield. If he came here alone, he might be abused. Luyan wanted to laugh. But soon, he realized that his thoughts were a little naive. Who is Xiaoqi's future Kai Yi? The protagonist's halo deepens. The picture he thought before could only happen to ordinary people. If it was the protagonist, the script would be different. If the protagonist is the protagonist, the story should become, Xiao Kai was almost in distress, and the fire-breathing dragon appeared to help. In an accident, the fire-breathing dragon swallowed the fire-type mystery crystal on the pond and forcibly broke through the Heavenly King level. Critical juncture. Xiao Kai will also help the fire-breathing dragon enter the fettered state. The end. The fire-breathing dragon, who entered the Heavenly King class and was fettered, defeated the strong shield sword monster by relying on his attributes. The end. Xiaoqi's fire-breathing dragon entered the Heavenly King level, and he also subdued a sword monster with a strong shield. Mom. Thinking of that possibility, Lu Yin once again wanted to see the power of the protagonist's halo. The will of the world. It's a pity to not be the author of this brain hole, Shu. Just when the attack of the sword monster with a strong shield was about to hit Lu Yin, a black shadow flashed away not far in front of him, and a dazzling white light shone around his body. Bang! The strong shield sword monster and the white shield were together, and the shield shattered after holding on for a while, revealing the figure of Gui Si. Swish! Ghost flew backwards and hit a bone wall. The strong shield sword monster's attack is blocked, and the attack is suspended. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin's mouth twitched. So, what the hell is this guy doing? Can't you feel the difference in strength? He clearly planned to block this move with his own superpowers, and then sent Ninetales to fight. But she protected herself so heroically, Lu Yin couldn't say anything about him. What is this? Xiao Kai didn't react until this time, took out the Pokeball and looked at the sword monster with a strong shield vigilantly. The last time I came here, I didn't meet him. Lu Yin rolled his eyes immediately. Of course you didn't encounter it the last time you came here. At that time, your strength was not enough to subdue it. Let it be solved by me. It's called the Strong Shield Sword Monster, and it has the strength of the peak of the Heavenly King. Lu Yin stood in front of Xiao Kai and took out a Pokeball. Just kidding, of course, this excellent sword monster with a strong shield must be subdued by him, so how could Xiaoqi be able to find it cheap at this time? He has the aura of the protagonist, and he will come back later. The peak of the king. Xiaoqi's heart was shocked, and he took the next step with interest, and said gratefully to Lu Yin, "Fortunately, this time I came with the owner of Lu Yin. Otherwise I can't handle it. And the rockets too. Wait a minute, to get the profound truth crystals, I only need one of them, the rest will be yours." Lu Yin. Xiao Kai is thanking himself. What should he do if he wants to laugh so much? The corner of his mouth, please be serious, don't tick it up. This time he is not. A premeditated belly. Black. Ah, but Kai Yi is so good, he can't live up to his good intentions, isn't it? Cough. A light cough. Lu Yin nodded to indicate that he heard it, and then he was about to throw the nine-tailed Pokeball. But right here, Gui Si rushed to Lu Yin again and said angrily, "Wow, the enemy's road is narrow, the enemy's road is really narrow. Strong shield sword monster, I didn't expect to meet you here, I want revenge." Lu Yin. Xiao Kai. Therefore, it seems that Gui Si and the sword monster with a strong shield have a good relationship with each other. Cough. Lu Yin coughed lightly and said, "Gussie, explain." "Nothing to explain." Gui Si said angrily, "That's it. 100 years ago, when I went back to the spirit world to play, I met it and grabbed the netherworld grass with me. We had a fight, and it was a tie, but the thing was taken away. This time I'm going to avenge Shui Hen." Lu Yin reacted violently. No wonder the sword shield monster attacked him inexplicably. Did he feel the breath of the ghost? Lu Yin showed a strange expression. "But people are at the peak of the Heavenly King level, so you are only at the peak of the Heavenly King level, and your defense almost failed. I don't care, I'm going to win." Gui Si was very stubborn. She turned her head sharply to look at Lu Yin. "Anyway, the matter of Maiden Gorge has already been settled. With the current relationship between the Dark Knight Demon King and you, it is impossible for him not to help you. The big deal, I'll let you subdue it now, and now I'll evolve. You command me and help me win. Ghost's voice was firm. Ah, are you sure? Lu Yin revealed a strange dart flag and confirmed the change again. Could it be his lucky day? In fact, as long as he is willing to use the game console to help DC, he can win now. But Gui Si is destined to beg him to advance, and it's not a good thing for him to refuse. Yes, I'm sure. Ghost nodded firmly. That's good. Lu Yin decisively took out the pokeball to subdue Gui Si. Soon, the capture was successful. The ghost was released again, and it took the initiative to take out any Lu Yin, the best immutable stone in its body, and laughed. I want to evolve. I want to abuse vegetables. Lu Yin. Wait, if the ghosts evolve. Chapter 203_World Will Announcement. Sharona is very unhappy. 1/5. Shish. A burst of dazzling white light enveloped Gui Si's body, and in the light, its body began to change. Seeing this situation, the shield sword monster, who was planning to launch a second round of attack, stopped what he was doing, and other elves could not be disturbed when they were evolving. This was a natural rule that every elves would abide by. Swish. When the white light dissipated, the ghosts had disappeared, and replaced by a body that was still round, but grew a pair of 3 hands and fingers, and the hands were separated from the body. The hands are suspended in front of the body, but can also be separated at any time. This elf is the evolution of Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone's cheeks also had 3 thorn-like protrusions twice on his cheeks, which looked very much like a tangled lock of hair dangling. Ghost Stone's eyes and Gui Si's eyes are still white, but the shape has changed, becoming a triangle, and the pupils are still black, and the white teeth in the mouth have turned purple, and several more. This is Ghost Stone's body. It's ugly. Ghost Stone floated to the edge of the pond, and through the water, he saw his new image, and his eyes were full of disgust. Sure enough, it's still the same. A body that has been used for 1,000 years is more suitable for me. Forget it, go on. Swish. As the voice of DC fell, a layer of white light burst out from his body again. This is the light of evolution. Ghost Stone begins to evolve. After removing the best immutable stone, the power of ghosts that has been suppressed for thousands of years begins to emerge, and continuous evolution is not a problem at all. Shoo. This change ended quickly, and when the light dissipated, a black elf with a very rounded body appeared. Its hands are attached to its body, and it also grows a pair of short legs and a small short, pointed tail. Its originally white eyes have turned red, and some thorn-like protrusions have grown on its back. The corners of its mouth are naturally curved, as if with a smile, giving people a sinister and terrifying feeling. This is a Gengar, different from ordinary Gengar. This Gengar is not purple skin, but black skin. At first glance it is a flash elf. Name: Gengar. Flash attributes: Ghost poison features. Cursed body has hidden features. Floating flash possesses level. Heavenly King level 69 qualification. Master level intimacy, 25 carrying items. No stone. Has skills. Slightly. Lu Yin checked Zheng Gui's new information for the first time, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. As expected of a Gengar with master level qualifications, and the energy in his body has been accumulated for thousands of years, the level of each evolutionary leap is a maximum of 5. After 2 times, he jumped directly from the peak of the quasi-celestial king to the peak of the heavenly king. Although its life essence hasn't changed much because of the high-quality immutable stone, the characteristic here is because of the flash, and it has one more hidden characteristic than ordinary elves. That means it's still immune to ground sense. Nice, very nice. Lu Yin is very satisfied with the evolved Gengar. But Zheng Ghost is very dissatisfied with her fat body. She has already made up her mind that as long as she is not fighting in the future, she will become a human. Just after Gengar completes his evolution, a quaint voice reappeared in the ears of everyone in the worlds of the Elf World and the Blue Star World. The world will announcement. In the Blue Star World, Trainer Lu Yin is the first to train the elves from the Elf World to the Heavenly King level, Special reward, secrecy. Special reward for the opening of the elf world and other secret realms, ghost caves. The same sound rang 3 times in a row. Hear this voice, everyone, whatever. Whatever I was doing, I was quiet. The face of this familiar face, I have heard the name many times recently, and the image that came to my mind. Well, it really is Lu Yin. After the tacit silence, the tacit understanding erupted. Bunker, bunker, bunker. How long has it been since then? I didn't expect that the first place would be King Lu Yin again. Actually, it's understandable, because the Heavenly King Lu Yin subdued the 9 tails of the Heavenly King. Now the elf level that the trainer can bring to the opponent's world can reach the Heavenly King level, which means that the trainer with the strength of the Heavenly King can easily defeat one. Only an elite level high-rank elves, just take that step. Upstairs, I'm just hee. There are many elite level elves, but how many elves have the qualifications of the Heavenly King, who can guarantee that they will be trained to the Heavenly King level immediately after being captured? Agree upstairs, how many elite level trainers are you looking at the Heavenly King level trainers? The ratio is less than 100 to 1, so it can be seen that the Heavenly King level is rare. To enter the Heavenly King level, you need to understand the profound meaning and be called a quasi-divine beast. Those are already 2 fields, right? Everyone, don't be rude, that friend just gave an example of an easy way to do this, but he just didn't mention the difficulty of conquering high-caliber elves. The strength is just at the elite level, and the aptitude is at least at the king level. This kind of elves is not easy to meet. I only know that the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion is awesome again. He is the first person to receive 2 secret realm rewards. Now someone tells me that he can conquer a champion elf, or cultivate a champion elf, I won't be surprised. It feels like a dream. By the way, didn't Lu Yin Tianwang deal with the rockets in Ziwan Town? How did he get the reward of the will of the world? Who knows? At the same time, Shanao Place, near Tianguan Mountain. Sharona, who was giving special training to a tyrannosaur, stopped what she was doing. As a champion, her mood was not very beautiful at this moment. Lu Yin, it's this Lu Yin again. Why is he so fast? Lu Yin, I'm not happy at all. Could it be luck? It's no wonder that Sharona has such an idea. Only when she reaches her level will she know that Lu Yin's achievement is difficult to achieve. Take Sharona himself as an example. With the help of his family, after exchanging interests with some big families in the Blue Star world, he found a lot of elves with elite strength. Afterwards, she has to spend a lot of money to surprise these elves with firmness in their aptitude, and determine the best aptitude among these elves, and the aptitude exceeds the one of the Heavenly King. It can be seen that this difficulty. Chapter 204 Xiao Kai Who Doubts Life. What happened in front of my eyes? 2/5. This thing is very difficult. Even Hyerna took 5 days to find the tyrannical carp dragon with the aptitude of the Heavenly King and the strength of the elite. Originally, she had planned to find an elf whose strength was in the elite middle rank to train her. Reach the elite level and the strength gap is not enough, the first priority is to focus on qualifications. Heavenly King level qualifications are already very good, and champion level qualifications are already available but not sought after. After obtaining the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, based on the various experiences and materials accumulated by her family for a long time, combined with her own level, she is feeding the best elf food, using the top special training equipment, and even the champion elves are used for top training. In this way, in half a month, she has only cultivated the tyrannical carp dragon to the peak of the elite top grade, and she is still a step away from the Heavenly King level. She was even considering whether to take a 1-type water-type profound truth crystal for the tyrannical carp dragon. After all, as long as she was rewarded, the loss could be made up in an instant. In particular, the rewards of the secret realm can play a big enough advantage. This is also the reason why every family is very interested in fighting for the first place, because what is gained is far more than what is lost. Of course, because there is only one first, and everyone also competes with each other, everyone also exercise some restraint in the limitation of training resources. Otherwise, those forces that do not compete for the first place will suffer a loss. And with a configuration like Sharona, all parties are competitive with top-level conditions. There can be several in this world, so ordinary people think it is very difficult to compete for this first place. But Lu Yin is such a special person. The last time she conquered the Heavenly King level elves was not a problem. Sharona knew very well that the way to conquer elves in this world was not only through battle. Even if it is a leapfrog battle, it is not difficult for a genius, and she can do it. If it weren't for the traces of the Heavenly King, it would be difficult to determine. She would definitely be faster than Lu Yin to complete the original. First, compared with subduing, it is more difficult to cultivate a Heavenly King level elf. Now Zyrna suspects that Lu Yin may have happened to meet an elf who was at the peak of the quasi-celestial king, and then he was able to cultivate this elf to the heavenly level so quickly because of evolution, or swallowing the crystals of profound meanings. Otherwise, it can't be explained at all. And luck is also a kind of strength. This Lu Yin is quite interesting. It's been twice. However, the two achievements of conquering champion elves and cultivating champion elves are difficult to achieve. The realm of third-level gods is too difficult. Even if it was mine, with the help of my family, it took a lot of money to cultivate the fierce bite land shark. Several years. Also, if the Heavenly King level elf wants to defeat the champion level elf across levels, it will be difficult even with the help of a trainer. It is estimated that it will take a long time for someone to complete these two first. Thinking of this, Sharona suddenly stretched her waist and showed a pleasant smile. The slightly tight outfit completely outlined her beautiful figure. You don't have to fight so hard for the next time. Go find an ice cream first to cool off. This time, what tastes good to eat? Meanwhile, Ziwan Town Fukcho Square, Yulongdu and Shiba have just reconciled. Could it be that Ziba, who is not good at words, was the first to say, "This Lu Yin is a talent"? Indeed. Yulong nodded, and a slight smile appeared on his always serious face. Because of my busy work recently, I have no plans to compete for this first place. Daigo and Sharona and Karuna are the most attentive. I hope they won't be too sad. Ziba glanced at Yulongdu with a little surprise. It's rare that you still gloat in misfortune. Hee. Yulongdu smiled and did not speak. Schadenfreude must be gloating. When everyone was chatting in the regional champion group, it was. These three guys heard that they were busy and made fun of themselves. Now, retributed. The time you were gloating about misfortune, and now it is my duty to Yulongdu. But thinking of being busy, Yulongdu's eyes became extremely sharp. Come on, Shiba, and see what the rockets are up to. And what the hell is Grandma Juzi making this time? That, Lu Yin, we might see you again after a while. In the spiritual world, in the burial ground of the secret realm. Xiao Kai looked at the Zhenggui floating beside Lu Yin in front of him, and had some doubts about life. Therefore, the announcement of the will of the world ringing in my ears is because of this Gengar, right? Let him have some thoughts. First of all, Lu Yin is the ghost who just subdued. Then, listening to the meaning of this ghost, it actually lived for 1,000 years. Then, after the ghost threw some stone to Lu Yin, it began to evolve, and it has evolved twice since then. The end, Guisi evolved into Gengar, and possessed the strength of the Heavenly King, so Lu Yin was rewarded by the will of the world. Isn't this a bit too fantastical to say that evolution means evolution and that Heavenly King level is Heavenly King level? Lu Yin didn't know the shock in Xiaoqi's heart. He was counting the gains given by the will of the world. Similar to the first time he conquered the Heavenly King level elf last time, he once again obtained 3 Heavenly King level qualification fruits, 3 shine fruits, and 3 profound truth crystals, 2 of which are ghost-type profound truth crystals, and 1 is poison-type profound truth crystals. Finally, there is a level ghost cave, a secret realm with a large number of ghost-type elves. Thinking of the details he found in the secret last time, Lu Yin's heart moved. In this ghost cave, there should be a similar place. If you can find it, it will be another wave of riches. By the way, does this mean that I have another ghost-type mystery orb? Lu Yin moved in his heart and looked at the 3 ghost crystals above the pond. 4 profound truth crystals of the same attribute can condense into a profound truth orb, which is something he has always known. Soon as he got the 2 pieces on the pond, he collected 4 pieces. It looks like I'll be able to get 2 champion-level ghost elves soon. Lu Yin's eyes swept across Zheng Gui and the sword monster with a strong shield in front, and his eyes gradually became serious. So next, I have to subdue the shield sword monster first. Gengar, prepare to fight. Good luck. Gengar floated into the air and hooked his fingers towards the sword monster with a strong shield. Come on, little girl, let this queen teach you how to be a ghost elf. Lu Yin, the queen is a ghost, queen. What's wrong with this? Chapter 205 Gengar, I'm going to float. 3/5. Sword sword sword. Outdone, the shield sword monster shouted at Gengar. Hearing his words, Zheng Gui's mood instantly became less beautiful. What, you call me an old woman? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Gengar put away the smile on his face, raised his hand and quickly condensed 555 black and purple energy balls. Swish. 555 energy balls shot towards the shield sword monster. Sword. The sword monster with a strong shield folded its hands together, and its shape changed immediately. The shield blocked in front of the sword body, and the body surface followed with a dazzling metallic luster. It changed from the offensive sword mode to the defensive shield mode, and also used the exclusive trick, the King's Shield. Bang! The 555 shadow balls launched by Gengar are easily blocked by the shield sword monster. In shield mode, its special defense and defense will be particularly high. Although Gengar used twice the ghost-type trick to restrain him, and also brought the ghost-type mystery, it was still useless. Shield. Defend against Gengar's attack. The sword monster with a strong shield flashed. Black and purple energy poured out. The shadow under him suddenly elongated, and came to the back of Gengar like lightning. Seeing all this in his eyes, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Use the preemptive attack Shadow Sneak attack immediately after defending. Does this strong shield sword monster have a lot of experience in fighting? It's a pity to meet me. Gengar, Hidden Spirit Surprise Attack. The reality is not a game in a game. If it is said that it is a preemptive trick, then it must be preempted. If it is said to be a surefire trick, it must be hit. But in reality, this only means that the ultimate move can be shot faster, reach the opponent's side faster, and produce effects faster. Must be hit, but it is only more accurate, and there is no accident to hit it. The real battle situation is ever changing, and the test is the judgment of elves and trainers on every detail. It does not mean that preemption can be preempted. Gengar showed a strange smile, and his eyes glowed red. Immediately after, its figure disappeared strangely on the spot, as if it did not exist. Swish. The attack of the strong shield sword monster shadow just came, and it hit the empty space. Shield. The shield sword monster immediately and cautiously fought the surrounding environment. Hidden Spirit Surprise Attack allows the elf to disappear in place, and then reappear after accumulating enough abilities to launch a surprise attack on the opponent. The energy of this surprise attack is very special, and it can ignore defenses. Hee hee. At the position directly above the sword monster with a strong shield, a figure suddenly appeared, and a strange black light was condensed on the surface of the body. Bang! Gengar sat down on the sword monster with a strong shield and crushed it to the ground. The light from Gengar also passed onto the sword monster with a strong shield at this time. Shield. The shield sword monster let out a painful cry and changed his body again. Swish. White light flashed, and the sword monster with a shield controlled his body to change back to the sword mode, and his freed hands condensed the ability of purple and black to grab the Gengar on his body. Shadow Claw Attack. Gengar was accidentally shot and flew out, and a strange scream came out of his mouth. Oh, it hurts me. Damn the sword monster with a strong shield, it actually hits hard. Lu Yin. I don't see how good you are. But then again, the speed of this shield sword monster switching modes is good. Lu Yin looked at the sword monster with a flash of approval, and it was because he misestimated the speed of the sword monster with a strong shield that he could not instruct Zheng Gui to avoid it in time. Seeing that the sword monster was about to get up from the ground, Lu Yin hurriedly shouted, Zheng Gui, use the night shadow. Shadow of the Night is a ghost-type trick. In the game, the power of this trick depends on the level of the elf, but in reality, it depends on the purity of the ghost-type ability in the elf. And Gengar has been a ghost for thousands of years with the help of the best immutable stone. The purity of the ghost-type ability is very high, and the power of this move is definitely stronger than the Shadow Ball. Hey, Howla. Zheng Gui smiled strangely, touched his buttocks. His body floating in the air suddenly turned upside down 180 degrees, stared down at the sword monster with his head down, and raised his hands. Swish! Black aura emerged from Gengar's body, turned into strange shadows, and slammed into the sword monster with a strong shield. Bang! The sword monster with a strong shield was not in a hurry to dodge. It was hit by these terrifying shadows and flew out immediately. In sword mode, it suffered great damage. Shield. The shield sword monster resisted the pain in his body, raised his hands to condense two shadows, and threw them at the Gengar ball. I hide. I hide. Zheng Gui completely ignored the attack of the shield sword monster, and controlled his fat body to do various difficult and flexible dodges, just like a water polo. Sword. The shield sword monster seemed to be annoyed by Gengar's performance, and violently controlled his body to insert into the ground below, and stopped himself with the help of the ground's obstruction. Immediately after, it closed its golden eyes and opened them sharply, shooting a red beam from them. Same fate. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The same fate is a very disgusting trick in the game console. As long as it can be used, any rookie spirit can pull the powerful existence to play together. But in reality, as long as it can be avoided, or the strength gap is too large, this is not a problem. But the problem is, Gengar and Shield Sword Monster are of the same level. It's unrealistic to avoid. Then, use a substitute. Zheng Gui hurriedly acted, using a quarter of his physical strength to condense a clone, and his body hid in a strange space. When dodging, it did not forget the broken thoughts. Oh, why do you hate it so much? Swish. The rays of light from the eyes of the shield swordsman fell on Gengar's double, and a strange halo appeared on its head. Lu Yin ignored all of this. Next he needed to resolve the battle within 15 seconds, otherwise the substitute would disappear, and Zheng Gui would lose a quarter of his stamina in vain to resist the attack of the sword monster. Although it is not possible to do this, it is already very satisfying for ordinary trainers. But Lu Yin is no ordinary trainer. Strange light. Lu Yin gave instructions. Gengar's stand-in just stayed where he was, and the color on his body gradually faded over time. And its body, already moving, suddenly detoured behind the sword monster with a strong shield, and its hands condensed a light ball of changing colors. Hey, the sword monster with a strong shield, it got stuck in the ground with too much force. Chapter 206_Conquer the Shield Sword Monster. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is furious. Viper Ecstasy. 4/5. Can't move, can you? Hee hee. This trick is fun. It can make you faint. With a treacherous smile, Gengar pushed with both hands, and threw the ball of light condensed in his hands towards the sword monster with a strong shield. Shish. The shield sword monster tried his best to break free from the ground, but was hit by the ball of light. The light ball is constantly changing colors, and it is flying around the sword monster with a strong shield. Under the influence of the strange power, the pair of golden pupils of the sword monster with a strong shield suddenly turned into circles, and then they randomly attacked the surroundings. Lu Yin flipped his wrist, took out a pokeball, and shouted again, "The last blow, misfortune never comes alone." Good luck. Zheng Gui grinned, his hands condensed black and purple light beams, and they attacked the sword monster one after another. Misfortunes never come alone. This move can cause multiple damage to the enemy in a row, and the damage to the elves in abnormal state will be higher. Being beaten by Gengar like this, the shield sword monster with very low defense in sword mode could not resist at all. His physical strength was directly cleared, and he passed out. At the moment when he was in a coma, the red halo on Zhang Guiwei's body suddenly exploded. Bang! Gengar's stand-in immediately flew out, and finally turned into a cloud of smoke. It was at this moment that Lu Yin threw the Pokeball that had been prepared in his hand. Bang! The Pokeball touched the sword monster with a shield, and a red light was emitted, wrapping it and inhaling it into the Pokeball. Ding! After 3 beats, the Pokeball fell silent. Successfully subdued. Not bad. Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile and used his superpower to control the Pokeball on the ground to fly into his hand. When the shield sword monster was at the peak of the Heavenly King level, if it was given a ghost-type Profound Truth Orb, it was estimated that it would be able to break through to the champion level within a few days. It's the same with Gengar. Hyerna, congratulations on conquering the shield sword monster, Lu Yin. Xiao Kai stepped forward and thanked Lu Yin, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Envy is human nature. After all, Lu Yin has conquered the elf who has always been at the peak of the Heavenly King in front of Xiaoqi, and his strongest elf is only at the peak of the Heavenly King, but he has not yet reached the Heavenly King level. But Xiao Kai can only be envious. He believes that he can also have a Heavenly King level elves in the future, and that a Heavenly level elves can defeat the Heavenly level elves, and then conquer them. There are even stronger champions, and he will not give up. And that day is not far away. Thinking of this, Xiao Kai turned to look at the righteous crystal on the pond, feeling a little pity in her heart. If this time without the sword monster with shield, if he could have obtained a 1-Yi crystal earlier for the fire-breathing dragon to consume, maybe the world will award that Lu Yin received earlier would belong to him. You, welcome. Lu Yin smiled at Xiao Kai, feeling good in his heart. If it wasn't for him this time, all the gains he got now might all belong to Xiao Kai. This feeling of taking advantage of others and being thanked and congratulated by others. Honestly a little embarrassed. Sure enough, my skin is still too thin, I'm sorry. I have to practice. Lu Yin thought with some melancholy in his heart. In 5 minutes. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai just stepped out of the door and came to the outside of the secret world. Although there is still a lot of time until the spiritual world channel is closed, neither of them intend to continue to explore. Xiao Kai is anxious to go back to help the fire-breathing dragon and Zhang Gui become stronger, and see if they can break through to the Heavenly King level after swallowing the crystals of profound meaning. Anyway, the spirit world can come again next year. When he is stronger, it will be easier to obtain more resources. This is what he thought when he saw the battle between Lu Yin and the sword monster with a strong shield. Am not strong enough. I can't hold some advantages in front of me. Lu Yin also intends to leave. The reason is simpler than Xiao Kai. His game console has recorded this level of secret burial ground, which means that in the future as long as he wants, he can enter this secret realm through the game console at any time, and then enter the spiritual world. The spiritual world has become his back garden. There is no need to rush to explore now. Bang bang bang. Just arrived outside the secret realm, before Lu Yin took Xiao Kai to leave, a burst of explosions from the secret realm came to the minds of the two of them. Hearing this voice, Lu Yin frowned. Xiao Kai raised his head and looked towards the top of the mountain, and said, "This sound seems to come from the top of the mountain. It's far away, but I can hear it clearly here." It shows that the power of the explosion is very large, so it caused a lot of movement. A confrontation that can cause such great power. To cause this level of confrontation, the strength of both sides is at least Heavenly King level. Lu Yin took Xiaoqi's words and said, "Funny, it's interesting. At least it's the only encounter between two Heavenly King level elves. Xiao Kai, do you want to take a look? If you'll take me with you." Xiao Kai shrugged helplessly. At least in the battle between Heavenly King level elves, he was a trainer who didn't even have Heavenly King level elves to join in the fun. If he was targeted, he would not be able to escape. He has not forgotten that he is now in the unfamiliar spiritual world. However, if there is a Lu Yin belt, there is no problem. Lu Yin is strong enough and has superpowers. It doesn't matter if he runs away in danger. Let's take a look together. Lu Yin turned and looked towards the direction of the top of the mountain, with a blue light in his eyes. There is no problem with bringing Xiaoqi. Lu Yin is very assured of his character. If he encounters benefits, he will not change it, he will definitely have extra thoughts. If in danger, Lu Yin said that he could throw Xiaoqi out of the calamity, right? On the top of the mountain. Aura emerged around Grandma Chrysanthemum's body, which is something that only champion trainers can comprehend. But ordinary people can only use this ability to help the elves increase their strength when they command the elves to fight. Those who do not want to wave guides and those with superpowers can use their own strength at any time. It can be seen from the performance of Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum that she has begun to move in earnest. Viper, you'd better keep your things, or don't blame my men for being merciless. The strange aura around Grandma Juzi's body surged, and the murderous intent in her eyes almost condensed to the essence. Opposite her, the upper body of Instructor Viper's clothes had been destroyed, and there were injuries all over the body. His face was a little pale, but there was an undisguised smile at the corner of his mouth. King Chrysanthemum, do you think I can live such a good life? Naive. Chapter 207 Kikuko's target. Ghost-type rule crystal 5/5. Are you really not afraid of death? Granny Chrysanthemum looked at Instructor Poisonous Snake with gloomy eyes. The old hand holding the crutch couldn't help but increase the strength, and the knuckles were a little white. At this moment, the killing intent in Grandma Juzi's heart has been pushed to the highest level. If it weren't for that thing still in the hands of the Poisonous Snake Instructor, she would never talk nonsense. She will send the elves to let the Viper Instructor die in the worst possible way. Do you think if this thing is in my hands, will it be given to you? The Viper Instructor had a contemptuous smile on his face. In order to get that thing, he suffered a lot of losses. Abesh was directly stunned, and he suffered a lot of injuries because he was attacked by Juzi's mother-in-law Zhengui. That Sakagi gave him, he would have lost it at that time. And all of this is to get that kind of thing. Now that things are successfully obtained by him, then everything is worth it. If such a thing is used well, his status in the rockets will be greatly improved. No, it should be said that he will have a place in the strongest field in the world. The old lady Juzi, you look down on you too. I'll listen to what you say. What else am I fighting? Then you don't want to leave today. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is not talking nonsense, she has already made a plan. Next, not only did she want the Viper Instructor to be buried in this spiritual world, but the ordinary members of Team Rocket would never let go. At this moment, she regretted it. Beginning, she should not have agreed to the proposal of the Viper Instructor for the sake of stability, which led to the current situation. I had known earlier, she would have paid a certain price to destroy Team Rocket from the beginning, at least forced to retreat. But in the world, there is not so much known earlier. Then use your life to celebrate this regret. Granny Chrysanthemum narrowed her eyes, her pupils flashing a dark color, and she looked at Zheng Gui beside her. Night Shadow. Swish. A black shadow emerged from the ground, and the body trembled in the direction of the Poisonous Snake Instructor, and a strange black aura rippled out, turning into a black shadow all over the sky. Whoosh whoosh. With a powerful sound of breaking through the air, the black shadow rushed towards the Viper Instructor from all directions. Facing this, Instructor Viper was not afraid, and threw 2 Pokeballs with a flick of his hand. King Nido. Dragon King Scorpion. Poison Bomb. Roar. 2 huge figures landed in front of the Poisonous Snake Instructor, directly blocking Gengar's attack, followed by spitting out purple mud-like liquid from the end. These liquids did not attack Gengar, but all fell to its side, followed by explosions one by one, filled with layers of purple mist. I still want to repeat the old tricks. The mother-in-law Juicy showed a disdainful smile, and the poisonous snake instructor escaped by this method, and also lost an ABO snake. Now I want to do it all over again. How naive. Granny Chrysanthemum took out a Pokeball again, and while pressing it lightly, she shouted, "Cross-shaped bat, storm. Smelly mud, use earthquake." Swish. In the sky, the forked bat flashed from the jungle, fluttered its wings quickly, and created a powerful silver whirlwind. These whirlwinds blew away the poisonous fog in an instant. Swish. At the moment when the poisonous mist dissipated, a white light shot out from the Pokeball in the hands of Granny Kikuko, and a huge Stinky Mud appeared on the field. Oh! As soon as Stinky Mud came out, he controlled his plasticine-like body to keep shaking, and a khaki-colored ground-based ability condensed under his body. Swish. Strange fluctuations spread, and the entire ground began to vibrate. La Chrysanthemum did this not only to prevent the poisonous snake instructor from using the method of digging a hole to escape, but also to take the initiative to master the rhythm of the battle. Bang bang. Front row of the ground shook, and strange waves spread. That is to say, the poisonous fog completely dissipated, revealing the sound of King Nito and the Dragon King Scorpion shining white. The earthquake attack released by the smelly mud was all blocked by the two combined white light curtains when it was transmitted to them. Do you unite to defend? Granny Chrysanthemum glanced across the battlefield. She didn't feel surprised that the Viper Priest could be on guard. If the opponent didn't have this fighting consciousness, there would be a problem. But everything is in her hands. Swish. The white light produced by King Nito and the Dragon King Scorpion has a limit to dissipate. It was at this moment that Granny Juicy shouted again, "Gengar, illusionism." Swish. Gengar flashed in front of the Dragon King Scorpion and King Nito, his red eyes bursting with blue light, and he raised his hands to emit strange waves. Queen Nito. Attack. The voice of the Viper instructor suddenly came from behind King Nito and the others, and immediately the ground began to vibrate. Swish. A big hole appeared out of thin air behind Gengar, and a huge figure sprang out from it and rammed directly towards Gengar. This scene was sudden. Did you ambush after secretly dispatching Nito? It's no wonder that the two elves will join forces to defend, in order to ensure that Nito will not be affected after using the digging trick to hide in the ground. Granny Chrysanthemum reacted instantly, and the expression on her face did not change in the slightest. Clearly, none of this exceeded her predictions. ABO Snake, the solution. The voice of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum came out, and green-purple liquids immediately flew out from behind a bush, with a pungent breath. ABO Snake has long been ambushed, ready to take action at a critical moment. Bang! After the solution hits Nito, knock it out. At the same time, the white light on King Nito and Dragon King Scorpion receded, and Gengar's illusion attack arrived just at this time. Swish. King Nito and the Dragon King Scorpion were controlled and flew out upside down, hitting the trees on both sides, revealing the Viper instructor hidden behind them. Looking at this situation, the Viper instructor seemed to be no match for mother-in-law Juicy at all. The Ghost-type King, mother-in-law Juicy was astonishingly terrifying, but at this time, mother-in-law Juicy's expression had completely changed. Become a little angry, crazy, and a little flustered. The Viper instructor had a successful smile on his face. King Chrysanthemum, there will be a period in the future. Next time we meet. Haha, when I digest the gain brought by the crystals of the ghost system rules, I will ask you for advice again. Definitely, give back double. Chapter 208 Angry Mother-in-Law Chrysanthemum. The Warm-Hearted, Lu Yin. 1/5. Crystal of Ghost Law. On a certain tree, Xiaokai and Lu Yin had already come to the battle scene between Instructor Poisonous Snake and Granny Juicy. Hearing the words of the Viper instructor, the expressions of the two were very synchronized, and their eyes widened. The Crystal of the Ghost Law, as the name suggests, is an item that contains the Ghost Law. This item is very precious. It this way, a mysterious jewel that requires 4 crystals of mystical meaning to be pieced together into one piece may still have the opportunity to appear at the world's top auction every few years. After all, the wizard world has such properties, and this is probability. But the crystallization of the law, absolutely no one will take it out for auction. This kind of thing is not a card that only exists in a few years, but a piece of it that has not been found in a few years or even a dozen years. It can be seen how awesome this item is. Profound meaning crystals and orbs are still good things that can be brewed in some specific places. For example, there is a special pond in the super-secret burial place that Lu Yin and Xiao Kai just visited, which can breed fire-type mystery crystals and ghost-type mystery crystals. But the rules are crystallized. The appearance of this thing not only requires a special place to provide energy, but also requires an elf whose strength reaches the level of a second-level god to leave key things on his body. For example, Lu Yin learned that Lugia's core silver wings of the sea god. Elves of the second-level god level are there in this world. You can see the difficulty of this room. And the purpose of this thing is very simple, that is, to help elves with matching attributes understand the rules. As long as the elves whose strength reaches the champion level and control the profound meaning, they can absorb the power in this crystal and forcibly comprehend the rules. For a trainer with a champion level elves, this is equivalent to holding the key to the master. In the realm of God level, each level is a different world. Yes, there are rules and crystals that appear in the world. It caused a lot of waves, and countless championship-level trainers followed one after another. No wonder mother-in-law Juzi has an expression that is about to explode. Lu Yin narrowed the expression on his face and narrowed his eyes. Depending on the situation, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum has long known that there are regular crystals here, but this crystal has never been formed. Until today, she came to subdue it. Instructor Poisonous Snake estimated that she used some special precious prop to hide her breath and followed her here, and then found the opportunity to grab the crystal of the ghost law. After all, it takes at least an hour to crystallize the law of absorption, and there is still a chance to grab it during this period. And he is very decisive. He doesn't intend to entangle the battle at all, so he just chooses to escape. Lu Yin turned his eyes and looked at the flat ground below. There was a Casey standing beside the Viper instructor. A very weak Casey. The Viper instructor took it out at this time, so he was determined to pay attention to only one. Use teleportation to escape. Goodbye. The Viper instructor gave a grim smile to the mother-in-law Juzi. Then, without any hesitation, to Kaling, retreat. Swish. A strange blue light enveloped the body of the Viper Kathy. Viper. At this moment, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum also discovered the movements of the poisonous snake instructor, and her aura was completely disordered. She finally realized what she had missed. In this previous battle, Instructor Viper never planned to confront her head-on, no matter what. Was a blind method to create a purple smoke screen of poisonous gas, or a double defense to create a huge light screen. In fact, they were all to hide her sight and prepare for the release of Casey. At the same time, it is also to disturb the atmosphere of the scene. It's not that she didn't realize that Instructor Viper would use such a method, she just didn't expect Instructor Viper to give up King Nito and them so decisively, and even use them to give herself a chance to escape. That's right, if the Viper instructor wants to escape from here, he must not hesitate, let alone take back the released spirit. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum would not give him this chance. And he did not hesitate. Shoo. Casey's teleportation speed was very fast, and he had obviously undergone special training, and disappeared with the Viper instructor in the blink of an eye. But don't look at how fast this time is. If it's in the usual time, there are innumerable ways to stop a champion trainer like Grandma Kikuko and the champion elves in her hands. But not now. Because of the previous confrontation, the atmosphere of the scene was already disordered, and even if mother-in-law Kikuko wanted to affect the surrounding space to stop Casey's actions, it was too late. The most important thing is the Dragon King Scorpion, King Nito and Nidolin that gather from all directions. Among them, Dragon King Scorpion and Nito King are both champion-level elves, but they are now directly discarded. But even if they were discarded, they still attacked mother-in-law Chrysanthemum faithfully. This made her powerless to stop the Viper instructor from escaping. Even because of these elf, her pursuit of the Viper instructor will be delayed. By the time she resolved that these elves were chasing after them, the Viper instructor had definitely escaped far away, and even escaped from the spirit world and Ziwan town. With the ruthlessness that he abandoned even his champion-level elves, he would never care about the lives of those ordinary members of Team Rocket. Once he's gone, then that ghost-type profound truth crystallization. Okay, that's fine. It's no wonder that you didn't release the Gengar of your 3 champion elves. It turned out to be the attention. Abandon everything, just to get a first chance to escape, and then let Gengar absorb the crystals of the law and comprehend the law of the ghost system. Everything that should belong to me has been taken away by you. Good calculation, good calculation. Granny Chrysanthemum raised her head slightly and closed her eyes. This time, she was very calm. It was this calm, but the anger and coldness that he had shown before made him feel more dangerous. From today, the Rockets, Icy One and Poison One. Viper, all this starts with your elves. Granny Chrysanthemum opened her eyes again, the originally golden pupils turned into pitch black eerily, and a biting coldness burst out from her body. Gengar. Lu Yin had no interest in watching the pictures of how Grandma Juzi brutally abused the Viper instructor. One side has the advantage in the number of champion elves, and there is also a trainer commanded, and this trainer is a champion trainer who understands his will and has a special aura. The result will not be surprising. Only difference is the Viper instructors. How long can the elves last? But no matter how long can they last, the purpose of the Viper instructor has been achieved. Otherwise, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum wouldn't be so angry. Lu Yin was absolutely certain that he had cheated Mother Juzi for so long, so he should do something for her. Since you hate Instructor Viper so much, let me take revenge for you. Crystal of Ghost Rules. Lu Yin smiled and accepted. Chapter 209 Blackened Chrysanthemum Mother-in-law. Xiaoqi meets the sword monster with a strong shield. 2/5. More than 10 minutes later. Damn it. Still on the top of the mountain, Granny Chrysanthemum was roaring angrily. At this time, her whole body was soaked with blood. This blood was the blood she spit out under her anger. But more came from the ground in front of her, the Queen Nido who had lost her vital signs. The whole scene, there was only one Queen Nido left full of holes. And this is also one of the reasons why Juzi's mother-in-law is so furious. Before the law crystal was robbed, she was so angry that she was about to lose her mind, and finally decided to vent her anger with the few elves left by the Viper instructor. After she used some means to defeat all the elves, the champion Nido King and the Dragon King Scorpion turned into a red light and flew towards the ground. There were 2 special elves placed there. Right. The 2 Pokeballs disappeared, apparently being teleported away. Seeing this scene, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum was completely dumbfounded. With her strength and status, she naturally knew what was going on. In some special secret realms, the black technology of ancient humans can occasionally be found, one of which is the elf technology, which can be automatically recovered when it is detected that the elf in the ball is exhausted. The Pokeball will be teleported back to the preset location. This kind of elf ball is very rare, and it is very strategic. It can win the trainer an escape opportunity on the premise of ensuring the life of the elf. Therefore, it is more expensive than the Advanced Evolution Stone and the King-level elf, and it is a high-end strategic substance. The most important thing is that this kind of Pokeball needs to consume a special precious material every time it is used, which is not only expensive, but even more expensive. Most people don't really use it. Grandma Chrysanthemum did not expect that there would be a Viper instructor, and she also equipped 2 champion elves at the same time. But take a closer look, how does the value of this Pokeball compare to that of a champion Pokemon? After reacting to it, Granny Chrysanthemum spit out blood. There were tears in his eyes. That, the crystallization of the law is that after she entered the spiritual world 5 years ago, she found it in a special mine by chance. At that time, she was ecstatic, and regarded it as her only hope of stepping into the master level in this life. Next, she will come here every year, not only to make sure that the rule crystal still exists, but also to invest some resources to promote the rapid generation of the rule crystal. And this year is the day when she judges that the crystals of the law will condense. In order to ensure the crystallization of this law, she will restrain her previous hostility to the rockets and choose to cooperate at the risk of ruining her reputation. But she thought, because of his decision, the crystal of the law will be robbed. The Viper instructor also suffered heavy losses, ABO Snake, King Nito, Pokeball resources, etc. But these losses are more than that of mother-in-law Juzy's. The investment is not enough. Team Rocket, I must kill all the rockets. Granny Chrysanthemum raised her head, and the golden color turned eerily red and black. A twilight and gloomy color came out of her body, no matter. The only meaning of her future survival is to destroy Team Rocket. Lu Yin, I'm great, it's not a waste of time for me to fight you and make the Viper instructor pay the price. At the same time, in a jungle. I rely. Xiao Kai looked up at the sky speechlessly, and let out a rare swear word. Just now, Lu Yin took him to teleport a few times and left him here. Before leaving, he said that he was too fat to carry him. The teleportation and the inability to carry him redeem his ignorance. We all understand people, you are too careless to find reasons, and directly say that you want to chase the poisonous snake instructor to cut off the beast, isn't it? That is the crystallization of the rules. There are people in this world who don't want it. Will I grab it? Even if you want to grab it, your strength is not enough. Isn't it true that you can really walk faster with yourself? With deep resentment, Xiao Kai found a hidden place to hide, and released Gengar and fire-breathing dragon at the same time. He also intends to go back to the outside world now. Without Lu Yin teleportation to take him, if he went back earlier, he would most likely meet the rockets. Although the most powerful Viper instructor in Team Rocket was running away this time, and the second strongest 4 generals were dealt with by the Dark Knight Demon, he still did not plan to take risks. After all, there are a lot of people on the other side. Moreover, the situation is not bad when we meet the rockets, but if we meet mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, forget it. Of the hysterical appearance of Juzy's mother-in-law she saw before she was taken away by Lu Yin, Xiaoqi felt that it would be better not to meet her. Otherwise, he might be killed without a chance to name Dr. Damu. It's better to improve the strength of the fire-breathing dragon and Gengar first. There's really nothing to be complacent about being a quasi-celestial king. It's just that you have to have the strength of a heavenly king to be worthy of doing a lot of things. Xiaoqi's thoughts become more and more mature. Years ago, he challenged the Youth League for the first time and became the strongest rookie in the Kanto League. After that, he was restrained by Lu Yin's education, and finally found his powerlessness without strength. Every time, Xiaoqi's heart changes. He, longing for strength. Fire-breathing dragon, Gengar, you will absorb these 2 crystals. Fight for a breakthrough. Of the fire-breathing dragon and Zheng Gui, he planned to wait until 5:55, and then go back to the Spirit World Passage. I believe it doesn't matter at that time. Whether it's Team Rocket or mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, they've all left. Sha. There was a rustling of the bushes. Who? Xiao Kai fiercely turned his head, and at the same time received the 2 profound truth crystals into the space backpack. The fire-breathing dragon and Gengar looked vigilantly towards the direction of the sound. Soon, an elf that looked like a sword emerged from the gray grass. Sword. The elf that emerged from the grass looked at Xiao Kai with a puzzled expression. Strong shield sword monster. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. He had already learned the identity of this elf from Lu Yin's mouth. It was called the shield sword monster. It generally likes to live alone, and it is a king-like elf. I heard that the selected trainer will become the king in the future. And the king in this era means at least the achievement of the king. I didn't expect to encounter a strong shield sword monster. Xiaoqi's eyes became very bright. He liked the sword monster with a strong shield very much, and of course he won't let it go when he encounters it now. Fire-breathing dragon, throwing flames. If Lu Yin is here and discovers the aptitude of this shield sword monster through the game console, he will definitely sigh. Little Kai, the true son of the world's will. Chapter 210_Ambush Viper Instructor, Date the Champion. 3/5. Somewhere in the spiritual world, Xiao Kai fought a sword monster with a strong shield. Lu Yin didn't know all of this, otherwise he might not know how to arrange Xiao Kai. The reason why he didn't bring Xiao Kai, of course, could not be the same as what he said, because Xiao Kai was too fat. That was a joke. Weight does affect the distance of teleportation, because the incidental to mental power will become larger. But for Lu Yin, who has the superpower of Heavenly King level elf, this is not a problem. The reason why he didn't bring Xiao Kai was because he didn't want his secrets to be exposed to outsiders, even if this person was Kai Yi with a good character. This Viper instructor is a bit slow. I won't be caught up by mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. The 7th floor of the Elf Tower, Lu Yin took out a chair from the space watch and sat on it with Erlang's legs crossed, his attention being all on the game console screen in his mind. He abandoned Xiaoqi, of course, in order to use the map transmission ability of the game console to return directly to the 7th floor of the Elf Tower. The Elf Tower is now a secret realm, or a secret realm that he has mastered, and he can return at any time. Only by returning to the Elf Tower and waiting for the rabbit, he can rest assured not to let the poisonous snake instructors escape. After all, these champion trainers who are very strong and master various resources may have some way to hurry up. With the experience of mother-in-law Juzi, Lu Yin must have chosen how to come safely. After all, this is about a crystal of ghost law. On the ground in front of Lu Yin, Lambda was covered by his superpower, and his eyes were full of pleading. But all this has been ignored by Lu Yin. If wait a moment he traps the Viper. Then in his plan, Lambda's chances of surviving are very low. A dying person, who cares about him? Another 5 minutes passed. Just when Lu Yin was bored from eating melon seeds, a picture of a person finally appeared on the 6th floor of the Elf Tower map in his mind. Appeared. Lu Yin threw away the melon seeds in his hand, and a blue light appeared in his eyes. Swish. At the same time, the 6th floor of the Elf Tower. What's the matter? The Viper instructor ran out of the spiritual world passage and frowned as he looked at the empty 6th floor. What about Lambda? He also intends to let Lambda drag the chrysanthemum as long as possible, otherwise if the chrysanthemum arrives soon and urgently contacts the Alliance, he will still be in a little danger. After paying such a price, 2 Heavenly King level elves died, and it was difficult to obtain the crystal of the ghost law. Of course, he had to be fully prepared. If you want to see Lambda, I am. Lu Yin's voice suddenly stood behind Instructor Poisonous Snake, frightened. Who are you? Instructor Viper stared at Lu Yin, his eyes fierce and aggressive. But secretly, he made a gesture to Casey behind him. Lambda was not at the scene, and there was a suspicious person like Lu Yin, followed by a chasing soldier like Juzi's mother-in-law, which was not a good signal in the eyes of the poisonous snake. Safe side, he intends to go straight. Lu Yin saw his actions in his eyes and smiled indifferently. Don't waste your time. The Elf Tower has become a secret realm, your Casey's strength is not enough, but there is no way to teleport you away. Secret realm can be teleported away, but there is one condition. The power of the wizard who uses teleportation must exceed the strongest in the secret realm. Example, the strongest elves in the secret realm are heavenly kings, so only champion level elves can instantly move from the secret realm to the main world. And Kathy, the Viper instructor, obviously does not have such strength. The Elf Tower has become a secret place. Instructor Poisonous Snake's eyes narrowed. There were some inexplicable things, of course he wouldn't believe it because of Lu Yin's one-sided words. But looking at Lu Yin's oath, he had a bad feeling in his heart and turned to look at Casey. Kathy. Casey's eyes and around his body were blue light shining, but he couldn't do any teleportation. How come? Viper's complexion sank. It is true that Casey's strength is not enough to take him to teleport outside the secret, but teleportation within the secret should not be a problem. The big deal is to use all of them a few more times. He can go out of the secret realm through the door and then escape. But why can't Casey move at all? Could it be? The poisonous snake guessed a possibility and suddenly looked up at Lu Yin. You are the master of this secret realm. That's right. Lu Yin nodded without hesitation, and said with a light smile, this secret realm, every level of the door can be sealed, and now it has been sealed. Now Kathy can take you to teleport on this 6th floor at most, and you can't go anywhere else. I know that you paid a great price to avoid mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. If you are caught up by him now, there will be nothing left in the battle with 3 points and 3 victories. I have a suggestion. I don't know if you want to hear it or not. Instructor Viper's heart sank. Lu Yin actually knew that he was being hunted down by mother-in-law Juzi, and knew that he didn't have much combat power, so he must also know that he had law crystals in his hands. This thing, he doesn't believe that anyone can resist the temptation. If you want me to hand over the crystal of the ghost law, then don't even think about it. The eye of the Viper instructor, he will never allow everything he does to become the wedding dress of others. I didn't intend for you to hand it over directly. Lu Yin waved his hand and said, to tell you the truth, Ziwan Town has been rescued by me, and the Alliance has sent people here long ago, and now Yulongdu and Ziba may be below. You're going out and you're throwing yourself into the net. I have a piece of advice. If you listen to me, you will probably get away with it. Believe it or not. Of course, if you still plan to leave, I will still shoot at you. Said, Lu Yin took out a Pokeball. Shoot me. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lu Yin's smile, and seeing his actions, Instructor Viper laughed angrily. Few of the huge rocket team dared to say such a thing to him. The 4 generals did not dare, all the cadres did not dare, and even the 3 beastmen were afraid of him. Lu Yin is simply ignorant of the sky. Young man, your arrogant personality. It suits our rockets very well. How about it? Why didn't you join our rocket team? I can introduce you. You are a Heavenly King level trainer, so I can directly become a senior cadre. Chapter 211 _ The will of the world resounds. Champion Gengar, Hyerna, 4/5. How about you promise me? Instructor Viper's voice was full of bewitching. He had long noticed the badge on Lu Yin's shoulder representing the Heavenly King level trainer, and considered him a talent. You can become a king level trainer at your age. Joining the Rockets, with my guarantee, is not a problem to become a senior cadre. You can also get countless resources, and it is possible to become a champion trainer one day. Lu Yin. Seeing the poisonous snake instructor thinking about him, Lu Yin was a little speechless. Whoever is more arrogant, you are directly recruited. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Lu Yin had lost patience. He didn't want Granny Juzi to catch up. Come on, I have a suggestion. Now you go to the 7th floor of the Elf Tower with me. We will have a battle. If you win, I will help you hide here. You can leave when the limelight passes. You can even hide on the 7th floor and directly let your elves swallow the crystals of the law. If I win, then you leave the crystal, and I let you go. How about it? Come on, don't forget where you are now. Instructor Viper's expression turned cold. He didn't like Lu Yin's tone and way of speaking. But he also had to admit that what Lu Yin said was right. Compared to the Ziba and Yulongdu that he might meet outside, and the mother-in-law Juzi who he would meet later, he was more willing to face Lu Yin, who was only a heavenly king. As for whether Lu Yin will help mother-in-law Juzi. Instructor Viper could see ambition in Lu Yin's eyes, and decided that he wouldn't be that kind of a good person. Good. Instructor Viper agreed. Call. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately walked into the 7th floor with the Viper instructor, and then closed the doorway. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To deceive the Viper instructor to the 7th floor, his plan has been successful. If the Viper instructor is really allowed to stay outside, the good thing about crystallization may be missed by him. Why do you have to trick her to the 7th floor? Zhang Gui suddenly appeared beside Lu Yin and asked in a low voice, with a thick gossip in his eyes. Certainly to ensure completeness. Lu Yin turned his head to look at Zhang Gui, and said with a chuckle, this guy is a champion. If he tries hard, he can still break the secret portal. If he insists on escaping, I will beat him up, and then mother-in-law Chrysanthemum will catch up. This matter will be difficult to handle. You're afraid you won't be able to grab him. Zhang Gui frowned. It didn't think Lu Yin needed to be afraid, because he had a whole card. It's not that I'm afraid of being robbed, but I'm afraid of being missed. Lu Yin shook his head. What does he need to be afraid of? Although the game console doesn't work for champion trainers for the time being, he can summon the Dark Lord to help at any time in the elf. With a 2nd level God Master level peak strength and a priesthood bonus as a backer, he needs to be afraid of a hammer, but he just doesn't want to be missed. With the strength of the Dark Knight Demon King, he can definitely win everyone and help him obtain the Crystal of the Law. But winning this thing in public is not a good thing. The Night Demon King is not his elf, so he cannot protect him all the time. He got this crystal and couldn't use it for a while. If the news gets out, that good guy, the Rockets, the Alliance, the leaders of local organizations and aristocratic families in various regions, all champion-level trainers, if there is one, they will definitely keep their eyes on him. But he was terrified. He wants his normal life to be affected, he doesn't want Lei Fengta to be targeted, and his women to be calculated. Of course, he can also choose to kill in silence, but if he really wants to do this, the Viper instructor, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, and everyone in Team Rocket, including Xiao Kai, can't let it go. At that time, it is only him or, how can he explain it, and then he is no longer a murderer and has no heart to match the power, so it is better not to master this power. Therefore, this is the last resort. And the current situation is the best policy. The Viper instructor to the 7th floor, he will get him in private, without anyone knowing, he can make a fortune in silence. The future, when Gengar is strong enough, he will be able to absorb the crystals of the law and step into the master level. Who else does he need to be afraid of? I will find an opportunity for you to explain the specific matter. Seeing Zhang Gui still asking, Lu Yin raised his hand to interrupt, and instead asked, have you absorbed the profound truth orb? Absorbed. Speaking of the orb, Zhang Gui showed an excited expression. I don't know what space you put me in. The mysterious orb that originally took an hour to absorb, I absorbed it in an instant. I also have enough power in my body. As long as you give me an order, I can. Hee. Is it? Lu Yin couldn't help but smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get started. On the other side, the Viper instructor entered the 7th floor of the Elf Tower, and immediately found Lambda lying on the ground tied with a rope. Lambda. Not wanting to wonder how the 7th floor of the Elf Tower would change, the Viper instructor stepped forward to untie Lambda. Instructor. Seeing the Viper instructor, Lambda, who knew that he was powerful, was overjoyed. But right here, a voice that had just sounded in his ear. World will announcement. Blue Star World, trainer Lu Yin, is the first to train the elves to conquer the elves world to champion level. Special reward, secrecy. Special reward elves world opening level secret realm, Ghost Abyss. As the quaint voice of the will of the world sounded, Lu Yin's figure appeared in Lambda's mind, but also in the minds of the poisonous snake instructor and countless others. At this moment, the whole world exploded. The Sinnoh region. After 2 hours of hesitation, Sharona, who finally managed to buy ice cream, took a step, and 3 question marks appeared on her head. Lu Yin. Championship. Doesn't it take time to go from the king level to the champion level? I'm not dreaming. Sharona feels very bad. She just swore that the pace of competing for the first place will slow down a lot, because it is difficult to cultivate champion elves, and she can rest. If it didn't happen, let Rang achieve the first place she thought it would take at least half a year to complete. Hyerna doesn't know that some people are born lucky. If you give him a ghost that has accumulated for thousands of years and has not evolved, you will give it a crystal of profound meaning and an orb. So does she. Chapter 212 _ Everyone is so restless. Challenge the Viper Instructor. 5/5. Forget it. Sharona flipped her hair, and her eyes became extremely bright. This luck is to a certain extent, envy is not enviable. My reincarnation is so good, it's also a good luck performance. Anyway, it's true that you can relax for a while. If you have a chance, let's go to the Blue Star World to eat ice cream. I heard that the ice cream in Hangzhou is delicious, right? Lu Yin. Sarona's performance is fairly calm, but most people are not calm. Netizens are crazy anyway. I'm stupid. I can't even congratulate you. So hot. 18-year-old champion. The number one in the world, the number one in the two worlds, who has any objection? So, I have a champion trainer in Dahang City. Secret realm. Ordinary netizens just sigh, but the ideas of all parties are completely different. Champion level is the third level god, and that is the realm of the gods. Entering the champion level, it has completely separated from the ranks of mortals, and deserves the awe of countless people. What's more, Lu Yin is still a trainer who relies on himself to become a champion level at the age of 18. Where is his future destination? No one knows. Kanto Union. Damalanchi called Yulongdu. The alliance representing the elf world befriends Lu Yin. Take this opportunity to help Ziwan Town and grant him the honorary title of the Guangdong Alliance and give him various privileges. Really new town. Dr. Damu Institute. This kid. Dr. Ogi walked outside the research institute and threw the Pokeball. Quick dragon, old man, go to Ziwan Town. The new champion, or this little guy, see you. Maybe, he can take a step beyond what I can't. Sect Master, a first-level god, too powerful, too far away. China District Alliance Headquarters. The congressman was so excited, so excited, so excited that he wanted to fly. Lu Yin is a member of the China District Alliance, and he is also the influence of saving Hengcheng, a gym trainer, and the Alliance's own people. The most important thing is that Lu Yin has never had a grudge with them, and everyone can be friends with him. Now that Lu Yin's talent and value are obvious to all, it's enough to show his favor. Give Lu Yin the title of honorary champion to the pavilion owner. All the materials that should be opened are open, and champion Lu Yin may become stronger soon. Can be awarded the seat of MP, although he is young, but qualified. Yes, genius, it's worth doing special things. That's right. This is perhaps the most unanimous opinion among the members, and there is any intrigue. Lu Yin's genius is obvious to all. The important thing is that he still has enough talent. No one can tell where he came from. This kind of talent is well grasped, and it can provide unknown benefits to the entire alliance and all. Under the circumstance that everyone and Lu Yin have no grievances and no conflicts of interest, although they won't be flattered, no one will be foolish enough to offend him. Heng Cheng, inside Lei Feng Tower. The girls who are chatting and gossip are all looking at each other. May, is this human? Toko, probably not. Lily, I'm also absolutely unscientific, the owner of the museum. Boa, I can't take it anymore. Catalya, I can't stand it in any way. Boa. Serena, is it okay not to drive? Catalya, it's good that you can understand. Serena, in the elf tower. 7th floor, it's you. Hearing the sound in his ear, and gathering the figure belonging to Lu Yin that appeared out of thin air in his mind, Instructor Poisonous Snake finally reacted and turned sharply to look at Lu Yin and the Zheng Gui beside him. This is your champion elf. That's right. Lu Yin smiled lightly and reached out to touch Zheng Gui's head. Champion level specially prepared for you, not bad. You are very nice. Instructor Viper's eyes were full of admiration. I have never seen someone more talented than you. And you still have at least 3 3-level secret realms, and now you have the qualification to enter a first-level secret realm. People like you, the general forces can't tolerate you. If you want, I can introduce you to the leader of our rockets. People like you, with the help of Team Rocket, will definitely be able to reach the top of the world. Until now, Instructor Viper has not given up on helping Team Rocket to recruit Lu Yin, and even this thought has become more determined. Lu Yin couldn't help but want to laugh. Instructor Viper, don't you know what I did to Team Rocket? It doesn't matter. Instructor Viper shook his head. These are small matters, not core issues. Then do you know what the Rockets did to me? Lu Yin's expression suddenly turned cold. Did what? Instructor Viper frowned. He was mainly in charge of the personnel trainer problem. He really didn't know if Team Rocket had done anything against Lu Yin. But it just so happened that Lambda knew about this. He moved his numb arm and said, Instructor, we Team Rocket cooperated with people to get this kid's parents into a confined space. Lu Yin looked towards Lambda. He only had certain clues about the Rocket's dealings with his parents, but the evidence could not be found with Ambo's death. Now Lambda can be regarded as confirming his guess. Parents' vengeance. Viper Instructor's eyes narrowed and he shook his head helplessly. The Rockets are getting worse. Forget it, it's over, it's useless to say more. And the poisonous snake instructor looked at Lu Yin's eyes became very fierce, the admiration just now disappeared completely. The Rockets don't need such a genius enemy. Then erase it now. PFF to erase me. Lu Yin couldn't help laughing out loud, but the expression on his face became colder. Let Sakagi and Lubo say this, I'll listen to it for the time being. You, stay where it's cool. Hearing the two names mentioned by Lu Yin, Instructor Viper's pupils shrank suddenly. You actually know who the leader and founder of our Rockets is. Viper Instructor was so surprised. The leader of the Rockets and the core members of the Rockets knew that it was Sakagi. But the founder Lubo, even Sakagi didn't know. Come and fight. If you can beat me, I'll tell you why I know. Lu Yin took a step back, and Zhang Gui walked forward with a weird smile. Hey, let's fight. Talking Gengar. Instructor Viper frowned, and then showed a grin. Gorgeous. Little guy, I'll teach you a lesson now. How big is the gap between Zhang ghosts with the same champion strength? And the gap between you and me is even bigger. Chapter 213 Fight against Viper Instructor. Champion Gengar's Duel. The 7th floor of the Elf Tower. On the top platform. Lu Yin and Instructor Viper stood on both sides and looked at each other. In front of them stood a black flashing Gengar and a purple Gengar respectively. Name. Gengar attributes. Ghost poison features. Cursed body has hidden features. No level. Champion 79 qualification. Champion carrying items. Ghost gems increase ghost skills by 20%, and can last for 1 hour after activation. Skilled. Slightly. His eyes swept across Zhang Gui, and Lu Yin immediately grasped his data. Compared with his glitter Gengar, the Viper Instructor is a Gengar with less aptitude and no hidden characteristics, but he also wears props that increase the power of his unique skills, and even more fossils. The strengths of the two elves are both at the championship level, and Gengar, the Viper Instructor, has obviously reached the peak of the championship level for a long time. In comparison, Lu Yin's glitter Gengar is much weaker, and he has only just entered. With this kind of elf strength dominant, the Viper Instructor is a real champion trainer, so it's no wonder that he looks down on Lu Yin. Heavenly King level trainer, no matter how talented he is, he can't get into his eyes. Spirit attack. Lu Yin took the lead in directing Gengar to attack. With Instructor Viper when the situation was clearly not dominant was naturally his own plan. Otherwise, now that Gengar has reached the championship level, he can completely use the ability of the game console to kill the Viper Instructor in seconds. And now, he is just trying to let the Viper Instructor play one of the residual heat. Hey, watch me teach you some lessons. The flashing Gengar smiled evilly, waved his hands to escape into the strange space, and lurked towards the opposite Gengar. Seeing that the glitter Gengar disappeared out of thin air, the expressions of Viper Instructor and Gengar were calm. The wave of evil. Gia Gia. Zhengwei let out a strange laugh, and a black aura filled his red eyes, followed by a black evil aura bursting out of his body, rushing in all directions. Bang! Sound of a heavy object collided, and on the left side of Gengar, the figure of the flashing Gengar suddenly appeared, and flew out under the erosion of the black aura, and there was a shout. Pain, pain. Very good. Lu Yin didn't feel cowardly because the glitter Zheng ghost was repelled. He couldn't help clenching his fists. This was his excitement when he met an opponent. Raid. Without giving Lu Yin a chance to react, Instructor Viper gave, shish. Zhengwei raised his hand, and the black energy in his eyes that had not dissipated appeared again, followed by a layer of black light wrapped around his body. The next moment, Zheng Ghost, wrapped in black gas, entered the black evil aura that had not yet dissipated. It was like a fish that jumped into the water. It passed quickly in the black gas, and caught up almost instantly. Glittering Gengar silhouette. Bang! The glitter Gengar, who hadn't reacted yet, was knocked out again. Night Shadow. Viper Instructor spoke up again, and at the same time habitually treated Lu Yin as a soldier he had trained and said, "Your Gengar lacks combat awareness, you are a bit of a fool. It's better to launch an attack at an unexpected time, as the main attack is to give food. Although it can't be seen with the naked eye, Gengar doesn't disappear. As long as it's a ranged trick, it can be shaken out. The wave of evil is an aura attack. Even if Gengar hides in a different dimension, he can't escape the fate of being hit, and the rhythm of the attack will be interrupted. As an elf who is good at special attacks, you shouldn't direct him to use physical tricks as the first attack." "You're right." Lu Yin was not angry when he heard the words of Instructor Poisonous Snake. Just commanded the glitter Gengar to launch an attack, which was meant to be a test, but he had never fought against a powerful trainer in the true sense, so he had misunderstood the Viper Instructor's sense of response. When the Viper Instructor asked Gengar to use the wave of evil, he already knew what happened next. This was also what he expected. The only thing he can't figure out right now is the speed of Instructor Viper's response and the speed at which Gengar launches his ultimate move. He still needs to collect enough information through battles. The Viper Instructor asked Gengar to use the attack, which was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, he also understood in an instant that he wanted to understand the joints. Assault is an evil-type trick. Like the wave of evil, it is common sense to use a trick of the same attribute to reduce the speed of continuing energy. And after using Raid, there will also be an evil energy field around Gengar, so it can enter the aura created by the wave of evil. Not only does it take no damage, but it also increases speed. Sure enough, you can learn something by fighting against the strong, and discover your own shortcomings. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he shouted again, Chinling Surprise Attack. Hey! The flashing Gengar that flew upside down flexibly turned in the air, facing the black ghost created by the Gengar in front of her. She didn't panic, and stretched out her hand to turn around her body again. Swish! Glitter Gengar's figure disappeared again. Bang! The dark shadows in the sky slid past where the glitter Gengar was before, and all the attacks fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Instructor Viper shook his head. Can't learn. Gengar, the wave of evil. Gia Gia. Gengar laughed strangely, and once again created a strange aura around his body. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin grinned. Gengar, Raid. The Viper Instructor's eyelids jumped. Swish! The black evil aura created by Gengar once again spread out around it, covering the entire venue, but this time, it didn't hit the flashing Gengar. In the black aura, a darker figure suddenly accelerated and appeared in front of Gengar out of thin air. Bang! Glitter Gengar bears a layer of black light, hits Gengar directly, and knocks it out. At this time, Lu Yin's order came again, Night Shadow. Okay. Glitter Gengar raised his hand and shook his body. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Swish. A large amount of black gas emerged from the body of the flashing Gengar, and these black gas turned into ghosts and shadows, covering the sky and covering the direction of Gengar. Seeing this scene, Instructor Viper suddenly closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Good fighting spirit. Then, be a little more serious. Gengar, Shadow Fist. Chapter 214_Whetstone. Understand the will. Very good sense of learning. Instructor Viper glanced at Lu Yin with full of admiration, and then closed his eyes suddenly. When he opened it again, a special purple aura burst out from his body, rushing towards the entire field. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin's pupils shrank suddenly. Are you coming? Champion-level trainers initially comprehend the aura of the embodiment of will. Heavenly King-level trainer can comprehend the aura. This kind of aura cannot be seen or touched, but it can make people feel it. When fighting with people, this aura can also spread to the field. At the Heavenly King level, the understanding of the aura can help the trainer to better grasp the situation of the field, speed up the battle rhythm, speed up the information processing speed, etc. But different auras can help different trainers in different ways. Example, Lu Yin, the aura he comprehends can make him good at seeing the future clearly. It is easier to lay out. The person who is fighting against him may have started to follow his preset direction without realizing it. When I realized it, I was powerless and could only watch the failure. And the aura that those attributes specialized Heavenly King level trainers understand can help them more easily command a certain line of elves during battle, and it is easy to trigger some characteristics and so on. King level trainers specializing in fire. When a fire-type elves with fierce fire characteristics are in a situation of insufficient physical strength, he can achieve 100% stimulation. Make the sprite trigger the torrent feature, etc. This is just the most basic stuff. Heavenly King level trainers who specialize in attributes can also be more tacit with their own spirits when they have aura, and can they also create combination moves and the like. There are many more of these benefits. When the champion level is reached, the trainer can initially comprehend the will. This will is not a very mysterious thing. Specifically, it means that the mental power is condensed to a certain extent, so that people can stimulate a certain power in the body, just let the aura come to life. After the aura is realized, the effect will be at least doubled compared to the aura that can be exerted at the Heavenly King level, and there are more benefits. Shadow Fist. The Viper instructor made a sound. But almost at the moment when he opened his mouth and before the sound came out, Gengar already understood what he meant and started to act. By the time his voice fell, Jangwei had already rushed forward and waved his fist. Shoo! Gengar's attack speed has increased significantly again, and its ability to control the body only condenses purple ghost energy in its hands. Seeing those around the gleaming Gengar, dark shadows, it was not afraid, and kept waving its fists. Bang! Gengar can smash a ghost into shreds in almost no time. It directly turned passive into active, one side, hitting the other side, rushing towards the Glitter Gengar. Glitter Gengar looked dumbfounded. The same Jang ghost, the same strength, she really can't be so handsome. Go up and punch. Lu Yin's voice rang in the ears of Glitter Jangwei. She immediately understood. A thief's smile appeared on her face. I can be this handsome too. The flashing Gengar stepped on the ground, and the body floated lightly in the direction of Gengar. At the same time, he raised his two hands to condense the energy of the ghost. Bang! Two Gengars face each other. But at the moment of the punch, the Viper instructor swept his eyes and ordered again, Venom attack. Jia Jia. Jangwei's eyes narrowed, and he raised both hands, using the Shadow Claw that was condensed with ghost-type energy to flash Gengar's Shadow Claw, and then opened his mouth, spitting out a string of purple sharp liquid. Fuck! Glitter Gengar didn't react at all, and when she found out about the situation and wanted to escape, she found that her hands were restrained by Gengar and couldn't walk. Bang! Glitter Gengar was hit by the venom attack at close range in a row, until the last blow. When Gengar let go, it was knocked back and flew out. But the Viper instructor still didn't want to let go of the Flash Gengar, and shouted again, "Sludge Bomb!" Swish! Gengar strikes again. This battle is completely in the hands of the Viper instructor. In the next 5 minutes of battle, Luyan could only struggle to deal with it, trying his best to make Jeng Glitter less injured while inflicting a little damage to the opponent. Huh! Luyan looked up at the arena, his forehead and back were covered with sweat, showing how much pressure he was under. If Mei and other girls are present, they will be surprised. That Luyan, who always acts like a light cloud and a breeze, acts like a Jeju in his hand, seems to be in control of everything, actually has such embarrassing moments. In fact, everyone never realized that Luyan was only a young man who was just 18 years old. Indeed, his elf strength was very powerful and talented. But there is an element of luck to it. Also because he has hung up. But with the strength of his trainer, he can't get it off the hook. Although with the help of the game console, Luyan's elf doesn't care. Matter what level of strength he reaches, he will obey his instructions, and there will be no situation similar to Xiaoji's old spray. But being able to command doesn't mean that you can use this power well. This is better if the opponent is of the same level or weaker than himself. If he encounters a strong enemy, Luyan will still kneel. Fortunately, Luyan himself had never been complacent, and he also knew that his flaws were there. That's right, he is only 18 years old. To be an elite-level trainer means. It means a certain young talent. If he can become a king-level trainer, it means a certain genius. But he wants to be stronger. Almost. Facing the battlefield, Luyan suddenly raised his head, with a golden light shining in his dark pupils. The role of the whetstone of the Viper has been used enough. Next, thank him for his recovery. The golden halo in Luyan's eyes seemed to cover the entire field. This light was different from superpower and waveguide power. It had a kind of inexplicable extravagance, and it seemed to have the power to read people's hearts. In the position opposite Luyan, the Viper instructor, who had always had a light expression on his face, couldn't help frowning. This feeling, what's going on? Wait. This kid actually understands his will. How is it possible? Chapter 215 Luyan's Champion. The Horror of the Viper Instructor. 3/4. It feels so good. His eyes swept forward. Luyan felt that with just one glance, the whole place turned everything into data into his mind, under his control. At this moment, he can even grasp the rhythm of the elf breathing. This kind of it felt like he used to only release superpowers to cover the audience, or when he fully released his aura to sense the audience, but it wasn't that detailed. Not so close to the spirit of the spirit. Now, he didn't do anything, just used his own experience and eyesight to glue powder with Instructor Viper, but he was able to absorb everything in one glance. It was as if a second battlefield had appeared in my mind. Comprehending the aura before, he had the feeling that he was in the game but in control of the overall situation. But now, he feels that he has a pair of eyes on the sidelines. While he is in control of the overall situation on the field, he can also observe the whole situation as a bystander. He does not know that he is a champion trainer who has realized his will. In this way, it is because of his special will that he can achieve such an effect. But he knows that he has become stronger again. This also means that the last second role of the Viper instructor has been played out. How is this possible? Not far from Luyan, noticing his performance, Instructor Viper's pupils shrank suddenly, and the hands that had been hugging his chest had long since loosened. He completely lost his calmness. He couldn't believe what he saw in front of him at all. He doesn't want to admit that these are true. Luyan, the will to actually understand. But that kind of aura that has already begun to materialize can't deceive people. Did he? He was training tools at me. So brave. But now, you must die. Gengar, enter the combat mode. Instructor Poisonous Snake immediately restrained his contempt for Lu Yin, and boundless killing intent emerged in his heart. The conflict between Lu Yin and Team Rocket is irreconcilable, and his genius has already made Instructor Viper fearful. No, he should be worried. Champion-level spirit is a third-level god, and that is already a god-level domain. Correspondingly, a champion trainer who comprehends the will can be a simple person, or even a champion trainer is just more apprehensive than a champion elves. Champion elves, those, have a level of strength as long as you are willing to spend resources. You can also feed a pig. But champion trainers are different, no matter what. Whether it is knowledge or fighting against Eno, you can't compete strongly, you need to learn. Talented people learn fast. Only wait for these. Wait a minute. After accumulating to a certain extent, you will be able to comprehend the aura, and even the will. Therefore, it is always the level of the trainer itself that measures the upper and lower ranks of a champion trainer. You must know that 80% of the Heavenly King level trainers cannot enter the champion level, and among the trainers who enter the championship level, if they truly understand the existence of will, there is no 1 in 10. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you can understand will, the strength of the face, can definitely rank in the top 100 of the more than 10 billion people in the two worlds combined. Even the top 50, there is no need. Lu Yin is only 10. And there is no top voice. This kind of talent, the Viper instructor has not seen it for so many years. Unheard of. If Lu Yin, who is the king of the world, makes him appreciate and must be a little more jealous. Then the champion level Lu Yin will become an existence that has to be destroyed. Actual combat mode. In the package of strange aura, Lu Yin raised his head to look at Instructor Poisonous Snake, with deep indifference in his eyes. Usually, the trainers fight in one position and send the elves to fight. It's called the battle mode, which compares the strength of the elves and the level of the trainers. In the actual combat mode, elves and trainers will go all out. There is only one purpose, to kill the opponent's trainers and elves. The actual combat mode, on the bright side, is rarely used. But now, Instructor Viper shouted out directly, obviously determined to obliterate Lu Yin's idea. I haven't tried the actual combat mode yet, so I'll give it a try this time. The cold gaze swept across the arena, and Lu Yin spoke calmly. Hold on. In the arena, Glitter Gengar flexibly controlled his body to rotate and fell to the back, immediately mobilizing his abilities throughout his body. Hey, my master has to be serious. Glitter Gengar showed a self-sufficient smile at Gengar, and stretched out to create a white shield around his body. Bang! Zhang Gui just used the trick of Night Shadow. Countless black shadows slammed into the shield, and the dark shadows in the sky left ripples on the shield, which could never be broken. Wait until the last shadow disappears. Lu Yin and Viper Instructor shouted almost simultaneously, Shadow Claw. Glitter Gengar and Gengar looked at each other at the same time, their eyes colliding in the air. Swish. The two elves acted at the same time, turning into two black and one purple figures, rushing towards each other, raising their cohesive claws at the same time. Bang! The figures of the two elves have not yet appeared, and the two hands that condense energy have already clashed in half space. Shish! Lu Yin and Instructor Viper's eyes narrowed at the same time. Venom attack. Swish! Gengar's response was still very fast, and it didn't wait. The Viper Instructor had already shot after he finished speaking. On the opposite side, this time, Glitter Gengar's reaction speed is also not slow. Bang! Several venom attacks collided at close range, and Glitter Gengar and Gengar instinctively let go of their hands and pushed them away. Bang! Boom! Shish! After several encounters, the flashing Gengar can completely keep up with Gengar's rhythm. Wow, this looks so cool. When the Glitter Gengar was fighting, he did not forget to yell in excitement. Reason, it felt like it had made some sort of connection from the beginning. When Lu Yin had an order, he did not wait. When the voice came, it would sound in his heart. Afterwards, its body would move faster than its consciousness, and that feeling was as if Lu Yin had given an order to control its body to move. However, it can still grasp something very well. In addition, it feels as if it has an extra pair of eyes looking at the venue, and everything is under control, which makes it better aware of Gengar's situation and makes detailed adjustments calmly. A great feeling. But Gengar feels so good, but Instructor Viper doesn't think so. At this moment, his heart was shocked to the point that he couldn't be more. Just entering the championship class can completely keep up with my rhythm, and even surpass it. Could it be that he didn't rely on the specialization system to comprehend the will of attributes, but fully entered? How is this possible? Chapter 216 The Truth About Elves and Trainers. Viper Instructor Mega Gengar. 4 quarters. Bang. After the confrontation happened again, Glitter Gengar and Gengar retreated respectively, and each heard Lu Yin and Viper Instructor in front of them. Call. Both elves lost a lot of physical strength, they were out of breath, and they didn't rush to shoot anymore. Taking advantage of this gap, Instructor Viper couldn't. Asked incredulously, "You? It's the championship level that you enter by yourself." "That's right." Lu Yin nodded lightly and admitted frankly. Seeing the Viper Instructor showing a hellish expression, he asked with great interest, "How do you know? Is it because Instructor Viper knows that he specializes in fire and electricity, or there is a clear gap between the two entry methods?" "How do I know?" Instructor Viper showed a bitter smile and closed his eyes in disbelief. How did he know that? Of course it was because of Lu Yin's performance. There is actually a big difference between specializing in a certain attribute and comprehending the aura and entering the Heavenly King level, and relying on one's own comprehension to enter. In many cases, the latter outweighs the former. And this gap, after entering the championship level and comprehending the will be infinitely enlarged. The first is limitations. Specialized trainers have huge limitations. The first limitation is that once a specialist trainer understands the will of a certain attribute, he can only use his will to boost his will when he directs the spirit of this attribute, to the extent of helping the elves with high efficiency. Example, the Viper Instructor, when he used non-poison type elves to fight, he couldn't achieve the current level of command. This is not obvious at the time of the King level, because then there is no need to inject will to manifest the aura, but it is obvious at the championship level. Therefore, for a trainer who takes the specialization route, the further back you go, the narrower the road will be. They can only train one kind of elves. Limitation 2.2. The trainer does not lead the elves, but the elves walk in front of the trainers. According to statistics, all trainers who take the specialization route enter the Heavenly King level much faster than the elves. But entering the champion level is just the opposite. So far, all champion level trainers who specialize in attributes have passively followed after the elves have entered the champion level. Addition to the limitations, there is also a passive and active relationship replacement. The trainer has changed from active to change. Champion level is still like this, so the more powerful master level needs at least one of the elf training level, and that trainer only has a line may passively enter that level. At present, among all the known master trainers in the world, there is no one who specializes in the first line. Therefore, those who are truly gifted will not choose the first line of specialization. Example, Yulongdu, although he is a dragon king, but because his main force has the dragon attribute, but he is not a champion field that relies on specialization to enter specialization, he might as well be said to be the king of flying. He has a total of 12 elves. 6 of them are the main force at the beginning, namely, Tyrannosaurus, Fast Dragon, Fossil Pterosaur, Fire-Breathing Dragon, Blood-Winged Flying Dragon, Shishi Blue Bird, all of which have flight attributes. Fossils pterosaurs and fire-breathing dragons do not yet have dragon attributes. And now, his main force is the Fast Dragon, the Blood-Winged Flying Dragon, and the Fire-Breathing Dragon. 3 evil dragons, Desert Dragonfly, Alola Coconut Egg Tree. These 6 elves all have the dragon attribute, but they also all have the second attribute. For example, Fang Yuan Champion ZVQI Dao, He is known as the Steel Champion, but that is just a joke. His main 6 are the Giant Gold Monster, Boscodora, Fossil Pterosaur, Small Diamond, Psychic Power Dolls and Armored Birds. There are only 3 of them are steel attributes, and there are also secondary attributes. Not to mention Sharona, the champion of Shanao, there are almost no elves with repeated attributes. The latter Adek and Karuna are also similar. Therefore, the real genius has always been a specialization, and at most only focuses on a certain department. Except for the aura manifestation, the specialization has entered the championship level, and relying on oneself to enter the championship level, there is also an essential gap in the performance of the trainer's strength. Just like Instructor Viper and Lu Yin now. Lu Yin clearly has just entered the championship level, but he can command the Shining Gengar who has just entered the championship level and the champion level peaked Gengar under the command of the Viper instructor. This is also because of the question of active and passive. Entering actively, it is really strong. I have felt this feeling in Lubo and Sakagi before. Now, feel it again. Instructor Viper slowly opened his eyes, which reflected Lu Yin's face. This Lu Yin must not be left behind. When they were both champions in the past, Lubo and Sakagi gave him the impression that they couldn't be matched. And now, Lu Yin has given him this feeling. Because, relying on the specialization and the help of the elves to enter the champion trainer, when using the will to command the champion elves, it is passive. The meaning of the trainer's existence is to help the elves do their best. For example, Gengar, and when the Glitter Gengar is fighting, for various reasons, it cannot always exert its full strength, and the existence of the Viper instructor is to help it exert its strength as much as possible. At this time, the trainer is more like a pair of eyes of an elves and a data library. This is an upper limit and a limitation. And the trainer who relies on himself to enter the championship level field, in theory, he can help the elves to exert more strength, and this performance is not online. It depends on the strength of the trainer itself. The more the trainer leaves, the richer the knowledge, the more combat experience, the more he knows about his own elves, the more help he can give, and the more powerful the elves can even exert their full strength. This is the reason why Glitter Gengar can now be tied with Gengar. It is true that Gengar's strength is stronger, but he can exert 100% of his strength at most, while Glitter Gengar, as long as Lu Yin is stronger, can even exert 200% or even 300%, or even more. From a certain extent, this can also be understood as who is the tool and who is the person who masters the tool. However, no matter what, a tool or a tool master, as long as you are valuable, you can be recognized by the elves. This is also the reason why the elves are so powerful, why they still have people come to trainers to command them. Because this can give full play to its posture strength, and even under a powerful trainer, it can exert a strength far beyond its own strength. And now, Lu Yin can do it. I can't keep you. Instructor Viper didn't hold any hands. He raised his arm and said loudly, Gengar. One of the reasons why elves choose trainers again has the power of throwback. Chapter 217 _ Lu Yin. You can't have fun, can you? I'm off. 1/5. Swish. Under Lu Yin's gaze, the evolution keystone on the snake's instructor's wrist and the fossil that Gengar didn't know to wear sensed, and at the same time emitted bright light, which merged in the void to build a virtual bridge. A white light shrouded Gengar's whole body, and under the action of strange power, its body began to produce a new evolution. Lu Yin raised his brows. Nima is already superior in strength, and still uses Gengar's strength. If he progresses and becomes a Super Gengar, the book's strength will definitely reach the Master level, second level God, although because he does not understand the rules, he can't play the Master level. The strength, but the championship level is already 2 levels. Moreover, the life level of Super Gengar is much higher than that of Gengar. This is not fun, so I use the means of improving strength. Foul, foul. Glitter Gengar pointed at Gengar and yelled unhappily. After swearing a few words there, she turned her head to look at Lu Yin, blinked her eyes, and gave her a look. Forget it this time. Luyan understood the meaning of Glitter Gengar, that he wanted to bond and evolve with him. I don't know if the game console has opened a plug-in. Luyan can bond and evolve with all his elves, which is more powerful and does not require props. However, he did not agree to the proposal of Glitter Gengar. Why? Glitter Gengar frowned. If it does not gain stronger strength through feather evolution, it has no confidence to defeat Gengar. Although Luyan, a champion-level trainer, is a bit more powerful than Instructor Viper, he has just entered this level after all, and he can't hold too many advantages for the time being. Of course, because I have a better way. Smile on the corner of his mouth, Luyan's eyes narrowed. Distracted, he entered the game console, and tapped the mode selection button above. After he and the Glitter Gengar also entered the champion level, even if the opponent is a champion-level wizard and a champion-level trainer, he is not vain to enter the game mode. It's not fun, is it? Enter. Anyway, I've entered the championship level now, and it's enough to deceive you to the 7th floor with so much effort. Then, I'm dead too. Swish. As Luyan made a decision, a strange aura descended on the elf tower, wrapping everyone and the elves in it. What's the matter? I don't know if it was an illusion or what. Instructor Viper felt that his thinking seemed to be a lot sluggish in an instant. Not only that, the Gengar in his eyes seemed to be caught in some kind of weird rhythm after completing the evolution. This feeling comes and goes quickly. But just when he wanted to command Zhengui to attack, Luyan's indifferent voice came from the opposite side. Dark Knight Demon. Hee hee. Glitter Gengar smiled weirdly, raised his hands to gather black and purple ghostly abilities, and gathered them into a huge black shadow. Swish. The black shadow almost flashed in the air, and at this speed, there was no chance for Super Gengar to dodge, nor for Viper Instructor to react. Bang! Super Gengar was hit by the shadow of the knight, and flew out instantly, hitting the wall behind him, causing a lot of movement. Elf Tower, the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, who walked out of the spiritual world passage just now, moved her ears and frowned slightly. After a while, she didn't hear any more sound, and her brows stretched. Is it an illusion? This is the top floor of the elf tower, how could there be a sound coming from below? Granny Chrysanthemum shook her head, a gloomy look flashed in her eyes. The Viper must have escaped, and he certainly won't take away the rockets in Ziwan Town. I want them. Not one left. Da da da. A burst of footsteps came from the position of the stairway in front, interrupting mother-in-law Kikuko's thoughts. Soon, Yulongdu with a fast dragon and Shiba with Abalang appeared at the end of the stairs. Seeing them, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum looked surprised. Poison, Shiba, how could they be here? Has the rockets thing been exposed? Yulongdu and Zyba also spotted Granny Juicy standing in front of the purple door as soon as they entered the 6th floor. They looked at each other and walked forward. Why did you come to the elf tower? When Yulongdu spoke, Granny Juicy spoke first. We are here to investigate the specific circumstances of the rocket's capture of Ziwan Town. Yulongdu came to the mother-in-law Juicy and said solemnly, at the same time, it is also to investigate the truth of your cooperation with Team Rocket. I work with the rockets. La Chrysanthemum looked cold and asked, do you think this is possible? We certainly don't think you're going to have a check with the rockets. Shiba shook his head. In the past, when he was in action, he had arrested the most people in Team Rocket and destroyed the most plans of Team Rocket, except the training was mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. There's no way she's part of the rockets. But this time the matter is a big one. They must be serious and give evidence to convince the public. Waiting, mother-in-law Juicy was satisfied with Shiba's answer, and he said again, but this time, you must state all your plans and circumstances. Otherwise the Alliance will not be able to explain it. That's it, there's a lot of noise outside. Very noisy. Grandma Chrysanthemum was puzzled. What's going on? On the other side, in the 7th floor of the elf tower. At this moment, Instructor Viper looked at Gengar, who had fainted, in a daze. Lambda couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Series. The Super Gengar, who has the advantage of physical strength, was actually killed by the Flash Gengar who has been weak all the time. Or the Super Gengar is unlucky to be hit at the key, but it won't end up with a destiny of being killed in an instant. There is also that kind of. The body seems to be immobilized. What the hell is going on? Compared with the stunned Viper instructor, Janghost was very excited at this time. Wow. It's okay. How could this be? By the way, why did I feel like I was going to hit when I used the trick just now? Glitter Gengar touched his arm and murmured, "Am I a priest?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes immediately. It's better to say that you have a nerve if you are a priest. Chapter 218_Spike to win. The shock of Yulongdu and others. 2/5. Are you nervous? Lu Yin's speechless voice came from behind the quilt, causing the flashing Zheng Gui to react instantly, guessing that his change was a good thing the master did. How did you do it? Zheng Gui went to Lu Yin's side to gossip, but found that his complexion was very bad, and his face was a little abnormal. She immediately changed her mouth and asked worriedly, "What's the matter with you?" "It's nothing, it's just too much mental energy consumption." Lu Yin waved his hand, and a look of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the consumption of using the game mode would be so huge. No, it should be said that forcibly pulling a champion-level training and a master-level wizard into the game mode is a bit of an astonishing cost. Fortunately, his spiritual power was copied from the Nine Tails, reaching the peak of the Heavenly King, and there is still meditation with the strength of the Heavenly King, otherwise he would have drained his spiritual power just now. It seems that in the future, the means of leapfrog competition in the game mode can only be used as a killer. It's best to find a way to improve superpowers. Lu Yin's eyes flashed a light of thought, and when his mental strength recovered a little, he looked at the poisonous snake instructor again, showing a successful conspiracy smile. You have 12 Pokeballs on you. There are 4 champions in total, 3 of them were solved by mother-in-law Juzi, and now the last one is solved by me. You are no longer my opponent. Next, plan to make good use of your last value. Exactly, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum and the others are here. Fell, and Lu Yin's eyes flashed blue again. At the same time, outside, after listening to Yulongdu and Zyba's explanation, the expression on Juzi's mother-in-law's face was very exciting. Not only was the matter of Ziwan Town exposed, but also the matter with him and Team Rocket was exposed, and it was the younger generation that OGI was optimistic about, and Lu Yin, who was just mentioned in the World Will announcement, who just had a champion-level elf. The guy from the 2 worlds is now waiting for Kanto to deal with this matter with an attitude of, he. Grandma Juzi's eyes were filled with an unknown fire, and she had the urge to vomit blood. Of course this is not true. The so-called cooperation, she is just compromising. To be honest, if her Gengar has now swallowed the crystal of the ghost law, then it doesn't matter if you don't wrong her. In the face of absolute strength, these all don't matter. But now, her chance to break through to the championship level has disappeared, and the champion-level elves in her hands have suffered a lot of injuries from the blood bottles of the elves of the Viper instructor. Now is her most vulnerable time. After struggling a few times in her heart, she will speak out for herself. This time, the old man is here. Hiss. After listening to mother-in-law Juzi's words, even Yulongdu and Zyba couldn't help but gasp. This mother-in-law Chrysanthemum actually had such a fortune. By chance, she encountered the passage to the spiritual world, and she also found the crystal of the precious law. In order to ensure the crystallization of the law, the 2 of them can fully understand the practice of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. But what surprised them even more was that the crystal of the law was snatched away by Team Rocket's Viper instructor. This pair of alliances was not even good news for most people. If Instructor Viper can take that step, wouldn't the Rockets become stronger and realize the seriousness of the matter? Yulongdu's expression suddenly changed. He made a decisive decision, and took out an emergency phone to contact Damalanchi. Hey President, there is no problem with King Juzi, the main situation is What did you say? Dama Lanchi, who was sitting at the headquarters, stood up from his seat in disbelief and couldn't. Asked incredulously. Instructor Viper grabbed the crystal of the ghost law and escaped. It's all true. The person who answered Damalanchi's question was mother-in-law Juzi. He is the crystal of this law that I took away from me. I can vouch for the reputation of my life. Damalanchi stopped talking immediately. Everyone knows that mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is the most important. Face and honor are more important than anything else. She said such words on her face, so this matter is absolutely certain. All kinds of light flashed in Damalanchi's eyes, and he said decisively, immediately issue the highest level wanted order for all people. At the same time, when the situation is announced, it is said that the rockets have a large number of people, and the King Juzi has the same considerations as Joey, so they pretend to cooperate, but they are actually restrained. As long as all the rockets in the spiritual world are captured, and the credit is placed on the head of King Kikuko, public opinion can be controlled for the time being. We immediately started the liquidation plan for the rockets. As long as King Juzi gets enough credit in this battle, all doubts will disappear. At this point, Damalanchi was actually very angry. He was angry with mother-in-law Chrysanthemum's self-assertion, and she could report the crystallization of the law to the Alliance. Even if she doesn't trust the Alliance, she can tell Drive. With the master-level strength of Dr. Damu, and his relationship with Kikuko, he is definitely willing to help. But she was determined to go her own way. It's the worst-case scenario that leads to the crystal of law being snatched by the rockets. But mother-in-law Chrysanthemum has no problem in essence. When she is about to deal with the rockets, she can only choose to wipe her ass. The rockets in the spiritual world don't need to be caught. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum suddenly said, I killed them all. Kill them all. Damalanchi was startled. Yulongdu and Shiba, as well as Dr. Damu, who had just stepped into the 6th floor of the Elf Tower, all changed their expressions suddenly. In the Alliance law of the Elf world, there is no death penalty, and the highest penalty is life imprisonment. Of course, as an Alliance investigator and regional king, when encountering force majeure or two ferocious opponents, you can kill them. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is very hostile, and in the past arrests, she has done nothing less. But that was just too much. This time, they actually killed them all. Until this time, Yulongdu and Zaiba noticed that the aura on Juzi's mother-in-law was becoming more and more gloomy, and the pair of golden eyes turned into red and black eyes. Could it be that because the crystal of the law was robbed, Granny Chrysanthemum was hit too hard, and her mood changed in some way? Granny Chrysanthemum was too lazy to pay attention to the thoughts of these people, her eyes were burning with crazy flames. Record me a video and post it online to clarify. At the same time, publicize the fact that the poisonous snake got the crystal of the law. That the law crystal was partially absorbed by my Gengar, and it was temporarily interrupted. It should take about a week, things recover, and then it can be absorbed again. I believe that there are countless people willing to help us deal with the rockets. Chapter 219 _ The question of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Fight against each other. 3/5. Do you want to spread the news? This is exactly what I want. The 7th floor of the secret realm of the Elf Tower. As the master of the secret realm, Luyan paid attention to the situation of the 3 Yulongdu in the 6th floor after he cleaned up Lambda and the Viper instructor. Hearing their conclusions, he couldn't help but want to laugh. As long as this news spreads, the entire Rockets team will become the target of public criticism. At that time, I don't know how many champion-level or even king-level trainers will be dispatched. They will definitely take action in the name of destroying the Rockets, but in reality they are forcing the Rockets to hand over the Viper instructor. No one can resist the temptation of a law crystallized. By then, the Rockets don't know how much force will be uprooted. The most important thing is that this move can divert the attention of others, so that Lu Yin can keep his mind at ease and guard the crystallization of the law, not afraid of being stared at. If that's the case, I'll completely clear my suspicions. An inexplicable meaning flashing in his eyes, Luyin raised his hand and wrapped Lambda, who had turned into a corpse, with his superpower. The next moment, shoo! With a burst of blue light blooming, Luyin instantly moved behind the spiritual world passage, and then stepped out from the inside with a pretense. Crack! The sound of footsteps landing instantly attracted the 4 people including Dr. Damu on the 6th floor. They all looked towards the entrance of the spiritual world passage, just in time to see Luyin walking out with Lambda. Seeing the 4 Yulongdu 4, Luyin's face showed just the right amount of surprise, and then smiled. Yo, how are you? I didn't expect to see 3 of the Kanto 4 Heavenly Kings and Dr. Damu here. Are you waiting for me? Little hidden. Dr. Damu was the first to react, his eyes lit up, and he stepped forward with a smile. You came back from the spirit world. Yes, Dr. Oki. Luyin threw Lambda to the ground at will, sighed and said, that Viper instructor is too cunning, let him run away. Did you see him? You've seen a Viper. Waiting. Dr. Damu answered Luyin's question, and mother-in-law Juzi came to Luyin strangely and asked in a cold voice, where did you meet him and when? Tell the old man now. Luyin frowned. Wrinkled up, she looked at Granny Juzi with a displeased expression and asked, are you questioning me? Oops. The expressions of Dr. Damu, Yulongdu, and Shiva changed. They knew something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, when she heard Luyin's words, Grandma Juzi sneered, I ask how you are doing. Do you think that a champion elf can be rampant? Junior, you should look like a junior. Oh. Luyin narrowed his eyes, raised his arm to look at it, and said indifferently, the senior, you shouldn't mind if I return to Blue Star now. I don't mind giving you a few nice words. Senior. And, beautiful words. On these 2 words, Luyin deliberately accentuated his tone, in which the meaning of threat was beyond words. And the purpose of his raising his hand was to tell Granny Juzi that he could return to the Blue Star world at any time through the utensils. Good, good, good. The voice of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum was almost squeezed out between her teeth, which was very unpleasant to hear. Young age, very arrogant. When you came to threaten me about the Ramperky thing, I don't plan to care about you for the sake of Daki's face. This time you actually slandered my reputation. Now it's even more arrogant and domineering. Boy, you have to know that because you have a champion elf, I can already go to Blue Star. Is it really worth it to offend a champion trainer who is proficient in ghosts? If Luyin is still insinuating, then the threat of Juzi's mother-in-law is naked. Chrysanthemum. Of Granny Juzi and smiled at Luyin, don't take these words to heart. Chrysanthemum is not in a good mood now for some reasons, so her words are a bit heavy. Oh. Luyin responded calmly, he didn't bother with mother-in-law Juzi, he knew very well what the old woman had gone through. Now the crystallized law is still there, he has it in his hands. Let you be the vanguard against the rockets now and play a little bit. In the future, there will naturally be time to deal with you. The first is that he is not sure, and the second is that he does not have the strength because Dr. Damu and Yulongdu and Zaiba reappear. Of course, the main reason is that the mother-in-law of Chrysanthemum still has utility value. Of course, the momentum cannot be weak. Anyway, I'm not afraid. If mother-in-law Juzi is interested, she can come to Hangzhou to ask me for advice. Shish. In teaching. The moment the word fell, a golden light appeared in Luyin's eyes, and a powerful golden aura spread out from Luyin's body. The aura is real. Dr. Damu, Yulongdu, Shiba, including mother-in-law Juzi stayed directly. Luyin could actually have an aura. Doesn't this mean that he has initially grasped his will and became a champion trainer? What kind of elf culture has thousands of years of genius in the elf world, and there has never been such a character in the records? It's terrible, this kind of talent. If it is an enemy, it must be removed immediately. And if you don't become an enemy, then absolutely don't become an enemy. Mother-in-law Juzi's face instantly turned. Extremely gloomy, very ugly, she seems to have already made a grudge against Lu Yin. If he takes action against Lu Yin now, will Yulongdu and the others stop it or help it? It is useless to help, Lu Yin can return to Blue Star at any time. Do you want to apologize? Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum did think of an apology. This is where champion trainers are stronger than trainers with champion sprites. Soon, Lu Yin is only 18 years old. Cough. Dr. Damu saw the embarrassment of mother-in-law Kikuzi, but he talked a lot, so he gave Yulongdu a look. Although Yulongdu has always been unhappy with the behavior of Juzi's mother-in-law, but at this time he also knew what to do, so he had to stand up and smooth things out. Lu Yin, hello. I am Yulongdu, the leader of the alliance this time. The league has seen your video and sent us here. Our Kanto League also intends to award you the title of honorary champion, and everyone is now their own. Viper is the leader of this mission and has a lot to do with it. Can you tell us about his situation? Chapter 220_Lu Yin's script. Clarification video. Everyone, we don't believe it. 4/5. This is Yulongdu. Lu Yin glanced at Yulongdu with some surprise. He didn't expect that. The upright Yulongdu would also have such a talkative side. It seems that people who can become officials are indeed unusual. Dragon Envoy, you are not being kind. Lu Yin chuckled and said, I know that the crystal of the ghost law in the hands of the poisonous snake is what you value most now, right? No matter what. The precious crystal of the ghost law, or the symbolic meaning that it was captured by Team Rocket, this is destined to be the most important issue for Yulongdu. Seeing that Lu Yin's opening was the crystallization of the law, Mother Juzi instinctively asked, you know. However, Lu Yin chose to ignore her directly. Now that I can't deal with mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, it doesn't mean I will give her a good look. You. Mother-in-law Juzi's face became more and more ugly, but it didn't wait. She opened her mouth, not wanting to see things change. Dr. Damu, who was more troublesome, spoke first and asked, Xiao Yin, can you explain the situation in detail? Of course it's fine. Lu Yin shrugged, that was the purpose of his appearance. Dr. Damu's 4 are the witnesses he is going to look for. Some things, if they don't ask, he will say. The specific thing is like this. Xiao Kai and I sneaked into the ghost tower. When I got to the top floor of the elf tower, I happened to meet the old man Fuji, who used a special method to summon the champion-level Dark Knight Demon to solve the ready-made rocket team, and the rest of the rocket team had already passed through the spirit world. During the period, I liberated the Dark Knight Demon King through a special method, and then this Kintaro became a secret realm. I don't know the specific situation. After that, Xiaoqi and I will go to the spiritual world to find opportunities. Xiao Kai came to the spirit world last year, and found a super-secret realm with ghost-type profound meaning crystals. We are getting some good things. When we returned, we heard the sound of battle coming from the top of the mountain where the secret realm is located. When we felt the scene, and when we looked at it, we found that the 2 sides in the battle were Granny Kikuko and Team Rocket's poisonous snake. Before we figured out the situation, we saw the poisonous snakes throwing Pokeballs in various ways, saying that they would take away the crystals of the law and use Casey to escape. I saw that the Viper instructor left the main force to contain the mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, so I wanted to catch up with him. I used teleportation all the way to travel, and I left Xiaoqi behind. When I was chasing after the passage to the spiritual world, I just saw the poisonous snake instructor rescue Lambda, whose freedom was restricted by me. The result is that Lambda and the poisonous snake attacked me together, and we fought in one place in the spiritual world. When I was surprised, the Viper taught a champion Gengar, and I was no match at all. Championship moment, I let my glitter Gengar swallow the profound truth orb I just got, and break through to the championship level, which is the one you heard the announcement. I also realized my will in a desperate situation, so I barely resisted. Instructor Viper saw me break through, and as soon as I didn't, he stopped me with Lambda as a surrogate ghost, so I killed him by mistake. Finally, we have now met. Lu Yin explained what he had prepared for a long time. In this script, 100% of it is all true events, and he also concealed the fact that he had obtained the secret realm. And the fact that he met Lambda later is also fake. It's real to fight against the Viper instructor, but it's a whetstone that he can arrange for himself. Point is, in all of the words he said, clues and evidence can be found in all of them, and even Shao Kai, an insider, can't hear the brush, and it is estimated that he will testify for him. And for those parts of the home, there is no place to find his flaws. The only flaw, Lambda, has not been killed by Lu Yin, and it has become a dead end. Instructor Viper has also been on the road with Lambda. They are not even qualified to become ghosts, and they were directly reincarnated by Lu Yin's superpower to erase memory. From now on, the Crystal of Ghost Law will belong to Lu Yin, not yet there will be any doubts. You had a really exciting day. After listening to Lu Yin's words, Dr. Damu couldn't help sighing that he did not question the authenticity of Lu Yin's words at all. First of all, he trusts Lu Yin, also because Lu Yin's information is too detailed, and he doesn't want to lie at all, otherwise it will be too easy to be exposed. The most important thing is that even if Lu Yin breaks through, he does not think that the current Lu Yin can defeat the poisonous snake instructor. The Viper instructor is most likely to escape because of fear. In this way, this matter really turned into a Viper instructor. It's a blessing in disguise. Lu Yin put on a fluke expression and sighed. I can initially understand the will, and I can also have the first champion elf. Just luck. La Chrysanthemum, Zyba, the three of them looked at their age, thinking about Lu Yin's current achievements. They have reached the same height as them. Well, it would be a lie to say that you are not envious. So why don't you pretend? Dr. Damu and Yulongdu are a little bit better. Dr. Damu is also a genius, and he is also a genius in trainer and elves research, plus he is a master-level trainer. It doesn't matter. Yulongdu is because of self-confidence. When he entered the championship level, he was only 24. Although he couldn't compare to Lu Yin, he was also a rare talent. Then it's settled. Yulongdu threw his cloak and said to mother-in-law Juzi, now you can record the video and send it directly with your personal account. Then I will let the official Weibo of the Alliance push it on the homepage. Soon, within 10 minutes, a video about 2 minutes long was uploaded to the personal account by mother-in-law Kikuko. The person in charge of the Weibo of the Kanto Alliance, who had received the news of Yulongdu for a long time, pushed and formulated the news on the whole network as soon as possible. Because of Lu Yin's video, many people were still standing in front of their mobile phones at this time, swiping information from the internet. Hide, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. As soon as the video came out, a large number of people opened the video. In the video, the old and somewhat scary face of mother-in-law Juzi appeared in front of everyone. Many people in front of the screen were frightened, and many people put up with their mobile phones. No wait, Grandma Juzi opened her mouth, and a lot of barrage directly dominated the screen. Chapter 221 _ The news of the crystallization of the law came out. Shocked the world. 5/5. Mummy, this Chrysanthemum King is so scary. I was so scared that I threw my phone away. My screen is broken. Can I make a claim? You're sure to let a champion trainer lose money to you. What's wrong with a champion trainer? A champion trainer can be scary. A champion is scary. If you drop your phone, you won't have to lose money. Yes, I think so. Upstairs. You're awesome. This mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is really ugly. The barrage says that the mother-in-law of Chrysanthemum is ugly or scary. Although this video of mother-in-law Chrysanthemum is not a live broadcast, after it was released, she also used a mobile phone to pay attention to these on the screen. But MI commented that many people said she was ugly and suffering. She was instantly half dead with anger, and even had the heart to kill. You bastards, they are bastards. La Chrysanthemum threw her phone angrily. Bang. The mobile phone flew out and turned into scrap metal. Hello everyone, I'm Kikuko, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto Alliance. Now I'm going to clarify some untrue statements on the internet. Specific circumstances, I am. Everyone looked at the source of the sound and found that Lu Yin had taken a tablet from somewhere and was playing it. In the video, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum talked about the specific situation while avoiding the main point, emphasizing that she was also helpless, because of Ziwan Town's consideration, and now she has taken action to solve all the rockets. Then, no matter what she said, the comments on the internet are all unbelievable. Hee, excuse. You are always on the scene from the very beginning, you can't do it alone, and you can't resist with the trainers from Ziwan Town. The Kanto League is rotten. Damn bureaucracy. If you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Signal still has people like the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion, we ordinary people still have hope. I don't believe it when the president of the alliance came to vouch for it, I only believe in Heavenly King Lu Yin. Upstairs, it's time to be called the Lu Yin champion. The Kanto and China District Alliance awarded Lu Yin the champion medal at the same time, please understand. Hekai Lu Yin is such a genius, who made him fight for us ordinary people in front of huge danger. Lu Yin, ashamed, in fact, I am also profitable, ha ha ha. Dr. Damu and others looked at the content on the barrage and immediately looked at it. On the other side, Granny Juzy's face became even more unsightly, but she still took out a poison element profound truth crystal from her space device and threw it to Lu Yin. I am willing to give in to the gamble. King Chrysanthemum is so bold. Lu Yin took the poison system profound truth crystal in his hand, and his sly eyes flashed seriously. Hee, these old people, how would they know that Lu Yin's figure suddenly appeared behind the mother-in-law Juzy in the video of the horror online of young star chasers? Hey, everyone, I'm Lu Yin. I am now in the Elf Tower, and Team Rocket's time is temporarily resolved. Mother-in-law Juzy has misunderstood me. She has had a life and death struggle with the Rocket's championship-level trainer, Instructor Viper. She must be a member of the Alliance, everyone must believe him. The moment Lu Yin appeared, the barrage on the screen stagnated for a moment, followed by a burst like an explosion. Wow, Lu Yin audience, so handsome, I like it. Champion Lu Yin personally vouched for it. It seems that he misunderstood King Juzy, I apologize. Well, it seems that the Kanto Alliance is still very reliable. Champion Lu Yin, thank you for your hard work. Champion Lu Yin. The barrage is all about the trust in Lu Yin, which is in stark contrast to the previous doubts about the alliance against the mother-in-law Juzy. Seeing this, the mother-in-law Juzy closed her eyes, and she was out of sight. The three of Yulandu shook their heads and secretly said, never bet with Lu Yin in the future, this person is a thief. When mother-in-law Juzy was filming a video before, Lu Yin suddenly stood up and said that their filming was useless, and even the alliance and the promise of Dr. Damu will not make everyone believe it. Only he can. At that time, mother-in-law Chrysanthemum directly said, I don't know how high the sky is. Now Lu Yin was not happy and said, well, let me clarify for you, it's only good for you. Let's make a bet, if you don't have me, everyone will believe you, then I will work for free, clarify it for you for free, and give you a crystal of one profound truth. Conversely, how about you give me a crystal of one profound truth? Mother-in-law Juzy's character is a bit extreme now, she can't stand Lu Yin's impending approach, and immediately agrees. So, this is what happened. In the end, Lu Yin naturally won. Finally, I want to tell everyone a piece of news. On the tablet, the video has played to the end, and mother-in-law Kikuko is talking about the rule of law. In the spiritual world, I found a crystal of the one ghost law, but it was snatched away by the poisonous snake of Team Rocket with a sneak attack. This crystal of law is very important to me. I am offering a reward here. You can ask me for any request. A few champion-level qualified elves can do it, and I will do my best to help you see. Shish. The video ends here and turns to a black screen. But the online game talk is even more crazy. What did I hear? The crystal of ghost law is definitely not a crystal of profound meaning. Calculation is the crystallization of profound meaning, and it is also a super treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. Nima, a few champion-level elves, this is too crazy. What mad mother-in-law is the champion of the ghost-type specialization? If he has the ghost-type magic crystal, he may have a master-level ghost-type elf. Master-level, tisk tisk tisk. One of the strongest people in the world, no wonder she has such big conditions. As the rockets going against the sky. I feel like going to Kanto. Most of the netizens focus on discussions. After all, most of them have limited strength. After all, in this world, there are only so many Heavenly King level trainers. Everyone is not stupid, and they all know that without the Heavenly King level, not even the qualifications to coveted the crystal of the law. But on the other hand, those who are qualified are completely crazy this time. Kanto mainland, on a certain sea area, a new island. The office, Sakagi opened his closed eyes, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The storm is coming. Start the highest level contact and let the Viper instructor come to see me. Chapter 222 _ Tide Surges. Lu Yin, I plan to challenge the gym master. 1/5. Fengyuan area, somewhere in a dark cave. A dark-skinned woman with 2 pink flowers on her head, dressed very coolly, wearing only a light blue tube top on her upper body, a long blue dress on her lower body, and her long legs exposed, opened her eyes. Eyes. This person is one of the 4 new kings in the Fengyuan area, and the ghost is the king of the gods, Farong. Emergency contact. Crystal of ghost law. Law crystallization. Farong's breathing became. His thirst for items such as ghosts was definitely more than most ordinary people. And now, a ghost-type law crystal has been born. Even if she can't use it for a long time, she still wants it. After getting it, even if it doesn't need to be used later, if you can get enough benefits from the ghost-type wife champion trainer. Will she also have the opportunity to become a champion trainer in the future, and even sit on the position of the Fengyuan champion? Act now. Team Rocket, Instructor Viper. United States area. In a quiet villa, a suave girl with purple hair, glasses, and exaggerated hair accessories, wearing a black and purple short skirt on the upper body and black stockings on the lower body, is lying on a table and writing. The girl's name is Brachiosaurus, and she is a novelist, but her trainer talent is also excellent, and she has broken through to the king level at a young age. In the future, she will also become one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Uzhong area, the Ghost King. Hey phone. I'm not going. This crystallization is definitely not my turn, because my strength is not enough, you must have self-knowledge. Click. After a simple conversation, he hung up the phone. Brachiosaurus stretched out his fingers to put his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his elegant face. The crystal of the ghost law, of course I want it too, but I definitely won't get it. However, it's okay to join in the fun. If I want to complete an excellent novel, I still need to have enough accumulation. This time just to see the big scene. Elora area. In the city of Marielle, in a library, a very cute lowly girl with purple hair was biting a lollipop and watching videos on the internet through a tablet computer. This girl is a descendant of the Alola royal family. Her full name is Acelona. Although she is small, she is now almost 18 years old and is a legal loli. The powerful ghost-type champion trainer, mother-in-law Kikuko, the goal I want to surpass. Wow, His Highness Lu Yin is really handsome. Is there a major earthquake in the Kanto region? Then let me have a look too. Regional alliances. A champion trainer shouted. Let's go to Kanto too. The law crystallizes, you can meet but not ask for it. You're not a ghost specialist. It doesn't matter, the specialization can also be changed. Representative. No matter what, the crystallization of the law is of great significance and is used well. This is a new master-level trainer. Even the weakest master-level trainer is still a master-level trainer. Go. Smekta country. Smecta, are all our Heavenly King level trainers dispatched this time? Must Smecta. This time, we are going to help Lord Nan Huju become a master trainer. That's right, once Lord Nam Hyukju becomes a master trainer, we can all become champion trainers. This is a chance Smecta, and Lord Nan Huju happens to be a champion trainer specializing in ghosts. HMPH, other alliances always say that our Smecta area is weak, and when we have master-level trainers, we must become one of the 10 elders of the alliance. Yes, Smecta. News came out that the Smecta alliance is the strongest and the only champion-level trainer, taking all the 7-day king-level trainers in the region and heading towards the Kanto alliance. American Empire Alliance, this time, we don't go anywhere, let Master Howard go alone. Yes, Master Howard is a master trainer and will definitely succeed. Those of us are going to make soy sauce. It's better to wait for Master Howard to come back, and then rely on merit and resources to exchange crystals. That's it. China District Alliance. Our China Alliance will send 3 championship-level trainers, each with 5 55-day king-level trainers to set off. The first task is to eliminate the rockets. This huge block that can be deeply rooted in the Kanto mainland cannot be allowed. He has the power to enter our China Alliance. Crystal things, take what you can get, don't force it. The Kanto Alliance will pay us according to the extent of our contribution. I must seize the power in front of me first. Yes. The major alliances have begun to take action. Some deeply hidden personal champion trainers have also been dispatched. Even some regional organizations have sent personnel to the mainland of Kanto. At this moment, the wind is surging. But these have nothing to do with Lu Yin. He has already obtained the crystal of the law, and he will definitely not come to this murky water again, and completely remove himself from this matter, which is what he should do now. Elf Tower at the door, a special reporter from the Kwantong Union approached Lu Yin. The two had a pleasant conversation. To be precise, Lu Yin was very happy to finish the pretense. The end, the reporter asked curiously, Lord Lu Yin is not right, you should be called Champion Lu Yin now. Excuse me, what are your plans? Whether to run the gym in Hangzhou City, or stay in Kanto to participate in the Siege of the Rockets. Due to the strength of the crystallized law, the Siege of the Rockets has become a matter of the bright. But because there will be countless champion-level and king-level trainers coming to support soon. This isn't a bad thing. I don't interrupt to participate in the Siege of the Rockets. Lu Yin smiled and gave an unexpected answer. To deal with the Rockets, I believe that there will be many excellent trainers coming, and there will be no shortage of me. But I won't just stay in Hangcheng. So, I thought about it. In the next time, if there is no accident, I will first choose a gym trainer to challenge. The female reporter was stunned. You, a champion trainer, are going to challenge the gym owner, who can stand it? Chapter 223_Target Shabo. All Taoist Hall Masters. Kamazli Cheng Lu Yinchui. 2/5. Fuck. Countless people were watching Lu Yin's interview, and they were all stunned at this moment. These people also included the trainers of various gymnasiums. After they quickly learned about the crystallization of the law, they were highly concerned about the first-hand information, so they were all watching the interview. I ended up seeing such a cabinet. What do you mean you don't plan to care about this anymore, but plan to challenge a gym owner? You already have a champion elf. Why do you want to challenge the gym owner? It's not bad luck to be the selected one. This is really abused. But soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. Challenging the gym owner is because I want to improve my ability. Lu Yin pointed at the camera and smiled slightly. My champion elf is not either fire or thunder. Challenge the gym master. I have to use the gym to formulate elves. That is, I have to choose one of the two attributes of the lightning element and the fire element. Lu Yin's words suddenly made many people relieved. If you only use Heavenly King level elves, then this challenge is not bad. Few now know that Lu Yin is already a real champion trainer, and everyone still thinks he is a Heavenly King trainer. A Heavenly King level trainer who can command a Heavenly King level elves. His strength is not weak, but not enough to make people dare not even fight. Of course, the masters of the elite gymnasiums had never been worried from the beginning. They never thought that Lu Yin, who had become a Heavenly King, would be so bored to fight with them. The opponents Lu Yin chose must be those Heavenly King gyms. My goal is Mr. Shabo of Red Lotus Island. An inexplicable light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and Lu Yin smiled slightly at the camera. After returning to Hangcheng, I will send a challenge letter to the gym master of the Kwantong Alliance, the Heavenly King level Red Lotus Gym. After a week, please be sure to watch it. That's right, Lu Yin intends to challenge Shabo. He didn't do it on a whim, but he had been plotting it for a long time. Shabo should still be a member of the Rockets now. He chose to join the Rockets for many reasons, and is the main force in the research project of making Mewtwo. And he will eventually quit the Rockets. In conclusion, this person has the ability and can be attracted. The most important thing is that he is a Heavenly King trainer who has been immersed in the fire attribute specialization for a long time. It is really beneficial to fight against him. The interview came to an end after Lu Yin revealed who he was going to challenge, but about this the discussion of the matter did not stop. Lu Yin Pavilion mainly challenges the Red Lotus Temple. It's great. The confrontation between the Heavenly King level fire element and the match will definitely be very interesting. At that time, I must watch the live broadcast on the TV. Spicy chicken upstairs. I'm going to Red Square. I also plan to travel to Red Lotus, and I heard that there are traces of flaming birds there. True or false, flaming birds? It should be true. Many people have seen it, but the worst adult divine beast is the third-level divine champion, so don't even think about it. I just want to take a photo with the flame bird. How can I say it? I also want to go to Red Lotus Island to have a look. I've already made a reservation. In a week, I'll go to the Red Lotus Gym. Soon, a group of people made plans to go to Red Lotus Island in 7 days. For this reason, there has also been a wave of tourism to Honglian Island. In this off-season tourism, just because Lu Yin is a challenge, many residents of Honglian Island have made a lot of money. Many people also look for Lu Yin for business cooperation. Because of a certain business cooperation, Lu Yin also made a fortune. Of course, these are all things to talk about later and will not be mentioned for the time being. In a large group of gym masters in the elf world. In the Fangyuan area, Mu Lasho, the current gym master of Fuyan Gym, hired Shabo. Shabo, Champion Lu Yin wants to challenge you. What do you think? Shabo of the Red Lotus Gym in Kanto. How can I see the challenge? I just don't know if he intends to use a Thunder-type elf or a Fire-type elf. Hajong Leiwen Jim Kamizli. Based on what I know about Lu Yin, he will definitely challenge you with a fire spirit, otherwise this battle will be meaningless to him. Kawu of Gaylor Jiqing Electric Appliance Factory. Blow out the charm of the fire element. Both of them are the kings of the fire element. When the time comes, I will be there to watch the battle. Nura, I'll come too. Bring my little granddaughter, she's going to inherit my gym. Tiantong from the Hajong Sanyao Gymnasium. This is really a wonderful champion. When the time comes, Shetibert will also come to watch. Melissa from Shanaoyuanjidao. It's rare for everyone to be in the water group. How many of you plan to go to Kanto to deal with the Rockets? Swish. Sakagi, Shabo, Ma Zishi, and Aju who were peeping at the screen all changed. Dealing with the Rockets, such as becoming a key event for the next week, they are also very puzzled. A few of the gym owners will participate. However, most gym owners said they would not go to Kanto. Can become a gym owner is considered a person within the system, and no one is stupid. Crystallization of the law is very good, but everyone knows how difficult it is and how competitive it is. At that time, the confrontation between the champion trainers will be the biggest focus, and only the Heavenly Kings will be eligible to compete, so it is better not to join in the fun. Fangyuan Luli Jim Hall Mi Kelly. Don't be crooked, we are discussing the battle between Xiaobo and Lu Yin champion. I plan to join in the fun, and I won't have the time and opportunity in the future. Yanmo Taoist Museum in Chengdu. Michelle, I heard that you are going to become the champion of the 4 heavenly kings of Fangyuan. Michaeli, thanks to Dao, yes. Chinli, no wonder you said you're running out of time. Adam, in the end, it's up to me, the teacher, to inherit the Luli Gym. Mikri, teacher, in the future, I will still take over the responsibility of the Pipe Gymnasium. This time, I will go to the Red Lotus Gymnasium for a vacation first, and also see the strength of the Master Lu Yin. Camisley, don't worry, I won't let you down. Although you are a water trainer, you are more likely to be defeated by Lu Yin. Master of the Taoist Hall. What happened to Camisley? Why did you support Lu Yin Hejong Shuanglong Taoist Gym so much? Camisley, I heard that you are planning to resign as the owner of Leiwen Gym. Camisley, yes, I won't be able to work with you in the elf world in the future. I plan to join Lu Yin's gym. All Taoist Hall Masters. Chapter 224 All the pavilion owners. What the hell tilde we also want to ask Lu Yin to take care of him. 3/5. All Taoist Hall Masters. Camisley betrayed her. She actually kept the gym master in Raven City inappropriate. Feng Er went to the Blue Star World to be a soldier for Lu Yin. This is degenerate brain supplement. If it's a woman, this explanation makes sense. Taizan, the owner of Fangyuan Zijin Gym. Little Jewel, you betrayed, is Lu Yin your sweetheart? Taizan is also an electrical attribute trainer, and an old-fashioned Heavenly King level specialized electrical trainer, but the potential of the previous electrical elf was limited, and his strength has not been mentioned. Because they are both electrical attribute trainers and gym owners, he has always had a good relationship with Camisley, and he is a father. Camisley, where is the sweetheart? I am not a traitor, and change the working environment. After all, I can't refuse Lu Yin's offer. It's work wherever you are, isn't it? Carlos Nier Gym Citron. Miss Camisley, you are a rich man in the gym master, what are the conditions for you to change jobs? Citron asked everyone what they wanted to say. Camisley was a rich woman who was part-time as a world supermodel. Everyone was very curious about what kind of conditions Lu Yin offered to make her take refuge. Camisley, there's not a lot of stuff. It's 2 items worth 100 million alliance coins, which can help my 3-in-1 magnet monsters and electric shock beasts evolve, and 50% may still be able to transform their qualifications. The other thing is, the league's salary has doubled, but my own time has become more. By the way, everyone who likes electricity-type elves is blessed, because some things are still in the confidential stage, so I can't say, but the master of Lu Yin found other electricity-type elves again. At that time, you can also get a new electric spirit. Such a good condition, of course I will not refuse it. All Taoist Pavilion owners. This is a show-off. Nima, this must be a show-off. First of all, I will give a gift like a 100 million face-to-face gift. How many people can refuse them? The props that can help the evolution of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and the electric shock beast can also help the transformation of qualifications, plus there are new electric spirits. Does this mean that the spirits in Camisley's hands will soon be big exchange blood? Maybe she will soon become a king-level trainer, spend less time and get more money, which is the dream of many people. Such a good thing. May I take them with you for a long time? I'm envious of what I said. Carlos White Sandalwood Jim Violet. Normal people would be envious of me, 100 million won't stop me. Chanao Binhai City Electric Times. Miss Ka, please help to contact the owner of Lu Yin. I will come to visit in a few days. I want to reserve a copy of the evolution props of the 3-in-1 magnet monster and electric shock beast. Hytron, do these two kinds of elves need props to evolve? Taizan, didn't you see what Xiaojur said before? This item can also increase your qualifications. I will also give this old man 2 sets. Camisley, don't worry, this prop is made by Lu Yin himself. 3 quality, he gave me the high-level quality worth 50 million. The low-level quality is unlimited supply. The intermediate level quality, as long as you are willing to pay, I can make a reservation for you. Well, Cammersley has consciously regarded herself as Lu Yin's own person, and this has made him an advertisement and a business. Chinley, it's really enviable. All Taoist pavilion owners, yes. The vast majority of gym owners are envious of Cammersley's real name system. Sakagi closed his eyes with disdain on his face. Of Team Rocket as long as they are circulated in the world. Lu Yin, what are you dreaming about? Kaji Town, where my game console is shameless. Lu Bo shook his head, not knowing what it meant. On the Red Lotus Island, Sha Bo exhaled. Fortunately, Lu Yin challenged me. In the next period of time, I have a reason to stay on Red Lotus Island. God-making plan doesn't need me anymore. Team Rocket. Lu Yin didn't know that he somehow became the object of chatting among the gym owners of the major alliances in the elf world. After he left the elf tower, he came to the Maiden Gorge for the first time. Although he has conquered Gengar, he will not forget what he promised. What's more, the ghost girl of Maiden Gorge is also related to his other plans. Hey Xiaozi, I'm back. Next to Maiden Rock, Gengar was flying around her, calling out, we can help get out of here soon. Zhang Gui's somewhat familiar voice awakened Natsi's remnant soul from her previous life. She flew out from the girl's rock and looked at Zhang Gui unexpectedly. Gengari Gisi, did you evolve? Yes, it's me. Zhang Gui flew to Lu Yin's side. He smiled and said, this guy can solve things on your side, so I plan to be his bodyguard. Bodyguard. Lu Yin raised his brows. I'm sure it's not a thug, but then again, the strongest elves in his hands now seem to be Gengar and Shield Sword Monster. Both of them have now entered the championship level after taking the Ghost-type Mystery Orb in an instant with the help of the game console. I'm not like a Fire-type specialization and an Electric-type specialization, but more like a Ghost-type specialization. Lu Yin couldn't help laughing, then nodded to Natsi's remnant soul and said, I can help you get out of here, now please bear with me first. Okay, Mr. Lu Yin. Nazi's remnant soul from her previous life nodded, looking at Lu Yin with an inexplicable meaning. Although she always remembered that she had a lover, she didn't know exactly what the lover looked like and what kind of person she was. She just remembered that there was such a thing and kept waiting. Thousands of years, she has forgotten a lot of things, but her obsession with waiting for her lover has become deeper and deeper. She wants to find that lover. She can be free, but the person who can help her free is her lover. Then, Lu Yin will be the one she has been waiting for, the one who has been waiting for a long time. Isn't she? Lu Yin didn't know the thoughts of Natsi's remnant soul 1,000 years ago. He took out the flute given by the Night Demon King from the game console and injected superpower into it. According to the Demon King of the Night, he will appear when the flute is played near the entrance of any spiritual world. Now is the time for the test. Chapter 225 Remnant Souls Freed. Natsi, who will play with me? 4/5. Drop. A strange flute sounded, floating over the entire Maiden Gorge. Whoosh whoosh. When the flute sounded more than halfway, a purple power vortex appeared directly above Maiden Gorge. The vortex was exaggerated at an extremely fast speed, and soon turned into a circular energy portal with a diameter of 5 meters. At the moment when the portal was completely finalized, a black shadow flashed through it, and the voice of the night demon appeared in front of Lu Yin, waiting for the big scarlet eyes to look at him quietly. He looked like he was asking Lu Yin again, human, what's the matter? Hello, Dark Night Demon King. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, he mobilized the superpower in his body, made a telepathic link with the Night Demon King, and said directly, I am looking for you because I hope to arrange a night demon in the spiritual world channel here. Dark Night. The Dark Lord showed a confused expression. It didn't feel that there was a spiritual passage nearby. Not right either. If there is no spiritual world passage, it would not be possible for it to hear the sound of Lu Yin's flute and appear here. Thinking of this, the Dark Knight Demon King looked around, and his eyes finally settled on the Maiden Rock. Yehey Town Evil Stone is like this. Demon King of the Night nodded lightly, turned to Lu Yin and said, Yehey is the entrance to the spiritual world sealed by the evil suppressing stone. This shows that the spiritual world passage here has some origins with the remnant souls sealed here. But it doesn't matter, as long as our Night Demon clan is willing to accept it, we can guard here. Okay then, thank you. Lu Yin thanked him and then asked, what do I need to do then? You don't have to use the Dark Knight, the evil suppressing stone can't be destroyed by attacks without rules. Implication is that his strength is not at the level of a master, and he can't even destroy the evil suppressing stone. Dark Knight. Dark Knight Demon King walked to Maiden Rock, raised his hands, and condensed dark purple energy balls. Shish. Energy ball flew out and smashed the girl rock. Boom. The loud explosion sounded, and immediately alerted the situation in the small town near Maiden Gorge. Even Junsha was also alerted, and many people rushed towards Maiden Gorge. But by the time they felt it, Lu Yin and the others were nowhere to be seen. Shoo. Flew them to Lu Yin, and then extracted some substance from them with his hands. Into a substantial flute. After this flute was formed, the Dark Knight Demon King took out his priestly flute, put them together, and touched them. Shish. The style of the new flute changed suddenly, from a real flute to a jade flute. After doing all this, the Night Demon King opened again, black. This matter has been lifted, and I will hand over the new flute to the appropriate clan to control. When the passage here opens in the future, the spirit will come, and that the remnant soul has left now. Lu Yin nodded towards the Demon King of the Night, indicating that the work that the Demon King of the Night knew was over, and he didn't stay much longer, turning into a shadow and disappearing into the portal. Swish. As the Dark Knight Demon King disappeared, the portal also disappeared. Natsy's 1,000-year-old remnant suddenly became transparent at this moment. Lu Yin noticed this situation and immediately asked, does it matter how you are? I'm fine. Nazi remnant shook her head slightly, with a relaxed smile on her face. I've never felt so relaxed and felt so many chains removed from me. And I seem to feel some kind of calling there. Saying that, Nazi stretched out her slender fingers and looked in a certain direction. Lu Yin looked in the direction of her finger, combined with the map of the Kanto region in her mind, and determined that it was where the Golden City was located. Feel the body, call, go back and merge. With a flash of enlightenment in his eyes, Lu Yin asked with a slight smile, then do you want me to help you find the source of the summons? Can you? Natsy's remnant soul showed an embarrassed look. Will it bother you too much? Nazi's expression made Lu Yin's heart stop for a moment. He didn't expect that, advocating strength, such an expression could appear on the face of Nazi, who is somewhat domineering and a little indifferent. Maybe after the fusion, there will be no more. There will be no more. Somehow, Lu Yin felt some pity for Nazi. But he knew that if the remnant soul didn't return to its original body, it would disappear in the end, which would be a bigger problem for Nazi. Hope it can be of good help. At the same time, in the hall where the battlefield is located in the Golden Gym, two azure circular rays of light suddenly lit up in the dark environment. If you look closely, you can see that it seems to be a pair of eyes. Immediately after that, two red rays of light light up under the blue eyes again. These two rays of light come from a cute ragdoll, but in the current environment, it seems a little bit gloomy. Illusion, I feel like something is calling me. It's so boring, no one came to play with me. The trainer with Pikachu, I don't know if he will come again. It doesn't make any sense to just turn his two friends into ragdolls. That man told me that as long as I join them, I can see more interesting things. Is that true? The stronger the strength, the more fun it can be. I don't know, should I believe it? It's so boring. Hurry up, someone come to play with me. Shish. Lu Yin's voice appeared in the Golden City Light Ball Plaza. The Golden City Light Ball Plaza, He had recorded it long ago, but he didn't have enough time in the past, so he didn't take a good look here. But today is different. Today he intends to take a good stroll around this golden market. But before that, little Nebula, what are you thinking? Touching Cosmogu's head, Luyin took out an elf ball and placed it in front of it, smiling, as long as you become my elf. I'll give you all those evil suppressing stones. That's right, the evil suppressing stone. Originally, the evil suppressing stones have lost their efficacy after being broken, and they are just a pile of waste stones. Who knows that Cosmogu likes these stones very much, and eats them like candy in his stomach, revealing his enjoyment expression. Seeing this situation, Luyin immediately moved his mind. He has always had to conquer Cosmogu first. The relationship developed during this time is also very good. Isn't that why I took the opportunity to subdue it? Hoo. Cosmogu flew to a position almost as high as Luyin, and after looking at him seriously, he finally nodded. Chapter 226_3 World Announcements a Day, the first to conquer the beast. 5/5. World Will Announcement. Blue Star World. Trainer Luyin is the first to conquer the legendary divine beast. Special reward, confidentiality. World Will Announcement. Blue Star World. Trainer Luyin is the first to conquer the legendary divine beast. Special reward, confidentiality. World Will Announcement. In the Blue Star World, Trainer Luyin was the first to conquer the legendary divine beast. Special reward, confidentiality. A voice that everyone had heard twice today resounded in their minds again. Hearing this voice, the whole world fell into a strange silence, and this time it lasted for a long time. Somewhere on the battlefield, two trainers were fighting, and one of them had a meal in front of him. He forgot to command, which caused his elf to dodge in a hurry, and was defeated by the opponent's unique trick. The opponent's elf excitedly returned to his trainer for encouragement, but found that his trainer seemed to have been immobilized, standing there motionless, with his mouth open. The boss didn't know what to hear. And this is not an exception. At the same time, the group of pavilion owners who were chatting with each other was strangely quiet. All the pavilion owners who were chatting showed shocked expressions. Immediately after that, the group began to go crazy for Camizli. Miss Camizli, please help me with the kind words of Champion Luyin, and I can also give my knees. Xiaosong, Miss Camizli, please help me with the kind words of Champion Luyin, and I can also give my knees. 1,000 miles, Kamezre. Some older gym owners are more reserved. Taizan, Little Jewer, ahem, please help me in yours, and we can exchange the training experience of Thunder Elves when you have time. Shabo, Little Jewer, ask him if he can stop challenging me, I won't even dare to win. Mullah, say like you can win. Funny. Amy, it's like you can win. Funny. Xiao Zhuang, it's like you can win. Funny. Shabo, damn, you don't like me so much. Mula, I'm too lazy to care about you. Camizli, remember to show the above screenshot to Luyin's audience. Taizan, Kamiz, you can have this. Shabo, the beast conquered. Nijima, Sakagi stood up, with a frightening cold light in his eyes. Luyin, your threat is too great. If it wasn't for the rockets being targeted now, and that plan, I would never have left you. It's not fast enough. When the plan is successful, I will use you as a whetstone. Kagi Town. Lu Bona had no other face except indifference, and it was the first time that he showed a color. Someone can actually conquer the beast. Submit. Ziwan Town. Still, Yulongdu and Dr. Damu, who were together, looked at each other. This is really... Dr. Damu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. This is definitely the first known person to conquer the beast. This world, divine beasts are extremely arrogant and are never subdued. Some people may be able to command the divine beast to fight, but they are in a cooperative relationship. It can only be said that the divine beast recognizes this human being, which is not to be subdued. Of course, there are also some people who preemptively capture the divine beast, which is called possession, not subjugation. This trainer is really recognized by the beast and is willing to follow. If it's Xiaoyan, it seems to understand. Dr. Damu sighed. After all, he is a genius who stepped into the championship level at the age of 18. Said, Dr. Damu looked at Granny Juzi and hesitated to persuade. Really don't have any more conflicts with him. I know. Grandma Juzi said coldly, but this time, Jia Ru also admitted that Lu Yin couldn't mess with her. Because they all understand what it means to conquer divine beasts. There are too many differences between divine beasts and ordinary elves. This is not only the transcendence of the essence of life, nor the transcendence of aptitude, but the transcendence of the pattern. Among the general elves, there are also champion-level qualifications and master-level qualifications, and it is even difficult to obtain the ultimate head-level qualification. But this can only show that compared with the general elves of the same type, they can better understand and master the profound meaning, or the rules, they can grow faster, they can learn faster, and they are more likely to step onto a higher level. Divine beasts with the same level of qualifications are not like this. Divine beasts, the worst qualifications are also champion-level qualifications. No, if we call the divine beast, it is more appropriate to use the third-level god to describe it. Beasts have the worst aptitude and are also the third-level god aptitude. As long as they are adults, they must understand the profound meaning and enter the third-level god champion realm. Moreover, ordinary elves have high aptitude, but it is easy to reach this height, and it is easy to break through restrictions and shackles. They are still trash. Not divine beasts, as long as they grow up, they will really enter the divine realm sooner or later. Their aptitude means that they can reach the heights that can be achieved by lying down and doing nothing. Training, props, just save time for them to become stronger. Therefore, divine beasts are called divine beasts, and even the will of the world names them divine beasts, not more powerful elves. All, such elves have their own his arrogance, if he didn't recognize a trainer from the bottom of his heart, and acknowledge the trainer's excellence, otherwise he would not have been subdued. Lu Yin, at least is the first person to do all this so far. Shanao area, somewhere in a temple. Hearing the content of the announcement, the decadent-looking god Day's eyes flashed a strange light, and he changed into a battle-filled expression again. Someone can conquer the divine beast, which shows that the divine beast cannot be subdued. I'm going to cheer up. I can do it. The test of the 3 sacred pillars is to find them and defeat them. As long as I do it all, I can conquer them. Lu Yin has been recognized by countless people, and his value has been magnified once again. Although divine beasts are easy to reach a certain level, it does not mean that they are invincible. Why did all the gym owners suddenly change their attitudes, and even the master-level trainers sighed because they were recognized by the beasts? Too difficult. And the trainers who can conquer the beasts mean that even the beasts are willing to obey. Can make the arrogant beast bow its head and obey orders, and be willing to be subdued. Can't explain Lu Yin's talent. What's more, the things Lu Yin did and the announcements they caused. His excellence has already been demonstrated. And he is only 18 years old now. Chapter 227_Atherona, My King. I suspect I have hallucinations, brothers. Friend, you're not the only one. This Nima, divine beast. Hee, I just said that Champion Lu Yin won't be surprised even if he conquers a divine beast. As a result, I find that I am still too young. Champion Lu Yin is too powerful. I feel he can become the youngest master trainer. Upstairs, if it was before today, even if the master Lu Yin was talented enough, but the master level, the 2 worlds add up to that much. I think this is still questionable, but now, I agree with you. Hangcheng Gym has begun to recruit staff and apprentices. I decided to sign up. Me too, if nothing else, it would be nice to see what kind of beasts Lu Yin Pavilion Master has conquered. On the internet, various forces, various families, various regional alliances, etc., all started a new round of discussions on Lu Yin. First of all, for the more normal forces, all they think of is to win over them, because the divine beasts can't be used and commanded by grabbing them. Put it bluntly, Lu Yin's divine beast can only be commanded by Lu Yin in battle, and others can't grab it. As long as there is no conflict with Lu Yin, everyone hopes to have a good relationship with him and become his friend. As for some special organizations, they are planning to investigate who the beast Lu Yin has conquered. If the elf is different from what they want, then they will stay on the sidelines, otherwise. And some people who do not deal with Lu Yin, then not necessarily. Of course, there are some pure bad guys who are eyeing Lu Yin at this moment. In this world, there is no shortage of collectors who simply want to get divine beasts, some ambitious people who want to study divine beasts, and some elf hunters who are willing to shoot at anyone as long as they have money. But if these people find Lu Yin, it's hard to say who they will deal with. Alola area. The same library, where Acelona was covering her heart, and there was a strange dim light flashing in her eyes. Has the Children of the Stars chosen a new king? Children of the Stars. It is the name given to Cosmog by the king of Alola and his heirs. There are very few people in this world who know the elf of Cosmog, and even in the Alola region, only some people know its existence. But the final evolution of Cosmogu, Lunara and Solgaleo, many people know. One represents the legend of the moon, and the other represents the legend of the sun. Few people know that the legendary mythical beasts can be cultivated from the weak, and they can also evolve, and there are branches of evolution. Of course, as a descendant of the royal family of Alola, Acelona is very clear about these things. At the same time, because of the special power in the body, she can sense Cosmogu to a certain extent and know some of its inspirations. And now, she sensed that a new generation of Children of the Stars. GU has made a choice. Has Cosmogu been captured? The world announcement of Lu Yin's champion just sounded. That's amazing, Champion Lu Yin. So. Atherona's black eyes lit up with dazzling light. The reason why divine beasts are divine beasts is also because they are arrogant and do not easily recognize humans. Acelona remembers history. The establishment of their royal family was because their ancestors were recognized by Cosmogu, and then they cultivated them to become Solgaleo, and established their supremacy. Later, when Solgaleo went to the sun, the power of the royal family became weaker. But every once in a while, new Children of the Stars. All will come and choose the new chosen one. But not every time it will make a choice. Many times, it will float around in the Alola area, and finally grow up and leave. Alola royal family has the priority to be selected, but there have been two divine candidates in history. The first is the ancestor, and the second is the grandfather of Grandpa Atherona's grandfather. This, after being selected by Cosmogu, he cultivated him into Lunayala, and brought the royal family into a second spring. And at this point, Acelona is the heirloom princess of the royal family, and she has two older brothers. There has always been a tradition in the royal family that in the absence of star children, the era of birth, the throne passed to the eldest son, but if there is a child of the star, the era of advent, then, among the children of this generation, who can get the child of the star? Who will inherit the throne? And if the children of the star, you choose someone else, then the royal family must make a good relationship with it, preferably marriage. According to this rule, if it was Lu Yin who conquered Cosmogu, then as the only daughter of the royal family of this generation, she would be the one who married. Lu Yin, my king, my future, I'm here to find you. Acelona jumped out of her chair and took out her phone to contact her father. Hey Dad, ask the housekeeper to book a flight for me, I'm going to Kanto. Well, let's choose Vibrant Airport, which will be closer to Hangcheng. That's right, it's the same as you guessed, I'll go check it out. If the god chosen is the champion of Lu Yin, my daughter is very willing, square, and won't run away. Lu Yin didn't know what kind of storms the whole world caused by his actions to subdue Cosmogu. How many people are eyeing him? There are even royal children who took the initiative to send him to be his wife. I know, he doesn't care about those. who are eyeing him, but it's hard to say about the who wants to take the initiative to be his wife. But now, his mind is on the harvest this time. He didn't expect that the first person to conquer the divine beast would be rewarded by the will of the world, let alone that the reward would be so generous. Ghost Law Crystal 1, Steel Law Crystal 1, Super Energy Law Crystal 1 inch. Master Qualification Fruit 1. There is one more level, but it can't be opened until Cosmogu evolves into Lunara or Solgaleo. Lu Yin simply didn't want to believe the gains he got. Imagine that the Viper instructor robbed mother-in-law Chrysanthemum of a 1 Ghost Law Crystal. He got 3 Attribute Law Crystals at once, and even a Master Level Qualification Fruit. If this news spreads out, wouldn't the whole world be in chaos? Thinking of that scene, Lu Yin shuddered. Fortunately, the will of the world helped keep it secret and didn't say the reward, otherwise. Before I enter the master level, this secret must not be passed on. Chapter 228 Counting the Small Vault, the Rockets Plan to Blacken Nazi. Must be tight-lipped. Lu Yin secretly warned in his heart, and at the same time put the harvest just now into the game. Only by putting things in the game console, he can be 100% assured. Speaking of which, he really got a lot of good things during this time. The first is the Ghost-type Profound Truth Orb given by the Dark Knight Demon King, which he gave to the Glitter Gengar to help her enter the champion level. The Ghost-type Mystery Crystal reward given by the Will of the World after Gengar reached the King level before, and the 2 Ghost-type Mystery Crystals obtained by Xiaoqi in the Secret Realm. However, the 444 Profound Truth Crystals were synthesized by him into the Ghost-type Profound Truth Orb, and used for the Sword Monster with the Shield. Now the Sword Monster with the Shield, like the Gengar, is also a champion-level elves. Tisk tisk, my 2 strongest champion elves are ghosts, and now I have conquered a mythical beast that can have ghost attributes after evolution. Lu Yin was a little speechless. He felt that he really had a tendency to become a ghost specialist. Speaking of which, Glitter Gengar's breakthrough to the champion level is also the first. I also got 2 Ghost-type Mystery Orbs and 2 champion-level qualification fruits as rewards. I have made up for the loss, not to mention, there are 2 more fruits. Besides, there is 1 more qualification to enter the Secret Realm, where there is at least 1 champion-level elf and 1 third-level god. Cumbling, it's really a huge gain against the sky. When I turn all these gains into my own strength, it won't be a problem if I want to set foot on the master level. At that time, at least in terms of human beings, I don't need to be afraid of anyone. A strong confidence gradually emerged from Lu Yin's body. This is the confidence given by strong confidence, which is slightly different from his previous confidence. Speaking of which, I still have 666 glitter fruits. Now Lalula's and the others have not been cultivated. When they all evolve to the final evolutionary type, ask them if they would like to change their color, and they can eat it without changing color. Flash elves will have special talents. Thinking about it this way, I have so many good things right now. It's not that I don't know, but after careful calculation, I realize that I am so rich now, and Lu Yin felt in a good mood for a while. In order to make his mood better, he decided to do something that pits the rockets. Meanwhile, in the Golden City, in a special private house, a young man with green hair and green eyes in a special rocket uniform tapped the table with his fingers, with a gloomy look in his eyes. Crack! Door of the room was suddenly opened, and a woman with short red hair in a white physique and a long skirt walked in from the outside. Her face was also very ugly. Young man looked up at the woman, and asked with a hint of hope, "Athena, is the news confirmed?" "It's confirmed." Athena closed her eyes, as if trying to avoid something. "That guy Lambda is indeed dead. Lance, we should change our name in the future." "Really? Dead?" Lance couldn't help clenching his fists, and mad anger emerged in his eyes. The rockets can develop to this extent in a short period of time, and the internal forces are naturally not monolithic. There are 2 founders of the rockets, one is the mother of the current leader Sakagi, and the other is a mysterious masked man. Sakagi's mother went to Amazon to investigate a special ancient mystery, and now it is unknown whether she has disappeared or has retreated into the background. The masked man delegated power after Sakagi became a champion trainer and made him the leader. And now, Sakagi is already a master trainer, and behind him is a mother who is also a master. This configuration allows Sakagi's orders to be unimpeded within the rockets. But this does not mean that everyone's ideals are the same as Sakagi, and everyone is not all obedient to Sakagi. For example, the three beasts of the rockets, Chakra, Oka, Saki. These three people are very mysterious, and they also have a certain connection with the masked man, one of the founders of the rockets. In addition, they all set foot on the championship level in a peculiar form, so they are a small group. In addition, there are various small groups based on Viper instructors. 4 generals, Asura, Athena, Lance, and Lambda, are the direct descendants brought out by Sakagi himself, and they are the core strength of Sakagi. There may be conflicts and disagreements between them, but within the rockets, they are the best small group. Now don't kill Lambda, it has the greatest impact on the 4 of them, and they are the most saddened by it. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum, I will never let her go. Lance's face was gloomy, his eyes burning with restrained anger. Actually murdered. And the Viper instructor, I used to respect him because he took us. I didn't expect him to use Lambda as a shield. Now restraint. Athena is also very angry, but she knows what is most important now, so she still advises. Asura is the strongest among us, wait for him to break through to the championship level, or wait for the plan to be completed, and then liquidate this deal. Account. I know. Lance closed his eyes weakly. What Heavenly King is still nothing in front of a champion. We are still the first task to complete, to turn that Nazahe into our rockets. After that, we will hide it. We have no reason or obligation to help him carry the trouble caused by the poisonous snake in order to break through the master level. Athena nodded. But I will hide in the dark, and if I have a chance, I will take action against mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Lance abruptly opened his eyes and said seriously, count me in. Both of them aimed at mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Why are they so stupid? Lu Yin didn't kill Lambda. It's a fact, but he doesn't know about others. In the video shot by mother-in-law Juzi, when it was Lu Yin's turn to speak, he directly gave the credit for killing Lambda to mother-in-law Juzi. Lu Yin said that although he killed Lambda, he only needed Kanto to recognize his credit and reward him. As for the nominal credit, his Lu Yin's name, there are a few people in the world who don't know, so let's leave it to mother-in-law Chrysanthemum. Isn't she trying to prove that she has nothing to do with the rockets? Killing one of the 4 rockets generals can prove her innocence, isn't it? He is generous, so don't misunderstand him in the future. Mother-in-law Chrysanthemum must not thank him. As for whether mother-in-law Juzi will be targeted by the rockets. Forehead, as the 4 kings of Kanto, she seems to have nothing to do with Team Rocket, so it doesn't matter. Elf Tower, just returned from the spiritual world, Xiao Kai shuddered. Why does it feel familiar? Chapter 229_Operation Rocket. Lu Yin helps Nazi. 3/4. Crack. The door of Athena and Lance's private house was pushed open again, and a young man in yoga clothes hurried in. Not good, Lord Athena, Lord Lance. Athena and Lance frowned. Because of Lambda's sacrifice, they were in a bad mood, and now this subordinate's rash intrusion made them even more irritable. But they were also curious as to what made the young man act so panicked. This young man is the one they arranged to learn superpowers in Nazi's gym, but in fact it is to monitor the situation of this gym and ensure that the plan to blacken Nazi can be implemented smoothly. He was so flustered, could it be that something went wrong on Nazi's side? 2 adults. Young man in the yoga suit took a deep breath, finally calmed down and said, I can't wait for Nazi's action. Today, when a trainer challenged Nazi, he used the always special ghost stone. That ghost stone made Nazi laugh. The spirit that she originally distracted and put into the doll has returned to her body. What? Lance and Athena realized the seriousness of the matter and stood up hastily. Long time, their rockets have tried to blacken Nazi and let her secretly join the rockets and become one of the inner responders in the League. When Sakagi personally took action, he has already planted a blackening seed in Nazi's heart. The only difficulty now is that Nazi has always put her innocence in a doll, and her behavior is unpredictable. If they act rashly, it is very likely to backfire, lead to problems in the results, and help Nazi grow up. So they have been waiting for Nazi's heart to be won. They have also prepared a series of plans for this. Unexpectedly, this situation has now been unexpectedly achieved. Since the opportunity has come, it also saves us from guiding. This is an opportunity. Lance made a decisive decision and issued an order, go on and act immediately. At the same time, Lu Yin walked to the vicinity of the Golden Gym according to the map prompted on the phone. A burst of girls' silver bell-like laughter entered his ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, Lu Yin found that there were 6 people standing at the entrance of the Golden Gym, 3 of which were the combination of Xiaoji, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging plus Pikachu, and the other 3, according to their appearance, should be a family of 3. Who laughed was the daughter of that one. This is a tall woman with beautiful long purple hair, wearing a red leather suit. This is definitely a top lady. Behind her, there is a Thong who is smiling. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin immediately reacted, and the corner of his mouth evoked the right arc. What happened to this time? The girl who thinks very happily is Nazi. Nazi was very lively when she was a child, but she didn't know when she started to lack emotion, and her psychological trauma brought her innocent personality to the rag doll. In the plot of the anime, Xiaoji did not succeed in his first challenge, but he was lucky to escape. In order to get the badge, he listened to the rumors, and went with Xiaoxia and Xiaoging to an abandoned mansion near Ziwan town to find ghost elves. There, Ash and Ghost Stone became friends and confiscated them, and they went on to challenge Nazi, but after arriving at the gym, Ash, who planned to fight with Ghost Stone, found that Ghost Stone was missing at an unknown time. Abandoned the duel. In the process of escaping, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging were turned into dolls by Nazi. Critical moment, it was Nazi's father who rescued Xiaoji. Later, Xiaoji learned from Nazi's father the truth of Nazi's childhood. Then, he met again and told her that he made an agreement with Ghost Stone to challenge Nazi again. But Ghost Stone disappeared again, he could only bite the bullet and fight. Just when he was about to lose, Ghost Stone appeared and made Nazi laugh. Nazi laughed until she couldn't continue fighting. Apparently after Xiaoji's opportunistic victory. It was also when Nazi sealed her childlike innocence and feelings in the doll and temporarily took it back into her body. You look so happy, do you think Nazi is already cured? Lu Yin shook his head, don't look at Nazi smiling like this, but it will change soon, and eventually become a colder iceberg. At first, Lu Yin thought it was because the inner breath belt that was injured by Team Rocket's reason Nazi was crooked. Now he understands that what Nazi lacks is more than a complete childhood and the pursuit of happiness. She really lacks is actually a part of her soul, a part of desire and emotional detection. The lack of this part makes her easy to go to extremes. For this reason, the Rockets can succeed whenever they act, make Nazi black and join them. On the contrary, as long as the missing parts of Nazi are returned, wait for her thoughts and perceptions to become healthy. At that time, unless she wanted to speak slang herself, she didn't care. What Team Rocket does is useless and cannot lead her to blacken. After a few minutes, Xiaoji's trio left under the watchful eyes of Nazi's family of 3. Lu Yin did not come forward to greet them. This time, he has something to do, and the less people know about it, the better. After Xiaoji and the others left, Nazi and the 3 of them walked into the gym. Nazi's father walked up to Nazi, bowed solemnly and apologized. Nazi, my daughter, I used to be my father, sorry for you. Dad will be a good father in the future, and he will take into account your thoughts. Mom too. Nazi's mother, Nami, walked to Janchi and looked at Natsi with hope, with a firm face, hoping that Natsi could forgive them. Natsi had returned to her icy appearance, but when she heard her parents' words, she still nodded lightly in response. She felt a little warm in her heart. But the next moment, for some unknown reason, fragments of childhood began to appear in her mind, the kind of being treated as a monster, the kind of being contradicted by others, the kind of being looked at by parents with fearful eyes. Keep emerging. Don't. Hugged her head, her face showing the flag of pain and indifference, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Just then, a figure appeared beside her. Unexpectedly, the rockets are starting to act now. Nazu looks ruthless in the anime and many manga, but in the manga, Dengeki Pikachu, she looks quite gentle and kind. The author summed up two situations and came up with this setting in combination with the story of Maiden Gorge. From then on, Natsi will show tenderness towards people she values, but she will be cold towards enemies and cold towards strangers. Chapter 230_Bad Rockets Good Things. Save Natsi. 4 quarters. I didn't expect the rockets to move so fast. Beside Nazi, Luyin's figure flashed out of thin air, and his brows were furrowed. He knew that the rockets would take a shot at Natsi, but he didn't expect this to happen so quickly, just after Ash and the others left. Doesn't this mean that after Natsi regained her emotions for a short time, she was completely blackened? This is the reversal of heaven and hell. Fortunately today, he wanted to solve this matter on a whim, otherwise he would want to break Natsi later. It must take a lot of thought to get back on track. Who are you? Seeing Luyin suddenly appearing beside Nazi, he instinctively took out the pokeball. Don't resist, I'll explain to you after leaving here. Luyin didn't have time to explain now that the black technology deployed by Team Rocket all around the Golden Gym Hall was designed to affect Nazi's mental power. The longer you stay here, the longer it will affect Nazi. Shish. Luyin's eyes narrowed, and he released his superpower to wrap Nazi and the couple, and then used teleportation. Immediately after, they appeared on the rooftop of a nearby tall building. Call. When a cool breeze blew, the key times suddenly reacted, and immediately stopped Nami to reach out, and looked at Luyin vigilantly. Who are you? I warn you, don't hurt my daughter. Otherwise I'll be rude. The keystrokes were very shocking and panic. If it were an ordinary person, he might not realize how powerful Luyin was. But he is a superpower, his wife is also a superpower, and his daughter is a genius superpower who can force 3 people to use teleportation. The young man in front of him is at least a top power user. It is also very likely that it is the legendary king-level power user. Thinking of this, out of caution, I pressed the switch on the Pokeball in my hand. White light flashed, and Hooty, who was at the peak of the quasi-celestial king with a spoon in his hand, appeared on the high platform. As soon as he appeared, Hooty looked at Luyin with vigilance. It can feel that the strength of this human being is stronger than it. Moreover, there is an uncomfortable atmosphere around this human being. Don't get excited, don't get excited. A dark shadow sprang out from under Luyin's feet, slowly moving in the moonlight, turning into a Geng ghost with a thief smile. Seeing Gengar, Hooty suddenly became more vigilant. Talking Gengar. He and Nami looked at each other for a while. Huh. Nami seemed to realize something, and took a serious look at Luyin's appearance, followed by her reaction, You are Luyin. Luyin. The keys were stunned for a moment, and then they responded. Isn't that Luyin? 3 feet S in the world today, do you not know Luyin? All the world thoughts related to him are more exciting than the other. By the way, he didn't deal with the rockets in Ziwan town, how could he appear here and hijack? The 3 of them were right, they seemed to have vaguely heard what Luyin said about Team Rocket earlier. What the hell is going on is a lot because it lingers in the hearts of Janchi and Nami, but the nervousness in their hearts, after confirming that the other party is full of Luyin, it is released a lot. After all, a champion trainer has to deal with them. They don't even have the ability to resist. At this time, Luyan ignored Jianqi and Jianmei. He was checking Nazi's spiritual world. Like the last time I entered Catalya's spiritual space, in a strange place, Luyan appeared in an azure lake. You look at it with approval, you can find that there is a very strange empty space on the lake surface, and the surrounding water seems to be blocked by some force and cannot flow in. And in the middle of the lake, a figure that looks exactly like the royal sister Nazi is holding a figure carved out of a mold like her, but there is only about 6 years old, a little girl. The girl's expression was very cold, but the little girl had a smile on her face, which was a little weird. As if sensing Luyan's appearance, the girl and the little girl turned their heads together and stared at him so motionlessly. Luyan was a little frightened by the look, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Don't just look at me like this, you'll panic." Hearing Luyan's words, the girl remained expressionless, but the little girl gave out a silver bell-like laughter. Hee hee hee. "Big brother, why are you here? Are you here to play with me? Big brother, can you play with me?" Luyan shuddered all over his body. "Kind of. I feel like a ghost. Is this some kind of ghost story? Let's return the remnant soul quickly, the matter should be resolved." Thinking of this, Luyan raised his left hand. "Come out, little purple." Swish. Hearing Luyan's greeting, Nazi's 1,000-year-old soul appeared in this space. Her realization was attracted by the missing foot of the lake, and from there, she could feel the calling from her heart. "Is this where I should be?" Xiaozi asked Luyan, but she seemed to be asking herself. "Yes." Luyan nodded. Go back, you are the complete self." Xiaozi nodded slightly. Before leaving, she took a deep look at Luyan, and then rushed towards the missing corner of the lake without looking back. Seeing this situation, the little girl on the opposite side restrained her smile for the first time. With a look of horror on her face, she stretched out her hand and seemed to want to do something. At this time, Yuji Nazi, who had been expressionless and made any movements, stretched out her hand and put her hand on the little girl, making her completely unable to move, and could only watch everything in front of her. Seeing this scene, Luyan frowned, and then quickly relaxed. Could it be because of the lack of remnant souls and childhood experiences that Nazi gave birth to a second personality? That's the right explanation, but it's... And everything I knew before, the little girl is a protective personality, the side that Nazi most desires and protects herself, and Yuji Nazi is her body. But her personality is not the creation of a new thinking individual, but the boarding of inspiration caused by the lack of soul. I think that as long as Xiaozi belongs, everything will become complete. The truth of the matter is very consistent with what Luyan guessed. As Xiaozi entered the missing corner of the lake, the corner finally began to pour into the lake, and when the gap was completely filled, the entire lake glowed brightly. Immediately after, Xiaozi's figure appeared beside the royal sister Nazi. She and the little girl Nazi hugged Nazi's body together. Swish. The two figures poured into Yuji Nazi's body at the same time, and finally became one. Girl Nazi, Shu. Of Luyan with a small smile on his face. Luyan, my former lover. Want to play with me? Luyan, is this the car to kindergarten? Grateful book friend without beginning reward 1000 VIP. Thank you book friend Wuyu for rewarding 100. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 231_Nazi. Darling, honey. Luyan. Gengar. Is this woman a face changer? Swish. In Nazi's spiritual space, a dazzling light blooms on the lake. In the lake, the expression on Nazi's face began to change. Luyan looked towards the lake and found that there was a picture that kept flashing. There are some pictures of Nazi's 1,000-year-old remnant soul in Maiden Gorge over the past 1,000 years, and some are all of Nazi's childhood in this life. From when she was coveted by her parents and raised with great hopes, she was treated as a monster by others, no one played with her, and when her parents finally began to fear her, one thing after another, everything happened. Later, she began to close her heart, and only use the play that she wanted most as a child. Pin it on the doll, and only hope to encounter things to play every day. Now, these pictures are all merged and brought together. The current Nazi can be said to have awakened the memory of the remnant soul for nearly 1,000 years, and 1,000 years of experience have made her mature, and the way of thinking about problems is also. At the same time, the special circumstances of his childhood kept him longing for friends. And with a healthy soul, she can also feel every emotion and connect everything together. In the end, she also inherited the obsession of the remnant soul and the obsession of being with her reincarnated lover. It was here that Yuji Natsu opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yin quietly, her eyes full of love. This love has lasted for thousands of years. Cough. The emotion in Nazi's eyes was too strong, as if it was about to become a substantial meaning. Lu Yin was a little dumbfounded by the look at it, and asked with a light cough, "Are you all right now?" "I'm fine." Natsu pursed her lips, her footsteps drifted to Lu Yin's side, looked at him affectionately, and said softly, "Thank you for everything you have done for me. I didn't expect that I still have a remnant of the soul left, and I have experienced so much in 1,000 years. Thank you for making me complete, Lu Yin. My dear reincarnated lover. You want to play with me?" "Play?" Lu Yin's expression froze. This game shouldn't be the kind of thing he thought. Well, Natsu shouldn't know the existence of that kind of knowledge. Should be just wanting to play for a while. Lu Yin asked solemnly, "Are you still the same person you used to be?" Of course. After more than 1,000 years of experience, Nazi instantly wanted to understand Lu Yin's meaning, smiled lightly, and explained, "My remnant soul only carries my desires and emotions, and has no consciousness. You can understand that I am the host, and my remnant is a hard drive that copies content elsewhere. Now the hard drive comes back with 1,000-year memory. It's still a part of me, but it's just 1,000-year memory attached. This memory also allows me to deal with the encounters of this new life very well. Before being treated as monsters by others, it was just that ordinary people didn't understand the power of superpowers. So you have to worry about me, you know. My love." Love. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. He felt that this matter was developing in a strange direction. Z didn't do anything to Catalia. How did Lu Yin know that what Nazi said was true, but she didn't know anything about it? Say. Is the emotion represented by the remnant soul, and records the kind of obsession with the hateful goodbye lover. Even though that obsession is from the beginning, it can last for thousands of years, and the fake becomes the real. And at the moment when Lu Yin liberated Natsu's remnant soul, he was that lover. To sum up, Nazi is still the same Nazi, but she has more than 1,000 years of experience, her mentality has become a lot more mature, and at the same time, she has loved Lu Yin for only 1,000 years. By the way, your analogy is very appropriate, and the host hard drive. Lu Yin snorted. He always felt that his face was very thick, especially after integrating the memories of the parallel world of the previous life. But now the emotion in Natsu's eyes felt him. He is so tender. Hearing this, Nazi hugged Lu Yin's arm and smiled sweetly. "Thank you for your compliment, love." Love. Lu Yin, can you change your name? Change what, darling Haney? Fuck, you don't even think about the Nazi in my memory. Well, Hanny, have you seen Nazi before? Why doesn't Nazi know that Hanny wants to see how Nazi behaves? Lu Yin. Over, he seems to have created a fake Nazi, but soon Lu Yin will know that Nazi is still the same Nazi, it's just different to him. Let's go out to the spiritual world first, your parents are still waiting outside. They're still worried about you. Well, listen to Haney. You should call me Lu Yin. But this isn't intimate at all. Lu Yinjing was speechless for the first time. Hee. Nazi covered her mouth with a chuckle and said, "Okay, then Lu Yin. Call." Lu Yin felt relieved, and heard Nazi say, "Let's change the name after we get married." Lu Yin. This Nazi is definitely a fake. But why can't I hate it? Outside, Luyan opened his eyes first and moved his hand from Nazi, took it away, then looked at Janji and Nami with a slight smile. Hello, I am Luyan. The situation is urgent, so I didn't have time to explain. I was helping just now. Quote. Luyan mentioned Team Rocket's plan to Janji and his wife. Bastard rockets. After listening to Luyan's narration, Janji and Nami suddenly burst into anger. They never thought that Nazi was getting more and more indifferent and doing things more and more extreme behind the rockets. Especially just now, when Nazi finally recovered, Team Rocket was so mad that they wanted to influence her. Nazi, are you alright? Kanji and Nami approached Nazi and asked worriedly. Feeling that Luyan was looking at her, Nazi opened her eyes and showed a sweet smile. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Key times. Nami, damn, they saw what Nazi smiled and smiled so brightly. It's all right, right? But the next moment, they were even more dumbfounded. It's okay. Key and Nami. Hee. Zhenghui rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and was shocked. Wow. Is this woman a face changer? Why is there a smiling face in front of Luyan, like a volcano that is about to melt people away? If it's not Luyan, it will become an iceberg. Good Nima is weird. My Gengar is willing to bow down. Chapter 232 Nazi's parents. This daughter has been raised for nothing. Kenji. Nami. 3 question marks appeared on the faces of Kenji and his wife, and they looked confused. In front of them, Nazi has returned to her usual aloof appearance. Even though she was like this, it was much better than before. Strangers are not allowed to enter, but when she looked at Luyan, her smile was like a blooming flower. This is too bad, and all of this happened at the moment when Luyan looked away from Nazi's face. At that moment, she seemed to have changed her face, withdrew her smile, and returned to her usual indifferent appearance, but she was just a little more angry than before. Kenji and Nami feel that they may be hallucinating. Luyan didn't know the thoughts of Kenji and his wife. Seeing their strange expressions, he thought they were worried about Nazi's situation, smiled and said, Nazi's situation is very good. I believe you should see it. My superpower is very strong. With my help, she has gotten a better grasp of her superpowers and emotions. I believe it will also become better in the future, better and better. Luyan didn't tell the real situation of Nazi, the matter of the remnant soul, and thought that as long as he and Nazi both knew, there would be no benefit to more people who knew. After explaining, Luyan looked at Nazi again and said with a smile, yes. Nazi smiled sweetly, hugged Luyan's arm affectionately, and nodded to Kenji and Nano. Mom and Dad, I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me. Kenji, Nami, Zhenghui, wow, is this woman acting? All said, she smiled just to show Luyan that she was still so cold to others. Husband. Nami Asa Kenji gave him a look. This. Kenji understood what Nami was thinking, hesitated for a while, and whispered, it should be fine, maybe Nazi likes Luyan. Our Nazi is special, maybe it's more special to like a person's performance. Nami nodded, she also felt that this statement was more reasonable. After all, their daughter has been different since she was a child. This scene is heartbreaking. Why only Luyan laughs? It seems that she has noticed the thoughts in Kenji and Nami's heart. The superpower of color spread out, and he responded to the two with telepathy and said, Mom and Dad, I'm good. Next, I want to be with Luyan, and the gym will be handed over. It doesn't matter if you want to close it. Also, in front of Luyan, you acted oh well. Nazi blinked at Kenji and Nami, she was so playful and cute as never before, which made Luyan stunned when she saw it. But Kenji and Nami's interest is not so bright. Sure enough, their daughter is in love with Luyan. Honestly, that's a good thing. But Nazi's feelings are very extreme, they are afraid that Luyan can't stand it. But think about Luyan's current achievements, and he is also a power user. Well, they should worry a little more about themselves. Natsy's words through telepathy were unprecedentedly polite and gentle, but they were obviously also threats. Her subtext is just one. The old lady is going to go to a man next, and the gym will help you manage it well. Don't hold me back when you two go as parents, otherwise. Become a doll and serve. Amount. Kenji and Nami shuddered, and the former said very wisely, Natsy, since you've finally recovered, why don't you go out to relax recently? Traveling is also an essential experience. The gym, my parents can help you manage it temporarily. Can you? Nazi's eyes lit up, followed by looking at Lu Yinming with a look of anticipation, and asked softly, Lu Yin, will I follow you next time? You take me out for a walk. Kenji and his wife, if they didn't know the truth, they would never believe that Nazi, who was talking to Lu Yin, threatened them just now. They really raised a good daughter. Of course there is no problem. With Nazi's look, Lu Yin couldn't refuse at all. Wow. Zhang Gui blinked abruptly, and for some reason, she suddenly sensed the same smell as Lu Yin on Nazi. That kind of, the taste of black heart. This must be a black belly. No, although she has broken through to the championship level, the history of blood and tears tells her that she must stay away from this kind of creature. Swish. Zhang Gui flashed by and fell directly into Lu Yin's shadow. Seeing this, Nazi glanced at the shadow under Lu Yin's feet. Not knowing what she was thinking, the corner of her mouth raised a strange arc. And meanwhile, around the Golden Gym, Athena and Lance appeared at the main entrance with their hands, without shyness. Because of Nazi, there were few people around the Golden Gym, and all the rockets appeared above board. Athena raised her hand and looked at the watch, and said solemnly, It's almost time, we go in now, the chance of success is very high. Let's go then. Lance nodded lightly and walked towards the main entrance of the Golden City Gym first, the superpower apprentice leading the way. Lu Yin has always been a superpower outcaster, and the situation at the entrance of the Golden Gym naturally did not exceed his expectations. Let Nazi join the rockets after helping Nazi, to act as his inner responder, and at the same time to obtain resources within the rockets. But now, look down at Nazi's eyes looking at her, and her bright smile. Well, this plan is outright ruled out. Of ways to deal with the rockets, and Nazi's line should be abandoned directly. So he said directly, I sense that the rockets have been dispatched. Let's go fix the rockets now. Nazi and the three of them also heard the power user, and when they heard Lu Yin's words, they immediately released a superpower sensor, and the situation in front of the Golden Gym did not reservedly appear in their minds. How dare! Kenji was immediately angry. He originally thought that the rockets designed to influence Nazi was beyond the norm. After all, Nazi was also one of the owners of the Kanto Gymnasium, an official figure, and the rockets violated the organization. But he didn't expect that Team Rocket would dare to attack the gym directly. A layer of frost covered Nazi's delicate and pretty face. Then leave them all behind. Chapter 233 Resolute Lance and Athena. Invisible flirting. 3/4. What's the matter? There seems to be no one in the gym. Which had always been dark, was exceptionally bright at this time, and the members of Team Rocket were scattered all over the gym. Who are also one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, have come to the innermost battlefield of the gym, looking around in confusion. The following basic members of the Rockets also reported the situation constantly, saying that Nazi and her parents were not found. The unexpected result made Athena frown. How come no one saw the gym they walked into together? Could something go wrong? Lance guessed, maybe they discovered the anomaly and slipped away early. These power users are the most troublesome in this regard. Shouldn't it be? Athena shook her head. She did not agree with Lance's point of view. Before they enter here, the first thing they turn on is the device that can affect people's spirits and evoke some memories in their hearts. This kind of device has little effect on ordinary people, and at most, I feel a little depressed suddenly. But Nazi is a superpower, and a superpower full of unpleasant experiences in her heart. This device can amplify the evil thoughts in her heart. and in the case that Natsy's parents did not find the problem. After waiting enough time, Lance was brought into the Golden Gym, and at the same time, he turned on the special black technology barrier device to block the area here, so that people in the area could not use special power. Other words, if Natsy and the others were still in the gym, they would not be able to use their superpowers at all. In other words, if the Natsy family of 3 cannot be found now, they must have left long ago. It may be that our plan was exposed, but not necessarily. After thinking about it for a long time, Athena decided to seek stability, and she said solemnly, to be on the safe side, let's go now. It's an eventful time, don't waste time here. Good. Lance nodded, agreeing with Athena's proposal. And for some unknown reason, after entering this opposing battlefield, he felt an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart. As if something dangerous was about to happen soon. Bang! At the moment when the two of them made their decision, the door to the outside of the battlefield was automatically closed without any wind. What's the matter? Athena and Lance jumped inwardly, realizing the strangeness of the matter. The two looked at each other tacitly, and immediately took out the Pokeball back to back, looking around vigilantly. As expected of the 4th General of the Rockets, the response is not bad. A voice suddenly sounded in the opposing battlefield. Lance and Athena moved their ears and looked at a dark corner of the room together. There, 2 figures slowly emerged from the darkness. This is a combination of a young man and a woman. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are tall and have outstanding temperament. On the woman's delicate face, there was frost on her face at this time, as if no strangers should enter. Obviously she was not easy to mess with. Lance and Athena recognized this, and it was the target of their action this time, Naz. But now it was the young man beside Natsy who attracted their attention even more. The young man had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't care about anything. His casual appearance gave Lance and the two a huge sense of oppression. Who is this man? Why is it so young, but it brings a huge sense of crisis? The expressions on Lance and Athena's faces remained the same, but there was already a storm in their hearts. They are one of the 4 generals of the Rockets, and they are real kings and powerful. This young man the act of being so casual gave them a huge sense of deterrence, which was even heavier than the sense of crisis when facing the 3 beasts. Wait, this young man looks familiar, he seems to be. Lance's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in horror, you are Lu Yin. Lu Yin. A light flashed across Athena's mind, and finally reacted. It turned out to be Lu Yin, the guy who just got all the members of Team Rocket in Ziwan Town arrested, the guy who pierced the plan of Team Rocket. This is Team Rocket's #1 enemy. But Athena and Lance, they don't have the idea of seeking revenge from Lu Yin right now. Because Lu Yin has a champion elf and a divine beast. Then, there is another Nazi staring at him next to him. They are definitely not rivals. The most important thing is, looking at Nazi's expression, although it is cold, it is not ruthless. They could feel that Nazi was cold because of seeing them. This way, their Rocket's plan for Nazi this time may have been known to her. Could it be that Lu Yin told her? But these questions are not important. Finally, their plan this time has been exposed, and now they are facing Lu Yin and Nazi. Let's not talk about winning or not. After all, this is the city center, or the Alliance's gym. If it takes a long time, the situation will affect them. Words will only get worse. Thinking of this, Lance and Athena looked at each other, and the two still behaved tacitly at this moment. Swish. The two of them threw a metal ball in the direction of Lu Yin and Nazi, followed by a yellow badge, and crushed it. Humph. Noticing the movements of the two of Lance, Nazi snorted coldly and controlled the superpower in her body to grab the metal ball thrown at them. There was something wrong with this metal ball at first sight, and she didn't want Lu Yin to accompany her in danger. But at the moment when her superpower touched the metal ball, a powerful suction hit, sucking away her mental power in an instant. Immediately following, a huge sense of exhaustion struck, causing her to stumble and fall to the side. But she did not fall to the ground, but fell into a warm embrace. Nazi looked up, and what fell into her eyes was Lu Yin's handsome profile. She looked a little crazy. "It's all right." Lu Yin's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and Nazi came back to her senses. A strange flush appeared on her face. "No, it's okay. What happened to me just now? Don't count it." Lu Yin raised his head and waved his hand violently. "Those two medals are not easy. But what's more difficult is Lance and Athena. They were a little more decisive than I expected. Slip away without a fight." Chapter 234 Lu Yin. Nazi, let's take revenge. 4 quarters. Slipped. Nazi's expression was startled. After she reacted, she looked forward and found that the figures of Lance and Athena had disappeared at some point, leaving only a strange electric light in place. That she wanted to control with her superpowers were stopped by Gengar, like holding 2 marbles, playing with them in her hands. "What is that?" In Zhang's hand. This thing gave her a very strange feeling, and it could actually absorb her superpower. "This metal ball is not simple, it is an ancient black technology." Lu Yin helped Nazi up, then walked to Zhang Gui and held the 2 metal balls in his hands. "There is a special magnetic field in this metal ball, and as long as they don't touch, they won't explode. The material for making metal balls is very precious and has the effect of absorbing energy. Like the 2 metal balls in my hand, they can absorb all energy below the level of the king, and this energy also enhances the power of the metal to explode after touching it. Your superpower is not strong enough, this is not blocking, but sending energy." Finished explaining. Lu Yin threw the 2 metal balls into the game console with a flick of his hand. This thing, with his strength, might not be used in a lifetime. But it's alright to keep it, in case it's a high-tech thing. Be prepared to put away the metal ball. Lu Yin walked to Nazi's side and put his finger on her forehead. "When you're by my side in the future, don't be in a hurry, you know." Look, those 2 guys caught the gap and escaped. Lu Yin was also helpless. Before Athena and Lance threw the metal ball, followed by the crushed teleportation signal. This item is expensive to manufacture, and requires a special powerful super-power system to sit in one place, and then someone wears the corresponding signal device. And the usable range is not large, generally used as an emergency escape. Those who want to leave, as long as they crush the signal device in the special field, the super spirits in the field will sense it and use superpower to send the person there. The Golden City has always been a secret base where the rockets are secretly stationed, no matter. Is the most famous Shalufu building in the Golden City, or in the Golden City Gym, there are their people. Lu Yin had no doubt that the rockets would build a teleportation facility here. He was ready to strike at any time. It's just that he didn't expect Lance and Athena to be so straightforward, choosing to activate the teleportation signal without even hitting, and throwing metal balls in advance. The most important thing is that Nazi was also tricked by the metal ball. In the end, they could only let the 2 escape. "Sorry." Nazi lowered her head embarrassedly. She just didn't want Lu Yin to encounter any danger, so she couldn't help but want to take action. This is an inexplicable instinct. But Lu Yin's words let her know that she is not strong enough, so it is better to learn to be obedient in the future. "Don't apologize to me, I just don't want you. But it's better if they run away." Lu Yin shook his head, an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. He's not in a hurry to kill Lance now, it will weaken the rockets a lot. If the rockets are too weak, they will really be beaten by Kanto. There's no point in fighting. Of course, it's best to be evenly matched, and he can fish in troubled waters. But when he saw this casual sentence, it stabbed Nazi's heart. Invisible flirting is the most deadly. Don't you want me to be hurt? Nazi looked at Lu Yin with an expression on her face, with a bright smile on her face. Feeling Nazi's gaze, Lu Yin felt one head and too big. Too much emotion. "Nazi, can I take your smile for a while?" "Why doesn't Lu Yin like my smile?" "No, you look good when you smile, but I can't stand it. Why can't you take it? Well, you'll be happy. If I'm happy, Lu Yin, you're so nice. Lu Yin. He had a hunch that even if he asked Nazi to die now, Nazi definitely thought he was thinking about her, and then happily agreed. How did this girl become like that? What happened to Zheng Ghost from a demon to an angel? Hee. Key times. Hee. Nami, just be happy. At the same time, there is a special square mechanical platform in the basement of a private house somewhere in the Golden City. On the 444 corners of this platform sit 4 Kathy. At this time, blue superpowers emerged from the 4 Caseys. There was a flicker on the mechanical platform, followed by the silhouettes of Lance and Athena appeared out of thin air. Seeing the familiar surroundings around them, the two suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the previous situation, Lance said solemnly, Lu Yin has given me a strong deterrent force. It doesn't look like a champion-level existence that has just been conquered. Don't you want to say that he has broken through to the championship level? Athena asked back. She admitted that Lu Yin also brought her a strong sense of crisis. But the source of this feeling, she prefers that Lu Yin has some kind of trump card. I don't know. Lance shook his head, frowned and said, I always have a feeling that if he wants to stop us, we might not be able to escape. As for whether he has deep meaning, I don't know. This man. Seeing Lance slapped Lu Yin, Athena became more and more speechless, sighing, maybe it's Lambda's death that made your nerves too sensitive. Maybe. Lance smiled wryly. Could it be that I'm really sensitive? No matter what, it's safe now. Let's get in touch. Nazi's plan is a complete failure. Half an hour later, in the Golden Gym, Lu Yin and Nazi will capture all the members of Team Rocket except Lance and Athena. In the hands of Junsha and the police she led. Wait until the police leave with the rockets. Lu Yin looked at the time and found that it was just after 6 o'clock the next morning. 4. Superpowers. Meditation can completely replace the time on the water. Lu Yinchao asked Nazi, Nazi, do you want to find a place to help you continue to take revenge on Team Rocket? Chapter 235 _ Take Nazi to the Rockets game hall to make a fortune. Rainbow City. Downtown arcade. The 2 slot machines were crowded with people. At the cashier counter, several employees surrounded the store manager anxiously watching all this. Boss, what to do? They have won too many game coins, and they are being exchanged, and they will definitely lose a lot. We will definitely be held accountable by then. Otherwise, let's talk about how they cheat. The person is Lu Yin, and next to him is Nazi, the owner of the Golden Gym. They must be using superpowers. Isn't that cheating? Are you stupid? Although this is indeed cheating, superpowers are something that people are born with. Could it be that someone has an extra hand to play in the arcade, and we also let them cut off one hand? Then what do you say? Listen to the manager. Bunch of people discussed, and the final conclusion was to listen to the store manager. These employees are actually non-staff members of the Rockets, and the store manager is a team captain within the Rockets. That the Rockets put on the bright side, and it is specially used for money laundering and the like. The Alliance also knows the tricks of this game hall, but never thought of taking it away. One reason is that the benefits brought by this game hall are too great, and paying taxes every year can make the Alliance a lot of money. Another reason, shutting it down, is nothing more than cutting off a money laundering channel for Team Rocket and catching a few soldiers. No big deal. To sum up, it is better to end it than to misbehave, and the Alliance can also make money. But the people of the League never dreamed that the Rockets would play a black light in front of them, and a huge secret base was built directly under the game hall. Shut up. The store manager interrupted the discussion with some annoyance, hesitated for a while, and made an internal call, which could find the person in charge of the base. Hey, is it a fire-breathing dragon? My side is the water arrow turtle. Voice came from the opposite side. I am not a fire-breathing dragon, but a fiery beast. Actually, I'm a giant marsh monster. After a strange conversation, a cold voice came from the opposite side. I am Apollo, contact me urgently at this time, I hope you can come up with a reasonable explanation. General, the situation here is really urgent. Champion Lu Yin and Na Zi, the owner of the Golden Yellow Road, appeared in the game hall together and have already earned a lot of game coins. Excuse me, how have I dealt with it? Lu Yin, Na Zi. At Team Rocket's secret base, Apollo with short cyan hair and a white suit narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flashing coldly. He had just received a call from Lance and Athena, and learned that the plan in the Golden Market had failed because of Lu Yin. How long has it been since Lu Yin actually came to the game hall? What are they going to do? Did they know the secrets under the game hall or the secrets on the surface of the game hall, and take revenge? Countless thoughts flashed. Apollo going to try it out. The situation for the Rockets is not optimistic now, and everything is best to be stable. Thinking of this, Apollo said solemnly, the information you reported is very timely, wait for the award. No matter what. They can exchange anything, they can promise. Redeem them all. If they're going to make trouble, you crush the emergency signal. Yes, General Apollo. The Rocket's store manager had an excited look in his eyes. Can get the award, this time he can be considered to have earned it. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yin asked Na Zi beside him, how is it? It's interesting. Na Zi nodded in agreement, her eyes flashing with excitement. She said she likes to play. Lu Yin took her to play this game. She was upset with the Rockets and wanted revenge. Lu Yin told her that this game hall is the property of Team Rocket. As long as you win game coins, you can exchange various props and elves later, and Team Rocket will lose a lot of money. A perfect blend of play and revenge. Na Zi said that Lu Yin is a really handsome man. As expected of a man who can make her miss 1,000 years. It's almost there. While, seeing that more and more people gathered around, and the game coins in front of them could no longer be loaded, Lu Yin greeted Na Zi, and the two walked to the exchange area. We want to exchange props and elves, no problem. Lu Yin put all the game coins for himself and Na Zi in front of the staff, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Na Zi's face was cold, she flipped her hand and grabbed a one pokeball in her hand. Before coming, Lu Yin had already told Na Zi that the Rockets would probably default on their debts. After all, the other party was a real-name black shop. If the other party refuses to pay, they will fight directly. I hope you are good. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will accidentally punch a hole in the ground and blow up a secret base or something. Lu Yin didn't want to directly expose the secret base of Team Rocket, which would not do him any good. He came here to take the benefits himself, and let others carry the blame. But if the Rockets themselves don't follow the rules, it's not his fault. In this matter, if a secret base of Team Rocket is exposed, I believe everything will become very interesting. You two, please come in, please come in. The attitude of the staff was completely beyond Lu Yin and Na Zi's expectations. They didn't count the game coins, and directly opened the storage room behind them and made a gesture of please. There are too many game coins for the two of them, and they can be exchanged for the 10 most valuable things here. The two of you can go in, as long as you like something, you can pick 10 items and take them away. Wow, so generous. Lu Yin raised his brows. If he chooses the most valuable thing among them, won't he make money from the Rockets? This is not preparing for the Hongmen banquet. Well, it doesn't matter if it's not, anyway. He's not afraid. Come on, Na Zi, let's go in and see. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed Na Zi's little hand that seemed to have no bones, and walked into the pet room without hesitation. Being held out by Lu Yin, Na Zi felt her head heat up and lost her ability to think. Just like that, the two stepped into the storage room. Seeing the situation inside, Lu Yin showed a relieved expression. It turned out to be the case. If you do this, the Rockets will never lose money. Chapter 236 _ Make a Fortune. Special Little Fire Dragon. There is a lot of space in the storage room of the Rockets game hall, which is mainly divided into two areas. Area on the left is the props area, where all kinds of props are placed, such as fossils, evolution stones, and even evolution stones. These things are placed in different places according to their value. Lu Yin glanced at the prices below these things, and found that if the game currency was converted into alliance currency, the price of these things was a full double the market price. This eliminates the possibility of rich people directly spending money to buy game coins, and then replacing them with props. And things like evolution stones, the highest is 3 high-level 3-element evolution stones, which can be called the treasure of the town shop. On the other side is the area where the sprites are placed. You can see that there are many exhibition boxes, and all kinds of spirits are placed in the boxes. From the weakest Lotta to the mini dragon, the treasure of the town store. But these elves, in fact, have no cultivation value. Seeing that they have lost their spirit, they have completely disappeared. Lose the need for cultivation. It can only be kept as a pet at most. In addition, the game hall is guaranteed, so the elves that can be exchanged will be elite level qualifications, and the mini dragons are even more heavenly level qualifications. The elves have no problem with their aptitudes, but their bodies are actually riddled with holes. Lu Yin looked up and found that these elves all have special instructions given by the game console, but these special instructions are not the first time good things, not all bad things. It is specially stated that these elves have been experimented, time is short, and the origin of life in the body is also riddled with holes. Obviously, these elves were just used by Team Rocket for research and survived, and are now being used as waste. It's no wonder that rich and powerful people look down on the elves here, even the mini dragons. So that's the reason. Lu Yin shook his head secretly. This game hall also deceives some ordinary people who don't understand. For the real rich and powerful, they don't look down on anything here. However, Lu Yin said that he liked it very much. Other people get these elves can't be cultivated properly. When they are about to evolve, they may die because of insufficient ability or dark wounds in their bodies. But it's different in my hands. I can use the game console to train them. On the game console, they must evolve safely, and as long as they evolve successfully, the body's origin will recover and become stronger, and the physical trauma will be repaired to a great extent. If it evolves to its ultimate level, more will be recovered. If the strength reaches the king level, it can repair everything. For Lu Yin, he doesn't care about the aptitude of elves, he only cares about the type. The scene, there are more than 20 elves, some of them are generally not bad. There are 5 Eevee, a fireball rat, a mini dragon, a Loloras, and 2 ugly fish. Others are more common, are Bobo, Lotta and Nidolin and Nidolino. Who can survive Team Rocket's experiments without dying or naturally not too trashy. Lu Yin decided to take all these elves away. He is not a virgin. Team Rocket, including many local forces, are secretly engaged in many elves research projects, and he will not care about these things. But since the elves here were taken by him, he also has the ability to rescue them and help them recover, that is fate. It doesn't mind helping out either. And if there are game consoles to help, as long as they are brought up, they will also be easy enough to rest. Give me all these elves. Lu Yin turned around and said something that shocked the staff. Pack dozens of elite-level qualification elves, including Tianwang-level qualification mini-dragons. The staff seemed hesitant to say something. He could speak. Lu Yin spoke again. If the game coins are not enough, I can continue to win. Nazi cooperated coldly on the side. I can help too. Staff. Can you talk about superpower cheating so openly? Can you not be so embarrassing? I, an ordinary staff member, seemed to see the staff's embarrassment, and Lu Yin waved his hand casually. If you can't do it, let the person who can make the decision. People come. Yes. The staff immediately walked out of the storage room to find the store manager as if they were amnesty. After the person left, Luyan asked Nazi, "Do you have any favorite props?" Just that. Nazi reached out to the only set of evolution stones in a storage room, and it said, "This is a set of Hootie fossils. Just take it away." A wave of Luyan's hand, he wrapped the fossil with his superpower and sent it to Nazi's hand. "Thank you." Natsu smiled sweetly. "Rockets. Nima, this thing is all right, that." Hesitated and asked, "Can I have a Lalora's?" Also wants a loyal and beautiful super spirit like Shinado, and she can't help but feel a little moved when she meets Lalora's now. If there was only one, she would never make this request. But because there were two, she hesitated and asked. "You want Larula's?" Luyan blinked and smiled randomly. "Of course you can give it to you if you like it. But not for the time being, I have to wait until I cultivate them to Shinado." Said that, Luyan used his superpower to explain the situation of Lalora's and the others by telepathy. After explaining, he said again, "But I have a way to cultivate them well. Wait until you are trained to be Shanaduo for you, okay?" Natsi nodded obediently, her heart warmed. She felt that Luyan would definitely not treat her badly, as expected. It turned out to be to help her solve Lalulis's flaws. Luyan is so good. After Luyan explained the situation to Nazi, the previous staff member went back and forth with the store manager on the bright side of the game hall. The store manager has already given the situation to Apollo. And Apollo's original words were, "If he wants, give it to him. It's just waste, he can save some food by taking it. By the way, after he leaves, he can still do a wave of advertisements, wait a few days, and then transport some failed bodies from the base." With Apollo's approval, the store manager has no scruples. Seeing the Luyane man, the man immediately said, "2, willing to admit defeat, all elves, please take them away." Good. Luyan was not polite, and immediately took out the Pokeballs, one by one, to capture all those. Pokeballs, not enough. When he got to the corner, he showed a stunned expression. "There is actually a small sparkling fire dragon here, I didn't expect it. Hey, this is. Found a treasure." Chapter 237 Atavistic Bloodline. A small fire dragon that can be naturally supergiant. 3/4. There are many elves in the storage room. The first thing Luyan saw was the one he saw standing at the door. There are some sprites, because of the position and angle, he didn't see them. And after he started to subdue all the elves, all of these elves were exposed to his eyes, including a small black fire dragon in the corner that almost merged with the darkness. Seeing this little black fire dragon, Luyan was very surprised. The skin of the little fire dragon is generally orange, and the skin of the flash little fire dragon is golden. Out of curiosity, he scanned the data of this little fire dragon with the game console. Then I was directly stunned. Name: Little Fire Dragon Attorney Attribute. Fire Dragon Feature. Hard Claw Attorney Hidden Feature. Fire Attorney Level. Primary 9 Qualification. Elite Senior Hidden Intimacy. 0 Carrying Items. Stone. Skill. Slightly. Special note. This is a throwback little fire dragon that has been injected into a large amount, almost the ancient bloodline in the body, but cannot withstand this power, and is about to die. This little fire dragon can evolve 4 times. Fire dinosaurs and fire-breathing dragons. There are also ancient fire-breathing dragons that combine the 3 attributes of flight, fire, and dragon, as well as the real form of ancient fire-breathing dragons, giant ancient fire-breathing dragons. This little fire-breathing dragon only needs to absorb a mouthful of fire element profound meaning crystals, then you can activate the master level qualification. Fuck, la. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Luyan wanted to shout 3 times to express his shock. What kind of miraculous existence is this little fire dragon? It's okay to say that it is a return to the ancestors. The power is a temporary return to the ancestors. But isn't it a bit cocky to have 3 attributes directly, and it's not enough? It actually has a huge form of ancient form. This form should refer to the ancient fast dragons and ancient Gengars. This is comparable to that in the Galar region. With the help of the power of the Pokeball and black technology, to help the elves temporarily reach a huge size, it is much more powerful. It's definitely the biggest gain today, even higher than that. The value of the mini dragon. Tisk tisk. Lu Yin took out the Pokeball to subdue the little fire dragon. There were no surprises in the back. After taking all the rewards, Lu Yin took Nazi away in a hurry, and directly used the power of the game console to come to the secret volcano island. Then, the two came to the back of Lei Feng Tower. Lu Yin, is this your home? Nazi looked around curiously. She has never been outside the Golden City, and she doesn't know how to come to the Blue Star World, so she doesn't know how exaggerated Lu Yin's teleportation is now. She was only curious about Lu Yin's life and growing up. Well, this is my home. You can live here for a while. Lu Yin smiled slightly and said, as long as I have time, I will take you out for a walk. Nazi nodded happily, as if there were stars in her eyes. When it was only her and Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin didn't look at her, she would still smile. The time is right now. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at his watch, and found that it was 11 o'clock, it was almost lunchtime. He released his superpower to take a look, and found that Serena and other girls really only prepared cooking. Swish. Lu Yin took Nazi's hand and teleported back to Lei Feng Tower. At this time, in the hall, Serena and Yayi were discussing issues related to Lu Yin, and the chat was very lively. Yi, what do you think the beast was captured by the master? I don't know, but I guess it may be a ghostly beast. Oh why? Stupid, Serena, didn't brother Lu Yin go to the elf tower? The divine beast he conquered must have something to do with that. Wow, that's what it is, Sister Yayi, you are so smart. That's right, I'm Buddy. May proudly raised her chest. Seeing her actions, the girls present were a little upset. Hey, you're superior there, it's amazing, don't tell who it is. Yes. Bauer cooperated at the side. I don't know our powerful Mei Yi, can you tell us which ghostly beast it is? This. Yi lowered her head, frowned slightly, and thought hard. It doesn't seem to be. Maybe it's some divine beast that we don't know about. Catalia covered it gracefully and laughed, haha. Lily came out of the kitchen with a bowl of vegetables, walked to the dining table and put it away, and said, the elf tower is in the Kanto region, I think the three god birds are reliable after all. Maybe it's the lightning bird, isn't the lightning bird flying all over the world? I think it's more likely. Toko nodded in agreement. Oh, let's not discuss this yet. May changed the topic decisively, put both hands on the dining table, and said mysteriously, you guys said, the matter of the elf tower has been resolved, and brother Lu Yin has also captured a divine beast, why hasn't he come back yet? Who knows? Bauer took out the last plate of sweet and sour pork ribs and said casually, I'll be on duty in a minute, everyone will eat first. Don't worry about the affairs of the man's family. Catalia blinked her eyes and smiled lightly, it's really domineering when Empress Junggong speaks, everyone must be obedient, otherwise, the emperor who doesn't know what to do outside will come back, but he will be blamed. Puff. Of making fun of Bauer made Yayi not tensed, and she laughed out loud, ha ha ha. Leah, you are too bad. Look at Sister Bauer's blushing. Give me something to eat. Bauer picked up 2 pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs and put them in the bowls of Yayi and Catalia respectively. Hee hee. Lily picked up the bowl and put it in front of Bauer, squinting her eyes and said, Miss Junggong, I want it too. This time, Bauer couldn't hold back. Look, Lily has been ruined by you. Hee hee hee. The girls burst into laughter. After a long while, Yayi recovered and asked seriously, what the hell did brother Lu Yin go for? I'm leaving in the afternoon, and she won't come to see us either. What else can be done? Tuzi didn't know what to think, and instinctively replied, mostly I have added sisters to you. Girls. The corner of Catalia's mouth evoked a strange arc, and asked, How do you say this? Chapter 238 Everyone was amazed. Nazi, who has no principles for Lu Yin. 4/4. How to say. Tuco picked up a chopstick and put shredded pork with green peppers in his mouth, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. While chewing, she said firmly, "Didn't I just listen to your chat summary?" Before Lu Yin only had Sister Bauer. After he and Sister Boar went to subdue the primal elf and returned, Sister Boar was about to cook, but found an extra Lily in the kitchen. Then when Lily and Sister Boar were cooking together, Lu Yin brought Catalia back. And then, at breakfast, bring Serena back. And then May, do-ent count me. I had lunch yesterday, Miss Xiaojuer also joined at that time, right? I've summed it up, every time Lu Yin goes out, as long as he comes back at dinner time, he will definitely bring back a woman. This man is horrible. After speaking, Tuzi picked up a piece of pickled fish and put it in his mouth again, and said, "But you guys. It doesn't matter anyway. This man is indeed very good, worthy of all women's mouths to the flames." After finishing the trouble, Tuzi found that no girls responded to him. She blinked her eyes suspiciously and asked, "Why am I wrong?" "No, you're right," was the thumbs up from the girls who answered Toko. Amount. Seeing that everyone agreed with him so much, Tuzi felt a little embarrassed. It might just be a coincidence. "No, it's not a coincidence." Yayi shook her head, and then pointed to the location of the door on the second floor. Tuzi looked over curiously and found the location of the door. Lu Yin had appeared there at some point, and beside him stood a beautiful royal sister with a cold look. Really got the point. Did Lu Yin hear what he said too? It's embarrassing. Tuzi wanted to find a place to hide. Lu Yin himself didn't care at all. He took Nazi to the table, arranged for her to do it well, then walked to the main seat, smiled at Tuzi. "Tuzi, I didn't expect you to know me quite well." All right. Toko smiled awkwardly. Is there anything more embarrassing than this? This should be the legendary, bad word, about others. But was caught by someone else. Seeing Tuzi's expression in his eyes, Lu Yin smiled, and didn't mean to embarrass her, because the girl was talking about things. Honest, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement, and he was quite honored. "Let me introduce to you, this is Nazi." Lu Yin sat on the main seat, directly showing the style of the head of the family, introduced the scene to Nazi, and let them get to know the girls first. "Hello, I am Nazi." When Lu Yin introduced Nazi, she smiled at the girls, like a bright flower blooming after the ice and snow melted. Every girl present was a first-class beauty, very confident in herself, but when Nazi showed a smile, an incomparable feeling rose in their hearts. This is not to say that Nazi is prettier than them. Can only be said that when everyone has their own standout, beauty is no exception, or even more so. For example, Camazli during the catwalk was dazzling and beautiful. For example, Bauer, who is wearing a police uniform, is valiant and has a unique flavor. For example, Lily when reading a book is cute and eye-catching. For example, May wearing a swimsuit, cute and sexy, such as Toko, who directs the battle, and Chino's fusion. Another example is Catalia, who drinks coffee, and every move is elegant. And Nazi, that kind of change from being cold to smiling, can amaze the whole world. Under the guidance of Lu Yin, the girls and Nazi gradually got to know each other. The expression on Nazi's face also became much more natural. Although she has more than 1,000 years of experience, the ghost girl has been lonely for 1,000 years, and she only chats with the ghost police, but she is not good at dealing with people. Nazi is just not stupid and sensible, but she is still not good at communicating with people. Fortunately, although the girls present had their own personalities, they were all extremely kind people. When they saw that Nazi didn't seem to be good at words, they would take the initiative to talk. And Nazi has a complete soul, and after falling in love with Lu Yin because of her obsession, she also wants to change well and is willing to accept everything from him. Both sides had that meaning, and the atmosphere soon became more harmonious. But the girls also noticed the situation. Although Natsi was willing, she even thought of taking the initiative to speak with them. But only when Lu Yin looked at him. She would laugh. As long as Lu Yin's eyes were not on her, her delicate face would become expressionless. Although it is not to say indifferent, it is definitely not close. The discovery was interesting to the girls. Yayi blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Sister Natsi, are you a trainer at the Golden Gym?" Noticing that Lu Yin was also looking at her, Nazi showed a bright smile. "Girls, wow. This face-changing speed is amazing. No need to change the time. Besides, why does Natsi only smile at Lu Yin, or in other words, only show Lu Yin a smiling face?" "Sister, do you have a badge?" Mei asked excitedly. "I'm challenging the Kanto League. I have a badge. I'll challenge you here, okay? That way I can stay here for a few more days." Saying that, Yayi gave her a blank look. To save someone from urging, "Tuko. Sister, can I call you sister? How long has it been since you collected a few temporary badges and you don't have to give out the time to train the elves?" Sure enough, women have no brains for love. The badges come with belts. There are some in space props. Natsi nodded and raised her hand to signal the space watch. But she did not rush to fight, but asked Yayi, "What is your relationship with Lu Yin?" "The relationship between me and Lu Yin." Yayi blinked, not understanding what Nazi asked about this. But she still said without shyness, "I like Lu Yin, I like it very much, I am a woman destined to be her woman." Girls. Lu Yin's heart, PFF'd haha. Nazi nodded, took out a permanent temporary badge and put it in front of Yayi, and smiled slightly, "Then send you a permanent badge, you, re-welcome." "Send me." Yayi was stunned, and so were the girls. Because Yayi likes Lu Yin, it's too casual to give her a permanent badge of the gym. "That, don't you have to challenge?" Yayi asked stupidly. "No." Natsu shook her head. "You like Lu Yin, I won't fight you. You have to fight, unless you don't like Lu Yin." Mei. Still unable to reject Yayi's side, Tuzi blinked and said, "Master Natsi, I also want to challenge. I don't like Lu Yin, we are just ordinary friends." "Oh." Nazi glanced at Tuzi and said lightly, "I won't give you a badge, even a temporary badge." "Then can I challenge?" "Don't." Natsi shook her head, her voice firm, "Go to the Golden Gym to challenge the badge. Now my father is the temporary owner of the museum." Girls. Is it so realistic? Cough. Lu Yin shook his head with a funny smile, and said, "Natsi, let both Yayi and Tuzi challenge you. The master of an Taoist academy works according to the rules." "Okay, Lu Yin." Natsi immediately showed a bright smile, and took back her permanent badge from Yayi's hand. "Please challenge me, Sister Mei, I won't let go of water." Bud. Girls. Wow, it's too unprincipled for this woman to listen to Lu Yin's words like that. Chapter 239_Natsi. My smile only blooms for Lu Yin. Girls. Nazi greeted Lu Yin with a smiling face and obeyed without discipline, but in their hearts they refreshed the offline of the word licking a dog. Isn't this just licking a dog? Right or wrong, no matter what. Good or bad, as long as you like what that person has to say, you will listen unconditionally. They never thought that the famous Golden City Gym owner, the super queen Natsi, would be such a woman. Other words, Lu Yin is really outstanding, an excellent man, and Nazi obeys his words and obeys, and can also get a response. This is going to be an unreliable man, I can't imagine what Natsi will suffer. Next, let's accompany Natsi to get acquainted with the gym. Lu Yin reached out and tapped on the table, attracting the girls' attention. Are you going out again? Zhang Bauer frowned slightly. Lu Yin was about to go out as soon as he came back. Why is he so anxious and won't he bring another woman back? The other girls also looked at Lu Yin, wondering what he was going to do next. It's about the secret realm. Lu Yin took out his mobile phone and shook it in front of the girls, and said with a smile, "Didn't I exchange the secret realm quota with the Alliance last time? Because Zheng Ghost broke through the Heavenly King level, I got another secret realm. The Alliance came for information, hoping to replace the quota with me. I thought, fortunately, today I will explore the secret poisonous source swamp." It was about exploring the secrets. The girls nodded immediately. Lily blinked her eyes and asked, "Brother, the pavilion owner, you just said that Gengar broke through the Heavenly King level. Did the ghosts evolve?" "That's right, hey, I've evolved." Lily had just finished asking when a black shadow flashed out of Lu Yin's shadow and came behind her with a wicked smile on her face. And she saw Gengar behind her at first glance. After taking a look at Zheng Ghost's new appearance, Yi covered her mouth to keep from laughing, and said thiefly, "Wow, Zheng Ghost has become so fat." Fat. 3 trick wells on Zheng Gui's head. "I'm worried, but I don't care about this body. I don't want to get strong power quickly. HMPH, I didn't gain weight." Gengar's body turned, and the black light enveloped her body, and when the light dissipated, she had turned into a human appearance. But this time, she is no longer a lowly, but a tall girl, not to mention her high looks, but also very temperamental. "Hey, it's getting bigger." Zhang Gui squeezed the abnormally developed headlight somewhere and grinned at Mei. "Looks like it's better than your size." Miyuki couldn't help laughing for a while. Yi, the best she was compared to, and the one who surpassed her was an elf. "This is unbearable. No, I have to take care of it with the method I have treasured for many years." "You, an elf, certainly cannot. The day after tomorrow, she will continue to grow bigger." Mei decided to try her best, but her words made the girls look at her. Tuzi raised her brows, her eyes emitting a dangerous light. "Didn't you say, this is a natural beauty? Can you tell me, what is the way to treasure it for many years?" Serena clutched her chest, with a heartbroken expression on her face. "Wow, Sister Mei, it's so sad that you lied." A sudden, Mei became the existence of everyone shouting and beating. The girls suddenly made a fuss. Lu Yin shook his head amusingly, but did not stop it. He beckoned Gengar to return to the shadows. "If it's normal, it doesn't matter if you don't bring Gengar, anyway. He has a game console, and he's not afraid of any danger, and he also has a strong shield sword monster to fight." But this time he was going to challenge the poison swamp, which had something to do with the poison element, and Gengar happened to be the poison element and the ghost element. Bringing her together might have an unexpected effect. "Nazi, hello everyone. Get along well. When I get back, I'll take you out to play." Passing a look to Nazi who was watching a good show, Lu Yin thought about it, used his superpower to leave here, and then turned on the game console to start the transfer. In Lei Feng Tower, it took about 5 minutes before the girls stopped making noise. Mei was besieged by the girls, and lay on the sofa in a very unimage, with most of her clothes being lifted, and a little spring light leaked out. But Lu Yin was not there, so no man could have a feast for the eyes. "I'm exhausted, isn't it the secret breast enhancement method? I'll give it to you, all of you." Seeing Yi's resignation, Bauer smiled and said, "Lu Yin is quite self-conscious and has already left." Huh. Only at this time did the girls realize that Lu Yin had already disappeared. "Wow, this man will leave now without saying goodbye." Yi puffed out her mouth unhappily. "I'm so miserable, isn't it possible that no one comforts me?" "I can comfort you." Nazi, who was sitting on the side, said coldly, "Before Lu Yin leaves, if you want me to get along with you, do you need any comfort?" Girls. This woman really take Lu Yin's words as an imperial decree. Shoo. Girls gathered around Nazi, and they decided to gossip about the whole process of Lu Yin and Nazi getting to know each other. Cough. Bauer coughed lightly. As the eldest sister, she was the first to ask, "Nazi, how long have you known Lu Yin?" "How long?" Nazi blinked, recalled for a moment, and suddenly showed a smile of Tiantian. "In this life, we only met yesterday, but we actually met 1,000 years ago. She is the man I've been waiting for 1,000 years. Girls. God is waiting for the man who has been waiting for thousands of years. Is this Shuan? This is definitely a show of affection. I didn't expect Nazi to be such an indecent Nazi. Tuzi asked speechlessly. I actually always wanted to ask, Sister Nazi, why do you only laugh when you mention Luyin and Luyin looking at you? This. Nazi restrained the smile on her face and said solemnly, because, Luyin said that I have a good-looking smile. Then my smile will only bloom for Luyin. My beautiful things, only show them to him. Girls. Wow, Crit, Luyin is no longer here, what kind of love are you still showing? In an instant, the women's tacit decision was not to gossip. Otherwise, you will be tortured to death. Chapter 240 Yu Home. Sudden accident. At the same time, on the other side, in the territory of Nagumo, near Yu City. In front of a light ball square, an alliance leader brought a group of young people wearing elite trainer badges gathered here, as if waiting for someone. Young elite level trainers. The leader was a handsome young man who was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a proud face. This person's name is Sha Feng, and his father, Sha Yang, is the master of the Yu City Gym, and is also a Heavenly King level gym, similar to Lu Yin's father Lu Tong. If it was a month ago, this Sha Feng and Lu Yin could be said to be completely the same kind of people. He is also a famous genius in a city, a god-level father who also has a gym, and he is also a young man who impresses elites. But now, the gap between them is too big, even his father is no match for Lu Yin. The young man was surrounded by many people around his age who were complimenting him at this time. Brother Feng, after exploring the secret realm this time, your stinky mud should be able to break through to the elite top level. Nonsense, Brother Feng is a real genius. Yesterday, Brother Feng passed his 18th birthday. Once he breaks through to the elite level, Brother Feng will be the quasi-celestial king. There are several people in the China Alliance. That's right, I believe it won't take long for Brother Feng to break through to the Heavenly King level. Brother Feng, you are the belief of my life. The pursuit of the people around them makes the young people very useful. He was not originally a vain person, and he knew that a quasi-king is good enough, and that it is difficult to become a heavenly king. There are a lot of people who have reached the quasi-king level at a young age, but they have not been able to break through the level of the heavenly king for a long time. Around these, he heard a lot of compliments, and he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed in his heart. However, at this moment, a discordant voice came from the side. Che, compared to Big Brother Lu Yin, it's a ball. At this time, there are people who disagree. This man's voice instantly caught everyone's attention. Sha Feng frowned when he could clearly see the appearance of the speaker. The younger brothers around him are also considered to have eyesight, and immediately shouted at the man, Ji Yu Sen, what are you talking about? You haven't blown the sky yet. Ha ha, that is to say, who would believe that Champion Lu Yin is your cousin? It's funny, I haven't seen Champion Lu Yin come to see you for so long. Ha ha ha. People around Sha Feng laughed. This Ji Yu Sen belonged to the Ji Yu family in Yu City. The Ji Yu family in Yu City has many elite-level high-grade trainers, and is considered a relatively powerful family in the local area. But without a Heavenly King-level trainer in charge, this family can only have a little influence locally, and it won't work out of City. In the whole of Nagumo province, it is even more difficult to rank. You farts. Ji Yu Sen was not tall, but he was handsome, and when he heard the voices of the people on the opposite side, he choked his neck and shouted. The face that used to look good at first turned red in an instant. Let me tell you, Lu Yin is my cousin, and I went to Hangzhou to celebrate the New Year. Don't you believe it? Sha Feng is nothing, compared to my cousin, his father is nothing. Cut. Ji Yu Sen's expression made the onlookers even more disdainful. Sha Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Ji Yu Sen, although you are Ji Yu Qingqing's younger brother, if you are too ignorant, don't blame me for being rude. Bah! Ji Sen spit on the ground. Ji Qingqing is Ji Qing's elder sister and the most outstanding junior of the Ji family's generation. At the age of 20, she has become an elite-level high-grade trainer. The reason why Ji Sen was unhappy with Sha Feng, he clearly set up an enemy, and even used Lu Yin to attack him, was because after Ji Qingqing's talent was shown, and because he was beautiful, Sha Feng took a fancy to him early on. His father was a Heavenly King-level trainer. This Sha Feng hinted to Ji Qingqing secretly, and even let people beat the people of the Ji family. In front of the Heavenly King-level trainers, the elite top-grade trainers of the quasi-king level are really nothing. After a long time, a voice appeared in the family, hoping that Ji Qingqing would agree to Sha Feng's pursuit, and it was best to be with others. It is a good thing to be the daughter-in-law of a Heavenly King-level trainer, but Ji Sen knows his sister Ji Qingqing's ideals, and Ji Qingqing wants to travel around the world and the elf world to become a simple gym trainer. If you promise Sha Feng, how will you realize your ideal? That's why Ji Sen doesn't like Sha Feng. Ji Sen, if you are ignorant, I don't mind helping Qingqing educate you. Sha Feng flipped his wrist and took out a pokeball, stepped forward to look at Ji Sen, and said disdainfully, let's not say whether Lu Yin has anything to do with you. What if it's related? It's just a lucky person who went to the elf world to capture a king-level elf, and then got some rewards to grow up. If it's a match at the same level, it's not necessarily who wins and who loses. Speaking of Lu Yin, Sha Feng almost overflowed with jealousy. In the China District Alliance, some good people have compiled a list of talented people under the age of 22. In this list, Lu Yin ranked 10th in the region, and Sha Feng was 11th. The people all remember who is number 1, and some of them know the top 10. Since the 11th day of the competition, their attention has become less. So all along, for this happened to be the 10th, Sha Feng do very dissatisfied. Now Lu Yin suddenly rises up and jumps out of the list directly, and he takes advantage of the trend to become the 10th. But he didn't want to get 10th like this. The atmosphere was a little heavy for a while, and Ji Sen's heart suddenly burst. He knew that Sha Feng had been disliking him, and he might learn a lesson from this opportunity. Not enough. He's not afraid, anyway. He can't look at this guy against his will. Sha Feng, what do you want to do? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind, and Ji Sen felt relieved. Under the gaze of the crowd, a woman wearing a tight-fitting shirt and a short skirt, with a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black silk on her lower body, stepped forward. This woman is Ji Sen's sister Ji Qingqing. Seeing him, Sha Feng's eyes flashed with unconcealed fervor, and smiled, Qingqing, I just want to teach your brother to respect brother-in-law. Bah! Ji Sen pouted in disdain, turned around and walked to Ji Qingqing's side, grinning, sister. Ji Qingqing smiled and nodded, then looked at Ji Sen indifferently. I'm not familiar with you, don't call me that. It's not your turn to educate my brother. You. Seeing Ji Qingqing showing no respect for himself in public, Sha Feng's face suddenly became ugly. Boom. Just then, a huge explosion sounded nearby. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of exclamations. No, there are Heavenly King-level elves who have stormed into the city. It's terrifying. Is this the power of the Heavenly King-level elves? Damn, how could this happen? Run away. Don't worry, you see, the owner of the Shaoyang Pavilion can definitely arrive and take action in time. Chapter 241 _ The Furious King Nito is coming. Emergency moment. 3/4. Boom. Near the Light Ball Plaza of Kaliyu City, a large hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and a huge King Nito emerged from it. His eyes were scarlet, and his condition was wrong at first glance. Roar. King Nito roared, and condensed an orange-yellow energy ball in front of him and sprayed it out. Boom. A beam of orange-yellow light swept around, and a bridge and 2 shops were turned into ruins under this blow. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding tourists, residents, and some trainers. When they felt the aura of King Nito, their hearts suddenly burst. Hey, it's a heavenly king level elf. You look into its eyes, he seems to be in a state of rage. What's going on recently? There are often wild elves exposed nearby, but now there are still heavenly king level elves exposed, and they are directly digging holes to attack the city. Now is not the time to discuss these things. Everyone is ready to fight, heavenly king level elves are not. Ordinary people can deal with. Good. There are always trainers sending elves to try to stop the King Nito and stop the riot. But things backfired. As trainers continued to send elves around to take on the challenge, King Nito turned violent and continued to use earthquakes and other extremely lethal large-scale tricks. The elves who are at the elite level can still hold on for one or two, the elves who are not at the elite level can't last for a few rounds, and the elves below the elite level are even more powerful. Only the fate of being killed in seconds. The area here soon became problematic, and many buildings were in ruins. Quick, notify the police station and the owner of Readaloud Museum. Damn, are all heavenly king level elves so strong? Is there no elite level trainer nearby? Hurry up and take action. A group of young people like Shafeng and Ji Yusen were also attracted in front of the light ball square. What's the matter? I heard that a wild king level elves came out to make trouble. What about us? We are all elite trainers, and of course we have to fight. This group of young people can be said to be the best group of young trainers in Poly-U, and even the best group in the whole of Nagumo. They came here to gather this time because they had the opportunity to enter the Alliance's secret poison swamp, and before entering, they had to wait for a big man to arrive. Ji Yu-sen, let's go to support. Ji Yu-ching directed countless Shafeng, took out the pokeball and rushed in the direction of the sound. Bah! Ji Yu-sen raised a disdainful middle finger towards Shafeng and followed Qingqing's footsteps. Haze flashed in Shafeng's eyes, and he looked at Ji Yu-sen's back for a day, and said to the people around him in a low voice, let's go too. Otherwise, if it spreads out, even Ji Yu-wu and Ji Yu-ching are not as good as a woman. So a group of young people rushed to the scene of the incident. The scene of the accident, the surrounding buildings were basically turned into ruins, and many elves fell to the ground. Their trainers could not even recover them, for fear of being affected by King Nito's attack. King Nito kept roaring, and there was no sign of serious physical loss or injury at all. A group of young people rushed to the scene. They saw such a scene, which made many people lose their courage to fight. That, Brother Feng, why not? Yeah, the other party is a king-level elves. We may not be able to stop it. Let's wait for Uncle Sha to come. Heavenly king-level elves are indeed powerful, and their undisguised aura alone can make many hearts timid, and they don't even have the idea of fighting. In fact, if it was just an ordinary battle, they wouldn't back down. But the situation in front of them, the fallen elves, and the scarlet-eyed King Nito were all too intimidating, making them play the drum of retreat. Don't wait. Shafeng made up his mind, and Ji Yu-ching has already led Ji Yu-sen to send elves to fight. Come out to fight, Frog Flower. Gengar, go. At Nanyang Polytechnic University, it has always been popular to train elves with poison properties. Ji Yu-ching sent his own ace elf, Meow Frog Flower, while Ji Yu-sen sent an elf who was at the peak of the elite low-level Gengar. The two brothers and sisters immediately commanded the elves to attack. Meow Hua Hua, Earthquake. Gengar, try using hypnotism. The Ji Yu brothers and sisters did not hesitate to start the battle, which made many young trainers who had planned to flee directly, look embarrassed. A bunch of trash. Shafeng scolded mercilessly, followed by throwing out his ace elf, Smelly Mud. Although he was arrogant, as the child of the gym owner, his nature was not bad, and he knew what to do. When you stand up, you have to stand up. When other trainers around saw this, they had no choice but to follow suit and sent elves one after another. But they couldn't last long. King Nito is very powerful, using the earthquake trick that contains the profound meaning of the ground, the power is even more amazing, and there is no mercy. The elves of these young trainers also fell in pieces. Damn. Looking at the elf who fell without persevering for a long time, Jiyu Qingqing and the others felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. The past, although they knew that the Heavenly King rank and the Elite rank high rank were two completely different tiers, and the gap was huge, they never imagined that the gap would be so big with a single step. Who can stop this King Nito? Countless people looked at King Nito with solemn expressions. Shish. An orange-yellow beam of light descended from the sky without warning, hitting King Nito and knocking him out. For the first time there was a genie who did great damage to King Nito. All looked in the direction from which the trick was sent, and found that there was an eagle in the sky, and a middle-aged man was standing on the back of the eagle. It's the owner of Xiang Pavilion. Very good, it's the owner of Xiang Pavilion here. This time, this King Nito can't be arrogant anymore. Was Xia Yang, the owner of the Poly-U City Gym, a Heavenly King level trainer? Father. Xiafeng looked overjoyed. Xia Yang's arrival, and being in the limelight, gave him a feeling of light on his face. The next moment, the expression on his face froze. On the contrary, Jiyu Qingqing and Jiyu Sen next to him showed surprise expressions on their faces. Cousin Lu Yin. Chapter 242 Xia Yang shot. Lu Yin, he can't hold on for 3 minutes. Brother Feng, uncle is really awesome. Yeah, the destructive death light just now was sent out by my uncle's Bai Diao, that. Bai Diao doesn't have the strength of a Heavenly King. After all, it is an elves of the Heavenly King level trainer. Even if it is also a quasi-king level, it is much stronger than the average person. Haha, when my uncle does his best, this King Nito will definitely be cold. That's right, uncle has 3 Heavenly King level elves, and 1 Nito King is not enough for him to fight. The appearance of Xia Yang made many trainers breathe a sigh of relief. Heavenly King level trainer, and the owner of the Ladao Pavilion, he has the effect of calming the sea to everyone on the scene. And those, the younger brothers who followed Xiafeng also immediately complimented, each mouthful of, uncle. Shouted, very affectionately. But now, Xiafeng didn't care about them at all. All this is because in the sky, 2 figures appeared beside Xia Yang again. A person is also standing on the back of an eagle, this person Xiafeng knows, and this time he is going to the poisonous swamp. Leader of the alliance, Lu Zhang, is one of the few Heavenly King level trainers in Nagumo. But what attracted him the most was the last figure. Compared to Lu Yun and Xiafeng, that person is much younger, even too young. But he can keep pace with the first 2 people, and even faintly at the top. The elf under him is also much more imposing than Lu Yun and the 2 of them. It is a powerful quasi-god elf, a blood-winged flying dragon. And this person is also the most unhappy person Xiafeng has always been. Hidden. That's right, Lu Yin. Brother Feng. A group of younger brothers were a little embarrassed for a while, and at the same time, they also looked curiously in the direction he was looking at. Then, they also saw Lu Yin. Immediately after, they were thoroughly excited. That is. I remember, it seems to be Lu Yin. Hidden champion. My god, my idol. It's really Lu Yin. Hey, and Mr. Lu Zhang. Wait, the big man we were waiting for was not the champion of Lu Yin, right? It's possible. I didn't expect to see champion Lu Yin here. He is very powerful, he can defeat the giant sting jellyfish, and he has also ridden a first-level god. It's great, I must ask him for an autograph. People like Xia Yang who are hostile to Lu Yin are in the minority after all. Most ordinary people, especially young people, regard Lu Yin as an idol, and he is the biggest idol. The things that Lu Yin did and the achievements they achieved were things that they all dared not even dream of. And Lu Yin used his strength to prove to the young people. Young, but also powerful. Just like now, Lu Yin is clearly a young man like them, but he can stand with Lu Zhang and Xia Yang, and cover them faintly. This is a status improvement brought about by power. Also, The blood-winged flying dragon is so domineering. The two are completely compared, the gap is too big. Cousin Lu Yin. Ji Yusen looked up at Lu Yin and clenched his fists excitedly. For some reason, the family didn't let him go to Lu Yin, otherwise he would have left Shafeng and his bastards speechless. Now that he meets Lu Yin, he won't pretend to be a stranger. I don't want you to be too lazy to think about your face, my lords. Wait a minute, I must say hello to cousin Lu Yin. On the back of the blood-winged dragon in the sky, Lu Yin stood steadily, with his arms folded on his chest, looking down at the situation below. With a flying typewriting elf, Lu Yin, what Yin had wanted to do for a long time was just that there was no suitable elves to conquer. Some time ago, he was lucky enough to get a baby dragon from the Alliance, and the domineering blood-winged dragon suits his taste very well, so he recently spent a lot of time on the game console to cultivate the baby dragon. Not long ago, the baby dragon finally evolved into the blood-winged dragon. As far as the current scene is concerned, it seems that the effect is not bad. His eyes swept over King Nido below, and Lu Yin's face showed an inexplicable expression. He asked Sha Yang, who was on the side, Master Sha, it seems that we arrived in time. Do you need me to help you? Don't bother the champion. Sha Yang shook his head to reject Lu Yin's good intentions, and threw a pokeball. The matter of Nagumo will naturally be resolved by myself. Just kidding. In his opinion, Lu Yin was simply trying to steal the elves. In Sha Yang's opinion, he was lucky to meet a poison-type Heavenly King level elf. Of course, he had to take action himself and subdue it. Isn't this a fool's behavior to let Lu Yin do it? Shish. A white light beam flashed out of the Pokeball. Boom. Has always been huge and wielded two large pincers, appeared in front of King Nido. Hey. Seeing Sha Yang's direct shot, Lu Zhang leaned over to Lu Yin's side and asked easily, Champion, how long do you think this battle will end? How long will it end? Lu Yin touched his chin, narrowed his eyes and smiled. It won't take more than 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes. Lu Zhang showed a dumb expression. The champion is so optimistic about Lao Sha. Combined with the situation at the scene, Lu Zhang could see that the King Nido below was very strong, but he also believed that Sha Yang commanded the elves to fight and would definitely win. But 3 minutes is not realistic. No, no, no. Lu Yin waved his hand, looked at Sha Yang who had already rushed down, and said lightly, it was that King Nido who defeated the master of the Sha Yang Pavilion, it won't take more than 3 minutes. Saying that, Lu Yin's eyes had an inexplicable meaning. This King Nido, the current situation is very unusual. You have the heart to conquer it, but unfortunately you don't have the strength to match it. Dragon King Scorpion, secretly attacking the key point. Sha Yang waved his arm and directed the Dragon King Scorpion to attack. Roar. Gleam of light appeared in the corner of the Dragon King Scorpion's eyes, waving two huge pincers, condensing black energy and hitting King Nido on the ground. Roar. King Nido had already regained his senses at this time, and noticed the attack of the Dragon King Scorpion. It was not afraid, did not hide, but rushed forward, and its huge body began to spin. This is a straight drill trick, belonging to the ground system. Boom. The Dragon King Scorpion's trick hit King Nido first, and was hit by the Dragon King Scorpion's evil attribute trick, and King Nido showed a painful expression. But its attack did not stop, instead it spun faster. Crack. The Dragon King Scorpion was hit and flew out. King Nido wanted to die and fall to the ground again. Boom. Earthquake. Chapter 243_Lu Yin shot and took it down. 3 minutes later. Hi, how is that possible? In the sky, Lu Zhang, who was standing on Bai Diao's back, saw the situation below, and he was incredulous. He looked down in disbelief. The battle was over, and 2 elves were already lying down. But these 2 elves are not King Nido and the Dragon King Scorpion, but the Dragon King Scorpion and a Smelly Mud. That Dragon King Scorpion and Smelly Mud were both elves of Lidao Pavilion Master Sha Yang, but within 3 minutes, they were defeated by King Nido one after another. And that King Nido it still seems like nothing at all has happened. Could it be that this is actually a champion-level elf, but its aura is indeed heavenly? What is going on? Lu Zhang suddenly remembered what Lu Yin said 3 minutes ago, and looked at him sharply, finding a calm expression on his face. His expression seemed to be not surprised by the situation below. Lu Zhang was shocked. Earlier Lu Yin said that Sha Yang could not last for 3 minutes. He felt that Lu Yin was joking. After all, how is this possible? Although he didn't directly question it, he doubted Lu Yin's eyesight in his heart. But in the end, Sha Yang really couldn't hold on, and was defeated by 2 at once. What is the situation with this King Nido, father? Sha Feng looked at the situation on the battlefield in shock, unable to believe that all this was true. In his heart, the invincible father, he was defeated so thoroughly. Let's run away. A timid trainer suggested that he was afraid that if he didn't leave again, he would be destroyed by King Nido, who was in a state of rage. Yeah, even the owner of Xiang Pavilion has been defeated, and the defeat is so complete that no one can stop this. King Nido. This King Nido is so weird. Run away. Many people have already withdrawn in their hearts, and the trainer has responded to the proposal. In their opinion, even the Heavenly King-level trainer Sha Yang was defeated so simply, and they still stayed on the scene. Why wait to die? Just like the pair of ruins. Have you forgotten champion Lu Yin? Suddenly, someone mentioned Lu Yin. Everyone, yes, isn't there still a champion? Maybe this time we can see his champion-level elf, not necessarily. That's right, run away. Champion Lu Yin can handle even giant stinging jellyfish and divine beasts. It makes no sense that a furious elf can't handle it. That's right. It came to Lu Yin, everyone's confidence was restored again. Sha Feng listened to the discussion of the crowd next to him, and couldn't help clenching his fists. He didn't feel any nails digging into his flesh. That his father can't solve easily. If so, how could he be prouder than him? Champion, this. In the sky, Lu Zhang casts his arms towards Lu Yin. With a look of help, he and Sha Yang's strength is only half a catty to 8 tails. Sha Yang can't solve King Nido, he is naturally the same. This matter can only be placed on Lu Yin. Boom. Waiting, Lu Yin replied. A huge pothole suddenly appeared on the ground below, followed by a Nido queen rushing out from behind King Nido. Noticing that there were many people around King Nido, it immediately let out a roar, opened its mouth and used a destructive death light. Shoo! Some remnants of the surrounding buildings turned into ruins again. The sound of a breath of cold air suddenly rang out from the surrounding crowd. There was another Heavenly King-level elf, bastard. Expression on Sha Yang's face was very ugly. Originally, he was thinking of sending a third elf, Heavenly King-level elf, to persevere and see if he could defeat King Nido. Although King Nido does not seem to be injured, it may also be related to the current state of rage. If he can persist until King Nido falls, then he can subdue him and his strength will be greatly increased. The arrival of Konido's queen broke his plan. Before, he couldn't win a 1-on-2 round battle, but now he is beaten by 2, and it is even less likely to be an opponent. Call. With a helpless sigh, Sha Yang directed Bidiao to fly upwards, intending to ask Lu Yin to take action. He could speak. Lu Yin had already commanded the Bloodwing flying dragon to fly down, as if he couldn't wait. Don't be in a hurry. Otherwise, it's hard to say who this King Nido belongs to. A strange light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Name: King Nido. Attribute: poisonous ground. Feature: Stinger. Has a fighting spirit. No hidden features. Forced to have level. Heavenly King 6 qualification. Heavenly King items: Power Orb. Residual intimacy. Skill: Make a scene. Sound waves. Double refund. Stare. Peck gas. Poison needle. Super horn. Strike. Special description: King Kai Nido absorbs the power of the Power Orb, cannot digest it, and falls into a state of chaos. In the state of chaos, his strength will be doubled and he will continue to attack. When the power is exhausted, it will be stunned. Yes, this Nido Wong is a little strong, but the reason why it is so strong is because it has absorbed the power orb, which is stronger than the power gem. Maybe because what it absorbs is only the problem of fragments, it can't control this power well, and it also makes itself into a state of confusion. At the same time, because of this state, his current defense power, attack power, reaction speed, etc., all doubled. King Nito in this state is certainly not something that Sha Yang's Heavenly King level elves can deal with. What's more, the ground system is just restraining the poison system. In fact, to conquer King Nito, you don't need to fight, just wait for it to use up the energy in its body, it will fall into a coma, and it will be easy to conquer at that time. After discovering the situation of King Nito with the game console, Lu Yin has been waiting for this opportunity. Before the gem ability of King Nito is exhausted, even if he commands Gengar to fight, it will take a certain amount of work. If the timing of the shot is just right, it will be like this. Ninetales, use your mental strength. Lu Yin threw a Pokeball and sent out the Millennium Ninetales with superpower attributes. With a flash of white light, the gorgeous figure of the Ninetales fell in front of King Nito, with a blue light in his eyes. Shish! Under the control of the Ninetales, the powerful superpower wrapped the body of King Nito with the power of the secret, and then flew out. Bang! King Nito's body slammed into a bridge behind, making a heavy muffled sound. Roar! King Nito let out a cry of pain, the red light in his eyes suddenly faded, turned into a clear light, and then fell powerlessly to the ground and passed out. Everyone! Damn, this King Nito is actually finished. It's not a joke. Everyone is stunned. This is not scientific. Lu Yin. No, this is precisely the result of science. Next, let's see what's really unscientific. Chapter 244_unscientific beat. Conquer 2 heavenly kings. What did I see? Second kill. Although I have always known that Champion Lu Yin has the nickname of instant killing maniac, but this. It's very unscientific, isn't it? After all, King Nito can persevere under the wheel battle of the owner of Xiang Pavilion. No matter how strong Champion Lu Yin is, he can't kill him in seconds. Although the Ninetales of the Pavilion Master Lu Yin are very special, they have the attributes of super energy, and the super energy system restrains King Nito, but unless it is already a champion, it will kill anything. All in all, the scene of Ninetales killing King Nito in seconds makes people feel very unscientific. And many people can feel the breath of Ninetales. This breath is very powerful, but it is definitely not at the level of champion. To explain this unscientific scene. Unless, King Nito has not much physical strength left. Sha Feng said something abruptly, and also spoke to everyone's heart. His words, even Ji Yusen, who had dealt with him or not, secretly agreed in his heart. Because this is the most likely. Good luck. Sha Feng was sour. He is worthless for his father, because his father lost 2 king-level elves, but retreated at the last moment. If you don't withdraw, it will not be Sha Yang's turn to conquer King Nito. But the sour turned into sour. Sha Feng also knew in his heart that this matter could not be said, and he did not take care of it. Alliance has regulations that the person who encounters the elves first has the right to take it first. For example, Sha Yang said that he would take the shot first in front of Lu Yin, but he actually took the lead. But in the same way, if the person who shoots first can't take down the elf, but instead helps the person who shoots later to use up the elf's physical strength, the person who shoots first is not allowed to have any complaints. Whether all the shots are made first or later is also a matter of knowledge. And at least the rules are set like this, and everyone obeys them on the surface. And before Sha Yang took action, there were also many elite-level trainers on the scene, so the distribution of credit would definitely not work. Sha Feng can only count Lu Yin as lucky. Damn. Sha Yang was Sha Feng's father, and thinking of going with him, he couldn't help but feel a little irritable. In fact, he also has a Heavenly King level elf and 3 elite level peak elves. Knowing that King Nito was already at the end of his force, he should have persevered. Isn't it scientific? An inexplicable smile flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. In order to accurately grasp the situation of King Nido, he has been releasing superpowers, so some people around him are talking about him. Unscientific luck is not good, he just shot at the most scientific time, luck is also in his hands. However, just let you guys be really unscientific for once. Lu Yin raised his hand, and a blue ability appeared in his eyes. He wants to turn this area into a special space in the area. Then, he wants to make the Nine-Tails second Queen Nido in his prime. This Queen Nido is not in a state of chaos like King Nido. Most of the attacks were because they felt that King Nido was under siege and was not in a good position. This King Nido and Queen Nido are likely to be a pair. Ding! It is detected that the host has the perspective of God, and a temporary secret realm is generated. Ding! The temporary small secret realm is generated, and the small copy begins to form. Ding! The copy is successfully formed. When the sound of the game console ended, Lu Yin was already familiar with it, and gave an order to Juwei, use mental strength after Nido. Kyubi waved her beautiful tail, her eyes glowing brightly. Shish! The powerful mental power condensed into thought power, and shot towards Nido behind invisible. After Nido was walking towards King Nido, a sense of crisis arose in his heart instinctively. When it wanted to defend or dodge, it found that its body seemed to be restricted by some special force. Immediately after, an invisible force hit its chest. Bang! Nido flew out backwards, and finally hit the stone pillar next to King Nido. The powerful force made his physical strength begin to drain rapidly, and even his heart brought a strong fear to Lu Yin and Juwei. It was actually killed in seconds. Bang! Nido fell to the ground and passed out. Lu Yin seemed to have known for a long time that this would happen, so he threw 2 pokeballs at will. Bang! The pokeball touched the bodies of King Nido and Queen Nido, sucked them into them, and successfully captured them. Under the control of Lu Yin, the pokeball flew into his hands. Until this time, all the people who were watching the battle came back to their senses. No way. This time I really feel like I'm hallucinating. If it's justifiable for King Nido to be killed in seconds, then this new Queen Nido. Empress Nido has never fought at all, and she is also a Heavenly King level elf, so don't wait any longer. The instant killing of the madman really lives up to its reputation. Scary, terrible. It's not scientific, but the existence of Champion Lu Yin is not scientific at all. This time, everyone was speechless. People who originally thought that Lu Yin's defeat of King Nido had some luck in it, but now he has completely lost this idea. Even the Sha family father and son are like this. Lu Yin used his strength to tell them that there is no need for luck and bells and whistles, one move is enough. This is strength. So, he is so strong. Sha Feng closed his eyes, his heart was bitter, and he even thought that he was a little ridiculous. He finally understood that he and Lu Yin were not at the same level at all, even his father and Lu Yin were not at the same level. He used to be hostile to Lu Yin before, thinking that everything for Lu Yin was luck. Now that he is open, he is a frog in the bottom of a well. In an instant, Sha Feng has grown a lot, and he realizes how ridiculous he was before. Look at Lu Yin, he is only a few months older than him, he has inherited the gym at a young age, he is more powerful than his father, and is sought after by countless people, but he still does not change his mind. And he, after being complimented several times by his peers, floated away. Gap is too big. This trip didn't come in vain, I captured 2 Heavenly King level elves. Lu Yin smiled with satisfaction and put the 2 pokeballs into the game console. Although King Nido and Queen Nido are not ranked among the elves in his hands, the strength of the Heavenly King is still outstanding, and they can be used. Moreover, the talents of the descendants of the Heavenly Kings and Heavenly Kings elves will be good, and they can also be used to cultivate talents or exchange resources in the future. Good, good. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the voice of a somewhat familiar and unfamiliar young man entered his ears. Cousin. Chapter 245 _Cousin Black. Invisible pretense, the most deadly. 3/4. Lu Yin turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and found a young man looking at him. This young man is somewhat familiar, and seems to have seen it somewhere. Who is this guy? Lu Yin was a little puzzled. He felt that he had seen this young man before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. But the next moment, when he saw the girl beside the young man with a cold and arrogant expression, an electric current flashed in his mind, and a memory from 3 years ago poured out like water that had been opened. Lu Yin's grandfather's name is Ji Yu Chen. Ji Yu Chen came from the Ji Yu family of Nanyang Polytechnic University and belonged to a collateral line. After getting married, he gave birth to Ji Yu Ying. Later, because of work, he settled in Hangzhou. Ji Yu Yingkai met Lu Yin's father, Lu Tong. Long time, the relationship between the Ji Yu family and the Lu family was only average, and because Poly Yu and Hangzhou were far apart, they rarely moved around. However, Ji Yu Chen has a cousin's daughter, Ji Yu Fen, who is Ji Yu Ying's sister who grew up together, so the relationship is very good. In addition, Ji Yu Ying is married to Lu Tong, a genius and king-level museum owner. The Ji Yu family intends to establish this relationship, so a few years ago, Ji Yu Fen brought a pair of children to Hangzhou to visit relatives. At that time, Lu Yin was only 15 years old. He had not yet awakened the memory of his past life, and he grew up under the protection of his parents, and was called a genius by many people. Although he was not a fool to pay for his family education, he was a little rebellious and arrogant. The ideological realm is not so high, and it is not so stable. At that time, he was when the hormones of puberty were sprouting. That's when Ji Yu Qingqing's expression appeared in front of him. Ji Yu Qingqing was 16 years old at the time. The girl was precocious, and she was dressed even more maturely, with a slim, fitting shirt, short skirt, black silk legs, and small high heels. At that time, Bauer was still young and beautiful in front of Lu Yin. She only knew how to be cute and was a cute type. There is a saying that cuteness is not worth mentioning in front of sexy. Lu Yin is more philanthropic, he likes them all. But adolescence is still more sexy. Then, by chance, he boldly touched Ji Yu Qingqing's long legs. That tactile feeling, even if I recall it now, it is still very exciting. Shaozhen, it's you. When I saw you 3 years ago, I was still fat, but I didn't expect to be so thin now that I'm a handsome guy. I didn't recognize you for a while. Lu Yin's mind moved, and he used his superpower to teleport to Ji Yu Sen in front of him. Is still very fond of Ji Yu Sen and Ji Yu Qingqing. Since his parents disappeared a year ago, the Ji Yu family has not been with the Lu family, or in other words, with Lu Yin. This is the essence of the family. However, Ji Yu Fen and Ji Yu Sen have not changed to Lu Yin. The former often calls to condolences, and is already telling Lu Yin that if he can't get along, he can come to Poly Yu, and he is sincere. This Ji Yu Sen has always been his little fanboy. After he awakened the game console half a year ago, he has less contact with them, especially now that he is so busy. He has not contacted them actively. And Ji Yu Fen wasn't contacting him either, probably because he felt it or something. Lu Yin doesn't have any special feelings about the Ji Yu family, but he still regards Ji Yu Sen, Ji Yu, and Ji Yu Qingqing as his cousin. Haha, cousin, I also lost weight recently. Seeing that Lu Yin was still doing the same to him, Ji Yu Sen smiled. Didn't you say that I would hang out with you? I said wait until I lose weight. You've become a Heavenly King level trainer in the front end, so I just wanted to go to you, so I tried my best to lose weight, but my mother said that I would misunderstand you now, and said that unless you contact me, I am not allowed to contact you. I still don't know who Lu Yin is. I think they're just overthinking, worrying about this all day, worrying about. It is estimated that seeing Lu Yin was too happy. Ji Yu Sen Balara said a lot. When Lu Yin reacted, he had already said what he shouldn't have said and what he should have said. Really? Qingqing on the side was also speechless. When he realized that he wanted to stop Ji Yu Sen, it was too late. Fortunately, he let him say it. Ah, sorry, Brother Lu Yin, I'm excited to see you. After talking for a long time, Ji Yu-sen finally realized that he had lost his temper, and scratched his head embarrassedly. Ha ha, good. Lu Yin laughed loudly. He knew Ji Yu-sen's personality. He was a straightforward character. He had no scheming. He always liked this little brother very much. Although he and Ji Yu-sen do not have the same surname, but counting 5 generations up, the ancestors with the surname Ji Yu are the same, and they still have the same blood. Ji Yu-sen's current performance has made him feel the feeling of family affection after a long absence in the past year. Looking at Ji Yu-sen in front of him, Lu Yin suddenly thought of some of his industries in Hangzhou. Since Enbo's death, the Yin family has been unable to survive in Hangzhou. Some of the industries that Enbo was operating at that time, and Cheng's trash can't stand it, and Lu Yin bought a lot by the way. Made Anbo want to seek Lei Feng Pagoda in the first place. But after the acquisition, he has not found a suitable management. Looking at it now, isn't Ji Yu-sen the right person? Thinking of this, Lu Yin asked Ji Yu-sen, I remember you like water spirits, right? Yes, Brother Lu Yin. Ji Yu-sen nodded again and again, complaining, my elder sister likes poison, but I like water, but in Nanyan and Pali Yu, there are too few water elves that can be subdued, and my family doesn't support it. Then you can go to Hangzhou with me. Lu Yin said directly, didn't you say you want to hang out with me? It just so happens that I have a big aquarium in Hangcheng, you go and take care of it for me. There is no shortage of water elves in Hangzhou. Is this okay? Ji Yu-sen's eyes lit up instantly. Can really mix with Lu Yin, and if he specializes in water, he can wake up laughing in his dreams. Of course. Lu Yin nodded and said with a relaxed expression, don't have any burdens. It's only 2 years if you don't get the elves, so it's a waste of 2 years. I will find you a few tyrannical carp dragons, water arrow turtles and the like with qualifications at the Heavenly King level. You should study it early, and then I will prepare a few crystals of the water element profound truth for you. At the age of 25, you will become a Heavenly King. Home is fine. How come you are happy? Everyone, what is this Lu Yin talking about? Before the 25 years, the Heavenly King level trainer must be a Chinese cabbage. What is it to provide you with a few water-type elves with the heavenly level qualifications? The precious props of water-type profound meaning crystals, don't say it so lightly, okay. But everyone saw Lu Yin's indifferent and confident expression, but they knew that he didn't joke anymore. Indeed, what kind of existence is Lu Yin's existence, that halo can scare people to death? Of course he couldn't find the happiness of his little brother. That is to say, is what he said really so awesome? Can such a cousin also give us one? Chapter 246_Invisible Force for the second bomb. Extreme shock. 4 quarters. Damn, I didn't expect that the champion Lu Yin was actually cousin Ji Yu-sen. And he still looks very familiar. Ji Yu-sen really wants to mix with champion Lu Yin, isn't he going to send it? Why don't I have such an awesome cousin, a Heavenly King level elf? Friends, I am jealous. No, I'm jealous. No one questioned the authenticity of Lu Yin's words. Although Lu Yin's words were very shocking, it seemed that it was easy to become a Heavenly King level trainer after obtaining a Heavenly King level qualification elf. Miracle Maker 0. They admit that they are sour. And the eyes of some girls looking at Ji Yu-sen have completely changed. Isn't this a ready-made potential stock? As for Lu Yin, they know they don't deserve it. Really, cousin. Ji Yu-sen clenched Lu Yin's hands excitedly. He wasn't questioning, he just thought everything was incredible. Of course. Cousin won't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just find a location with a Pokeball Legend device, and I will send you a Carp King with heavenly qualifications and an agate jellyfish with heavenly qualifications for you to cultivate. How about it? Lu Yin smiled lightly. For him, the King of Heavenly Qualified Carp King and the Heavenly King Qualified Agate Jellyfish are really not rare for Lu Yin. Spirits above the elite level are indeed rare. But as long as the base number goes up, the number will be very objective. For example, there are many king carp and agate jellyfish in the sea. Ordinary people can't find it because the base is too large, it is difficult to meet, and it is difficult to distinguish when encountered. With the qualification identification device, the cost performance should not be too low. But Lu Yin is not, he only needs to use the game console to glance at the elves, and find the elves with high qualifications at a glance. Therefore, it is difficult for him to say about other Heavenly King level qualified elves. The Carp King and the Agate Jellyfish, he can find a few with the championship level qualifications in time. Get 2 cousins to train, just invest in the current period. I believe, of course, I believe, can I not believe you, brother Lu Yin? Ji Yu Sen waved his hands excitedly. No need to prove, I'm just too excited. It feels like a dream. Is indeed like a dream, kind of, the feeling of being hit by a pie falling from the sky. The people around were also envious. Wouldn't it be very good for them to listen to it? Cousin, don't say hello when you meet. Lu Yin stopped talking to Ji Yu Sen, and turned to Ji Yu Qingqing who didn't speak. By the way, I still don't know if it was intentional or deliberately glanced at Ji Yu Qingqing's beautiful black legs. Well, that's what he did. Deliberately. It's fun to tease Gao Leng Yu's sister. Stinky bastard. A trace of crimson appeared on Ji Yu Qingqing's face, and she cursed inwardly. Lu Yin's unconcealed gaze reminded her of the situation 3 years ago. At that time, because she was too stunned, she didn't react immediately, which led to Lu Yin's progress, and she was taken advantage of a lot. Are you a cousin or a man? Of course you should greet me. With a hint of shame and anger in her heart, Ji Yu Qingqing didn't care what Lu Yin's achievements were now, and her voice became cold. But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to feel that her words were a little too indifferent, so she added, I just want Komori to take the initiative to greet you. Is that so? Lu Yin walked up to Ji Yu Qingqing, looked down at her condescendingly, and smiled slightly. Sister Qingqing, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you so much. Bang! Ji Yu Qingqing only felt a heartbeat in his throat. 3 years ago, the 16-year-old was a little taller than the 15-year-old Lu Yin, but now, she has been surpassed by a head. Lu Yin was too close to her, making her feel a strange sense of oppression. And the phrase, I miss you so much. She guarantees that she is not narcissistic, those 4 words are full of provocative meaning. Huh. Lu Yin's mouth twitched lightly, and suddenly felt that this matter was quite interesting. This cousin, in a sense, was his first daughter. Young, he also had dreams that were not suitable for children, and the protagonist in the dream, but the person in front of him. Of course the lover of the dream, actually met again. Something wonderful must happen. It's not, cousin, my cousin will give you a little greeting. Lu Yin spread out his palm and placed it in front of Ji Yu Qingqing. With a thought, he took out a poison element profound truth crystal from the game console. He is now a champion trainer, and he has a lot of props. The crystallization of the profound meaning that helps the poison elves understand, but he doesn't need it. Is also a good choice to use to pick up girls, and at the same time to enhance the strength of the alternative. Moreover, he has a plan in his heart, and he needs the help of many women he can trust. Now, there is Camizli in the electricity type, Serena in the fire type, Nazi in the superpower type, and Ji Yu Qingqing, who specializes in the poison type. A good choice, poison type profound truth crystal. Seeing the purple diamond-shaped crystal on Lu Yin's hand, Ji Yu Qingqing's heart beat wildly again, which he managed to calm down. This is actually a crystal of the first poison system profound truth. Ji Yu Qingqing fully understands the preciousness of this thing, and with this crystal, her strongest elite level high-grade frog flower will be able to break through to the Heavenly King level. Not just him, there are many poison training specialist trainers standing at the top of the elite level in Poly U City, such as many people in the Ji Yu family. As long as they have such a crystal of the first poison type profound meaning, it will take a long time to understand that they will be able to enter the Heavenly King level. This means a Heavenly King level. It means a real powerful member. Not to mention Jiyu Qingqing. When Lu Yin took out the crystal and appeared, everyone including Sha Yang was short of breath. %. If it wasn't for Lu Yin's solution to King Nito's situation before, there would definitely be someone who could control himself. Example, Sha Yang, the peers in the competition at the beginning, he can only be regarded as quite satisfactory, but it is really because he was lucky to obtain the crystal of the poison system. Lord, I cultivated 2 Heavenly King level elves again. One step is fast, one step is fast. This is not just a slogan as simple as that. But now, a crystal of Sha Yang's poison element profound truth, which could be said to have been long ago, was taken out by Lu Yin and placed in front of Jiyu Qingqing. This is even more shocking than the empty check that Lu Yin showed Jiyu Sen before. I can't. With some difficulty, Jiyu Qingqing looked away from the poison element profound truth crystal, and said something that no one dared to think they had heard wrong. Within reach of this poison-type profound truth, she doesn't want it. Chapter 247 Jiyu Qingqing's choice. Everyone. This world is not scientific. Don't. Everyone looked at Jiyu Qingqing with incredible eyes. That they had heard the wrong thing, the Heavenly King level, which is not within reach. Now he's an elite level peak trainer, but if he doesn't have special luck, he won't even think about entering the Heavenly King level before the age of 30. Even if you are lucky enough to enter, you will miss a lot. And if she enters the Heavenly King level now, it is no exaggeration to say that her current status, power, and the upper limit of her future potential can at least be improved by 1 level. Why did she refuse? Actually, it was very difficult for Jiyu Qingqing to make this decision. How could she not know what a precious opportunity this is? If the elders in her family knew that she would refuse this opportunity, she would be mad at the living, and mad at the dead. In fact, if it was someone else who gave her this poison element profound truth, as long as it wasn't Lu Yin, even Sha Yang and Sha Feng, as long as the price paid didn't exceed her bottom line, she would be willing. Some positions and insistences can be put down in the face of absolute interests. But the person who gave this poison essence crystal is Lu Yin. She doesn't want to agree. Because she feels that once she agrees, she will have no future with Lu Yin. She has never told anyone that what Lu Yin did to her at the beginning caused a great shadow on her heart, and also made her deeply remember this man. Lu Yin was different from others. She once thought Lu Yin was a stinky scoundrel and a scoundrel. She wants to be alone for the rest of her life, so her ideal is to travel around the world, because she doesn't want to be a bargaining chip in family marriage, and she doesn't want to succumb to reality. Since Lu Yin's rise, he has become so dazzling, although she doesn't want to admit it, she has to admit that the shadow Lu Yin left in her heart has become an indelible memory. During the recent period of time, the slightly embarrassing memories of that time came up occasionally, and she even thought that Lu Yin, who was so dazzling, would still have such a side. Thinking about it, she found that she could no longer face Lu Yin calmly. And the previous mind was long gone. So, she couldn't accept Lu Yin's gift. This would shatter any illusion in her heart, and it would make her even more worried that she could not become a Heavenly King level trainer. Don't. Lu Yin was a little surprised, but after noticing the stubbornness of Jiyu Qingqing's expression, as a man who had already started a harem, he immediately reacted and felt that there was something about it. Looks like my lord, my charm is really good enough. I'm afraid this girl is in love with me. Ha, I'm afraid that she will take something too precious, and she will be shorter than me in the future. Tisk tisk. Lu Yin felt that this kind of feeling was very good, similar to the meaning of being secretly in love with the lover in a dream. Since you don't want it, let's change the law. Now that he knew what Jiyu Qingqing was thinking, Lu Yin certainly wouldn't insist, and besides, he didn't think Jiyu Qingqing would want it, otherwise he would doubt his own vision. Now, it's good to implement his plan by the way. Give to the law. Jiyu Qingqing cast a suspicious look at Lu Yin. That's right. Lu Yin pulled Ji Qingqing over, put the ghost crystal in her hand, and said with a smile, I'm the master of Hengcheng Taoist Gymnasium. I'm preparing a project recently. The specific situation is inconvenient to disclose for the time being. After using this crystal, you will be able to become a Heavenly King level trainer, but it can help me a lot. Why don't you come and help me? The crystal is given to you, and the reward should be settled in advance. The price is calculated according to the lowest transaction price in the market. In the future, I will also cover you with room and board, and I will give you some food expenses. What do you think? You mean, this crystal is sold to me? Lu Yin grabbed her hand. Ji Qingqing's heart sank, but her eyes lit up at the former's words. She can accept it this way. She is persistent, but not pedantic. Lu Yin is willing to sell her crystals, but she can only say that she has channels and methods. As long as she pays, although she still owes favors, she can pay it back. Besides, to help Lu Yin, no matter what. Whether it's part-time work or volunteer help, she doesn't resist. Okay, then can I write the contract? Ji Qingqing clenched the crystal tightly, and said seriously, it's okay to trade at the normal price in the market, this is what I earned. I'll work for you. But we write the contract. This is planning to separate from me privately and publicly. Lu Yin thought it was funny, nodded and agreed. You can write a contract, according to the lowest level. After all, we are our own people, and our own people have the price of our own people. If you don't take it for nothing, it's fine, right? Okay, just sign the contract. Ji Qingqing nodded and smiled, very happy. Lu Yin also laughed and was equally happy. Hey, after Ji Qingqing works for him in the future, he still wants to leave. As long as he becomes his own daughter-in-law, it's not always an obedient and capable daughter-in-law who changes his left hand to his right. Tisk tisk tisk. Lu Yin felt that he became more and more proficient in this operation. I don't know if there will be any more in the future. People are recruited. Both Lu Yin and Ji Qingqing achieved their goals and laughed very happily. They were happy, and the people around them were fascinated. How the world has become now. Such a strange one desperately gave away the crystals of mystical meanings. If they couldn't give them away, they sold them like free gifts, and they paid the lowest price. The other one was also stupid. Sell yourself to work at a low price. What's wrong with this world? You don't want it, it's better to give it to them. You don't have to give it to them, you can sell it to them. Lu Yin doesn't care what others think. He is now a future daughter-in-law who is about to become a Heavenly King trainer, and he is in a good mood. Then let others feel better. Thinking of this, he stepped out of the crowd and said to the people around him, the losses caused by King Nido will be fully borne by me. Everyone can report it to the Alliance after sorting it out, and I will call the money when that time comes. Of course, don't let anyone want to fish in troubled waters, or I won't be polite. Lu Yin's words shocked everyone. Immediately after, a middle-aged man in the crowd came out and asked excitedly and nervously, Champion Lu Yin, is what you said true? Chapter 248 _ Enter the Poison Swamp. The woman who became a champion trainer. Are you telling the truth? A middle-aged man looked at Lu Yin with hope in his eyes. Of a store. He usually sells some medicines, and his income is not bad. He can earn food and clothing for the family, as well as the expenses for the children's high school and high school. Occasionally, he has a little spare time, and he saves it, thinking that in the future, he can help his children win an elite-level elf of the royal family, which can also be a good starting point. But now, his shop has been destroyed by King Nido. This means that their family's source of income has been cut off, and maybe he can survive with the money he saved before the loss, but the matter of his children, the initial elves of the three families, will definitely be in vain. Poor parents all over the world, it shows how sad he is. Same is true for the middle-aged people next to him, and their situation is similar to this middle-aged man. They are considered to be a group of people living at the bottom of the society. Maybe they are better than the worst group, but they are not more than enough. Suffering from such an unwarranted disaster today is enough to destroy a lot of hope for a family like them. So now that Lu Yin spoke up, he was directly returning the hope of disappearing to them. Of course. Lu Yin nodded with a chuckle, and said in a joking tone, I think, I can even give away the crystal of the poison element profound truth so generously, so there is no need to make such a joke. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded excitedly, his eyes were already wet. This is crying with joy. That's simple sometimes. This man. Ji Yu Qingqing took a deep look at Lu Yin. She felt that she really wanted to get to know this man again. He, maybe, is more dazzling than she knows. She wants to know more about Lu Yin. Ah. Aware of her own thoughts, Ji Yu Qingqing blushed, and hurriedly arranged Lu Yin in her heart. If you say something generous and give it away, it's obvious that I bought it myself. Humph. Hooray. Thanks to Champion Lu Yin. Champion, I will have your fans. I will let me call the boy to study with you well. Lu Yin's affirmative answer surprised everyone and excited them. For them, this is nothing short of pie in the sky. From the very beginning, everyone did not expect Lu Yin to repay the mistakes made by King Nido. Alliance has clearly stipulated that the loss caused by the elf before being captured does not need to be compensated by the trainer who captured him. After all, the mistakes made by the wild elves have nothing to do with the trainers. Even, the trainer should be rewarded for subduing the wild elves. So now Lu Yin's move that he wants to give money is completely superfluous. But he would still do it. He is not the virgin. There are too many difficult people in this world, and he can't shut them down and doesn't want to care about them. But if such a thing is encountered by him, and it is within the scope of his ability, he does not mind giving people a hope of continuing. Because, he has also become nothing, he has been targeted. He can feel it. And to put it bluntly, money is really just a bunch of numbers to him. After half an hour. At an intersection, Lu Yin, accompanied by Lu Zhang, and Ji Yu Qingqing and other young elite trainers came to a light-shaped portal. This is the secret realm, Origin Swamp. Entrance. In this secret realm, there are 6 layers of swamps, and all of them are poison elves. Champion, this is the entrance to the secret realm. Lu Zhang and Lu Yin shook hands and joked, next, I won't continue to obstruct your eyes. What an eyesore, Lu Tianwang is polite. Lu Yin smiled. It was normal for Lu Zhang to say goodbye. The Heavenly King level trainer was so busy on weekdays that it was probably just a way of showing the alliance's importance. Afterwards, the two were polite again, and Lu Zhang left with a happy expression after he had to get Lu Yin's contact information. In changing areas, connections are an invisible force. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Yin's future is bright and his potential is determined. Even his current strength is enough to make friends with any Heavenly King level trainer. If you can have his contact information, you may get unexpected benefits at a critical time. Lu Zhang came to guide Lu Yin for a reason, and that was the purpose from the beginning. When Lu Zhang left, Ji Yu Qingqing walked up to Lu Yin and said emotionally, "You have really changed now. A Heavenly King level trainer can be so happy because he has obtained your contact information. Is it?" Lu Yin calmed down, turned his head to look at Ji Yu Qingqing, and said seriously, "Don't worry, follow me, and you will have such a day." "I hope." Ji Yu Qingqing pouted. The two chatted all the way, but now it's just a little bit more casual. Ji Yu Sen was not with them. After confirming that Lu Yin was not joking, he gave up this opportunity to enter the secret realm and ran home to inform his parents. His sense of poison elves is average, and now he has a chance. In the future, he wants to work hard to become an excellent water specialist trainer. Let's advance to the secret realm. Ji Yu Qingqing suggested to Lu Yin in a low voice that she was not used to being seen with Lu Yin. It made her feel uncomfortable. But those trainers all stood there waiting when they saw that Lu Yin had not entered the secret realm. Lu Yin understood what Ji Yu Qingqing meant, nodded lightly, grabbed her hand directly, and used teleportation. Then I'll go faster. Shish. The two disappeared in an instant. Seeing Lu Yin and Jiyu Qingqing disappear, the young trainers around who had been silent for a while suddenly exploded. Champion Lu Yin is gone. Champion Lu Yin is so handsome. I'm more handsome than in the video. You women are really superficial. The champion Lu Yin deserves to be sought after because of his strength. That's right. It's the truth that being handsome can eat and be strong. Hee, handsome can't eat, but the person who can't stand handsome is the champion of Lu Yin. I envy Jiyu Qingqing and Jiyu Sen. If only I had a cousin like Lu Yin. It's actually not difficult. With Jiyu Sen, isn't Lu Yin his cousin? Sisters have ideas. Lu Yin and Jiyu Qingqing didn't know about this. How crazy the trainers were talking about. At this time, they have entered the secret realm of Poisonous Swamp. While familiarizing himself with the environment through the map in the game console, Lu Yin gossips to Jiyu Qingqing. I heard from Komori that your goal is to become a woman who is a champion trainer. Why, can't you? Jiyu Qingqing folded her arms around her chest and said with a cold expression, dream always has to be there. I, Jiyu Qingqing, came here from a woman who wants to become a champion trainer. Oh. It's a good dream. Lu Yin suddenly stopped, leaned in front of Jiyu Qingqing, smiled and said, actually, there is a shortcut to your dream, you know that. If you promise, I can help you do it now. Chapter 249 _ Go to Poison Swamp. Super Dream is born. 3/4. Shortcut, what shortcut? Jiyu Qingqing blinked her eyes in confusion, stopped and looked at Lu Yin curiously. There is any shortcut to becoming a champion trainer, Jiyu Qingqing would definitely not believe it if someone else said it. Who has become a champion trainer at the age of 18, then perhaps, there is a slight possibility. Of course there is. Lu Yin showed a playful smile. You said, you want to become a champion woman. Then just find a champion trainer to take a leave of absence. What? 3 question marks appeared on Jiyu Qingqing's head. She did not immediately understand the deep meaning of Lu Yin's words. But after chewing it carefully, she finally understood, and rolled her eyes. Boring. Jiyu Qingqing didn't expect Lu Yin to be so boring, but he actually played with this kind of meme. But Lu Yin grabbed her hand at this moment, smiled and said, I'm not kidding. I think it's a great proposition. As long as you are my woman, won't you become a champion training woman? 20-year-old woman who has become a champion trainer, you can set a record. Jiyu Qingqing tried to withdraw his hand, but failed several times. She had to give up and said angrily, bullshit. I'm too lazy to care about you. No, you have to think about it carefully. Lu Yin put his finger on Jiyu Qingqing's forehead. The woman I touched by Lu Yin was branded with my Lu Yin. You can only be my woman, so I advise you to make an early decision. You. Jiyu Qingqing opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect Lu Yin to be so domineering. And he was so embarrassed to mention what happened 3 years ago, how hateful this man is, and what's more hateful is why she didn't get angry, to die. Jiyu Qingqing turned her head away from Lu Yin, she felt that she must be stunned. Seeing this, Lu Yin chuckled inwardly and put his attention on the map of the game console. Lu Yin didn't have the habit of slowly pursuing girls, and when he identified a girl, just say it directly and be more overbearing. Why are you twitching and being hypocritical? There is time, isn't it good to train the elves to become stronger? In this direction. Pulling up the god's perspective in his mind, Lu Yin quickly determined where he was now, and at the same time found the center of the secret realm. A small function of the game console that he discovered after his superpowers became stronger recently, just like a satellite map, you can zoom in on the small map. The big map is convenient to see the whole picture of the area, and the small area can find props and elves. Go this way. Direction. Lu Yin took Jiyu Qingqing's hand and walked towards the center of the secret realm. Generally speaking, The more central it is, the stronger the power of the elves, and the greater the possibility of hiding the secrets of the secret realm. In the Luyin belt when Jiyu Qingqing was exploring the secret realm. On the other side, the fairy world, the new island, an explosion suddenly occurred. Boom! Because of this huge explosion, the entire new island was shaken, and the ground left, revealing many of its modern facilities and appliances. With this explosion, an invisible blue wave condensed into substance spread out around, and under the crushing force of this force, the surrounding buildings began to disintegrate and began to disappear. Soon, originally because of the explosion, the resulting ruins have completely disappeared, as if they never existed. When all these buildings disappeared, the blue energy began to shrink towards the most central position, and the light began to become more and more intense. The light finally shrank to a ball of about 2 meters, and in the ball, there was an elf with his eyes closed and his brows furrowed, as if he was enduring something. A certain moment, the elf suddenly opened its eyes, and all the blue energy around its body entered its body. Swish! This elf just floated up, looking at the surrounding environment in confusion. Da da da! Of the helicopter's propeller turning its head suddenly came to mind in the waters near Xindao. Under the watchful eye of the newborn spirit, the helicopter landed not far in front of him, and a middle-aged man with a slender head stepped out of it. Seeing the new elf, the man's original gloomy expression disappeared instantly, and was instead occupied by a rare smile. Very good, Chao Meng. You were born. Super dream. The newborn elf frowned, and a blue light appeared in his eyes. After thinking for a while, it asked the middle-aged man with telepathy, "Is this my name? Do you know who I am?" "Of course I know." The middle-aged man walked up to Chaomeng and admired him up close, as if he was appreciating a perfect masterpiece created by himself. "Your name is Super Dream. And I am your creator." The middle-aged man opened his hand and said, "Creator." Chaomeng frowned, guessing in his heart. Could it be what his parents meant? So, is he human, or is it the elf Mewtwo who is wondering in his heart, thinking, but unable to come to a conclusion? It wants someone to tell it the truth, but it doesn't want to ask the question out. Chaomeng was silent, but the middle-aged man in front of him was in a good mood. Super Dream, finally created. The experiment did not fail. Very well, as long as you give me time, I will be the first to become a head-level trainer. At that time, this world will belong to Team Rocket. Meanwhile, in the secret realm. Huh. Luyin let out a small murmur and suddenly stopped. Jiyu Qingqing was sulking at this time. Seeing Luyin stop, she asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" But as soon as she asked, she regretted it. Damn, I obviously want to ignore her, but I still care. I'm really disgusted. Luyin didn't know what Jiyu Qingqing was thinking. He was observing a certain position on the ground in front of him. After a while, he pointed to a strange bulge and said, there is a stinky mud. Smelly mud. Jiyu Qingqing's eyes lit up. His purpose in coming to the poison source swamp this time was to subdue a good smelly mud to cultivate. She didn't care to get angry. She looked in the direction of Luyin's fingers, but what she saw was a flat ground that couldn't be flatter. Where is the stinky mud coming from? It's not even a piece of mud when it's clean. Luyin held his chin, looked at it with interest, and murmured, "It's really like that in disguise. And they don't take the initiative to attack when they see humans. It's no wonder that the people in the Alliance can't discover the details of this secret realm. Fun. Unfortunately, everything can't escape the map and radar of the game console." Chapter 250_Jiyu Qingqing. Luyin is stupid. Luyin, is this stinky mud stupid? 4 quarters. Name, smelly mud. Attributes, poison features, smelly, non-sticky, hidden features, poison hands level, Heavenly King 6 qualification, Heavenly King intimacy, carrying items, poison gems skill, black mist. Moon power. Slap. Sludge attack. Screeching sound. Toxic. Melting sludge bomb. Poison gas. Harden. Reduce the body method. The data of stinky mud appeared in Lu Yin's mind. Seeing the characteristics of this stinky mud, he sighed in his heart. Fortunately, this big guy does not have the characteristics of stench, otherwise it would be useless to hide. The benefits here. I am afraid it won't be his turn to Lu Yin. Lu Yin, how can there be stinky mud here? Lu Yin could see the stinky mud data through the game console, but Jiyu Qingqing couldn't see it. The ground in front of her eyes was flat. This made her suspect that Lu Yin was making fun of her and deliberately lying to her. There's stinky mud in here. But it has nothing to do with you, because you can't fight. Lu Yin didn't explain anything, just threw out a pokeball. Why do you explain so much? Why don't you just do it quickly? Shoo! A white light shot out from the pokeball, and Hudi's figure appeared on the ground. This poison swamp is a paradise for poison elves. For Lu Yin, it is more like a brush-level map for his superpowers. The superpower system restrains the poison system. In Poison Swamp, if the secret realm gives experience to the super-type elves, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Hudi, towards that. Use mental force. Lu Yin pointed towards the location of the smelly mud. Hudi, who superimposed the spoons in his two hands to activate the superpowers in his body. With the blue light blooming in its eyes, a powerful blue thought force formed and shot straight ahead. Bang! Psychic power hits the ground ahead, and the entire ground is shaken. Then calm down. Jiyu Qingqing. It's called stinky mud. Lu Yin wouldn't be stupid. Lu Yin. How could this stinky mud be attacked by superpowers? Wouldn't it be stupid? Is it because I am too confident in my camouflage skills? A stupid smelly mud. Lu Yin made a conclusion about the smelly mud in his heart, and shook his head a little. He really wanted to see how long this smelly mud could last. You won't be motionless until the end. Keep attacking. Under Jiyu Qingqing's bewildered gaze, Lu Yin directed Hudi to continue the attack. So, Hudi began to use the mental strength to the same position continuously. As the number of attacks increased, what seemed to be hard in front of him it became soft, and it looked a bit like a stinky mud body. But Jiyu Qingqing still doesn't think, where is the smelly mud? Even if it is normal ground, being attacked by Hudi like this, plus this is a swampy area, isn't it normal for it to turn into mud? At this time, Lu Yin was definitely making a mess of this stinky mud. This guy was really firm and said to the end, knowing that his physical strength was exhausted and he would not shoot. This is really going to hide it to the end. Could it be that it deceived people like this, and then continued to hide from the king level who had never seen such a fool? It doesn't think that as long as it doesn't do it, it will never find out, and then it can continue to stay. What Lu Yin doesn't know is that this is really Stinky Mud's idea. It also thinks this idea is very good. Hudi, stop. Lu Yin stopped Hudi and took out a pokeball. Seeing his actions, Jiyu Qingqing cast a puzzled look. Lu Yin, do you want to subdue a piece of mud? Whether it's mud or not, you'll find out later. Speaking of which, you also lost an opportunity to conquer the Heavenly King level elves. Still not explaining much, Lu Yin threw the pokeball directly at the smelly mud in front of him. Bang! The elf ball slid through an arc in the air, hit the body of smelly mud, and then flew up, shooting out a red light. Shish! The red light enveloped the smelly mud, and then inhaled the pokeball. Crack! The pokeball closed quickly, fell to the ground and shook. Seeing this scene, Jiyu Qingqing couldn't help. Rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What did she see? Lu Yin actually used the pokeball to subdue a piece of mud. No, the pokeball couldn't subdue the mud. Is there really a stinky mud there? It seems that there is only one explanation. This way, Lu Yin is not stupid at all, it's because Jiyu Qingqing's eyesight is not enough. No. Jiyu Qingqing cast a puzzled look at Lu Yin and asked, Hudi is attacking like this, that. Stinky mud can't hide, can't defend, can't fight back, is it stupid? Probably. And that. Stinky mud is heavenly king level strength. Lu Yin said that he didn't quite understand the brain circuit of that stinky mud. It's the power of a king. Ji Yu Qingqing asked in disbelief. It would be too unscientific to have a heavenly king level elf so stupid that he was beaten to the point of exhaustion. The truth is, that's the case. Lu Yin spread his hands. He has never seen such an easy to conquer heavenly king level elf. Damn it. Ji Yu Qingqing patted her head. So, didn't she miss the best chance to conquer the heavenly king level elf? She swore that she would never doubt anything Lu Yin said in the future, even if he pointed to a good piece of ground and said that it was of the king level stinky mud. Because that piece of land could really be just stinky mud, or the kind that won't resist. Ding! The poke ball made a crisp sound, indicating that the capture was successful. Lu Yin put away the elf ball, then stepped forward and stepped directly on the place where the stinky mud was before. Standing in that position, there was a strange sense of emptiness below, and his body began to sink down. Lu Yin. Seeing that Lu Yin's body began to sink, Ji Yu Qingqing thought that he didn't believe that he was in the swamp, so he didn't have time to hide, so he instinctively reached out and wanted to pull it. But what she said just fell into Lu Yin's hands. Come down with me. With Ji Yu Qingqing's confused expression, Lu Yin pulled her into his arms with force, and the two disappeared immediately. Just after the two disappeared, a tiny mechanical dragonfly floated behind them, and this dragonfly seemed to have a pocket camera on it.